Just doing a sound check.
You're good, Naomi.
Thanks, John.
Hello?
Hey, Bonnie,
I just want to make sure I'm in the right meeting. How are
you're in
you?
the right meeting, and it's great to see your face. That's awesome.
I know, and I see your picture.
Yeah, well, it's because here's my face. Here I am.
How
But
are you?
I'm just turning that off for just a moment.
Okay. So we're on a meeting. So I'm going to turn mine off.
They haven't started the meeting yet. They haven't let in the. We only have 4 of us. You, me, Devin, and Oscar.
Okay.
So that's it. So anyway, you sound good. You look good, and I'm gonna mute myself now.
Okay, me too. Thanks.
You there, Ash?
Madam Mayor, we are here in chambers whenever you're ready.
Hi, Mayor. I don't know if she's there. We haven't heard from her, but Evan is in council chambers. You're muted. Hillary, you're muted.
So Neoma is logging in right now, so she'll be with us in just a second.
Hi, Devin, is Ashley there?
Yes, she just was dealing with some technical difficulties. Ms. Turney, you're there?
Present, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jordan is getting ready to log on in just a second, and then we can get going. Devin's here in chambers. Mayor, it's your meeting, so if you would like to wait just a second for Neoma, we can.
Yeah, I was having some technical difficulty. It kept pushing me off. So, yeah, give her a minute, please.
Thank you. All right, Madam
Oscar,
Mayor.
you're unmuted.
All right, Madam Mayor, we have moved you into a live meeting mode and your council is present. If you'd like to call your meeting to order, you may do so.
Madam Mayor, you're muted.
There you go. You'd think we'd know this by now. Okay, good morning, everyone. At this time, we will start our meeting, and we're going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to have Councilman Delgado lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the
of the United States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good job. All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam Mayor, roll call for the Reno City Council. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber. Councilmember Weber is on, she just is muted. We will mark her as present as we did see her earlier. Jarden,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Madam Mayor, the first
You're
item
right,
on
Madam.
council's agenda today is public comment. And as we have stated is going to be our practice, as we have done for the last meeting, is that we will be listening to any voicemails and general public comment that were received prior to 4 p.m. that are either not specific to an agenda item or have multiple items brought up through this process. After we listen to public comment in chambers from the recorded voicemails, again, that number is on top of the posted agenda for the Reno City Council. I will then identify additional public comment received either online or via email, which has been distributed to council. So at this time, Madam Mayor, we will listen to our first voicemail under general public comment.
Hi, my name is Alberto Rodriguez. I live in Ward 4. I'm calling in regards to the events that happened this past weekend in Minden. Not only to ensure that people feel safe protesting Reno, but also to put pressure on our neighbors to raise the occasion and meet the difficult political movement of their gaze fixed firmly towards justice. This is not about being pro or anti-cop. The discussion of how best to fund, run, reform, support law enforcement is an ongoing one, and one we are determined to take part in. This is about making sure that discussions can even happen in a way benefiting our civilized society. If the police condones and encourages violence and hatred towards peaceful protesters and hands over the rule of law to the violent, angry mob, which happened in Minden, we are not headed anywhere good. I'm calling on you to denounce this failure of leadership and to prove to the Reno community that you stand on the side of true freedom of speech and justice. Thank you. Bye.
Madam Mayor, for the record, that was Alberto Garcia Rodriguez giving public comment, pre-recorded messaging. Our next public comment will be played at this time.
May I be recognized? I couldn't hear that through my computer very well.
Yeah, we
do you think I
couldn't
should
hear
get
it
a
very well
headset
in
on, or-
chambers either. It's just the quality of the recording.
Okay, so the next one should be better. Okay.
We hope so. As people try to enunciate a bit more and articulate into their voice messages, that will help. These are also sent to council for review, and we do have an automated transcription, which does the best that technology can do, but they're not 100% accurate. Our next comment?
This is Allison Sharko from Ward 1. I'm calling today to demand that the City Council takes a firm stand on what happened this past weekend in Minden, not only to ensure that people will feel safe protesting in Reno, but also to put pressure on our neighbors to rise to the occasion and meet this difficult political moment with their gaze fixed firmly towards justice for all. The Douglas County Sheriff completely abandoned his duty as a public servant this weekend when he left a small group of peaceful protesters to be swarmed, attacked, spat on, humiliated, and chased out of town by an armed, angry, and unruly mob. He made good on the atrocious threat he had included in a letter to the Douglas County Library Board late July. If you hold the wrong political views, the police will not protect you. You, as leaders in this community, need to unequivocally denounce this failure of leadership. Our community needs to feel safe, particularly in this difficult moment. We need to feel safe when we go out to voice our views and exercise our constitutional right to free speech. The angry mob cannot be empowered to take over the role of law enforcement. This is not about being pro or anti-cop. The discussion of how best to fund, run, reform, and support law enforcement is an ongoing one, and one we are all determined to take part in. This is about making sure that the discussion can even happen in a way befitting a civilized society. If the police condones and encourages violence and hatred towards peaceful protesters and hands over the rule of law to the violent, angry mob, we are not headed anywhere good. Please consider the public's position on this stance. Thank you.
That was Allison Sharko for the record. Our next public comment via pre-recorded message is from Anna Perez McKay.
Hello, my name is Anna Perez McKay. I'm a constituent of Ward 5. I would like to comment on agenda item B2. I completely support the settlement being made to Miss Kathy Woods, but I also have a major questions about what steps are being taken now and ongoing so that this will never happen again. These civil rights settlements, like the one of Kathy Woods for $3 million, have a major burden on taxpayers, and in this case are yet again the fault of police for flawed and biased homophobic investigation. It also literally destroys the lives of constituents like Kathy and others who don't even survive. In regards to agenda item B7, I support the passing of the CARES grants for art and culture organizations, but also would like to ask why the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society, which is the only Black focus group on the list of 26 organizations, is getting the smallest amount. I understand there may be a reason for this, but I would like some clarity on that for why they're getting the smallest grant, the only one under $6,000. On item D2, I would like some information in this presentation. I'm not sure what the focus will be, but I would appreciate some explanations of the police budget increases, the nature of which isn't posted on any public document between fiscal year 2019 to 2020 and the fiscal year of 2020 to 2021. Some clarity on that would be appreciated. On item D4, I support moving forward with the economic relief programs for small businesses. I think that this should be prioritized. On item D7, I think that the state of the search for the city manager needs to be extended. There are very few viable candidates. I think it's unacceptable. Only 5 of the applicants are even from Nevada, and I think that that cannot represent our state, our city, and I think that the search needs to be expanded. And once again, I will endorse Edward Coleman, whose application was rejected because he submitted late. F9, I would like to support. And then I also have a few general comments. First of all, I would ask the city of Reno to denounce the actions of Douglas County Sheriff in completely abandoning and endangering the peaceful protesters who were there in Minden over this weekend, putting them in severe, letting under 20 people be surrounded by thousands of armed and dangerous racists. I think that that is unacceptable and that this city should denounce the actions of that sheriff. And then my final general comment.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Lilith Barron.
Hello, my name is Ilya Arbitman. I'm a citizen of Reno. By now, you have probably heard about and seen photos of what happened this Saturday in Minden, Nevada. Just to summarize for the purposes of this comment, a small group, about 20 to 30, of peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters went down to voice their opposition to the sheriff's statement of late July, in which he said in so many words, "If you support BLM, the police will not protect you." He made good on this threat. The small group of protesters who were standing on the sidewalk with their signs were surrounded and then chased around town by a violent, angry, armed mob for somewhere near an hour to an hour and a half. This entire time, the police did absolutely nothing but march across 395 to the cheers of their so-called supporters. What happened? This horrifying event was not an accident. Quite intentionally, the sheriff put out this sentiment: protection from the police is contingent on your political views. In other words, if you hold the wrong views, good luck. Is this where we are headed? To a terrifying world where the police, whose sole job is to keep their community safe and to protect, among other things, people's right to free speech and the right to protest, let the mob of heavily armed thugs police their town? The Douglas County Sheriff completely reneged on his duty that day, and it was disgraceful. But this is not a faraway place. These are our neighbors. This is right by our state capitol. What kind of example are we going to send? This was a failure of leadership. The sheriff was clearly condoning this atrocious behavior, saying, hey, if you don't like these protesters, you know what to do. Grab your gun and chase them out. We'll be over there if you need us. I'm sure you remember the peace vigil on June 7th, where many people raised serious concerns about the armed militia gang that showed up to intimidate the entirely peaceful protesters. As a city council and in your commitment to this town, you must take a strong leadership role at this moment. Denounce what happened in Minden as a failure of the local authorities. This cannot happen again. Are we to feel afraid for our lives when we want to stand on the sidewalk with a paper sign? This is not an issue of budget or of expanding policing. It's an issue of leadership, of finding the right way to guide the community towards dialogue, compromise, understanding. It would not have cost Sheriff Coverly a penny to send a message of peace and goodwill, to say, come protest. It is your constitutional right, and we will do our job and make sure everyone is safe. If the right tone had been set, the angry mob would not have felt condoned and encouraged in its lawless and violent behavior. To repeat, this cannot happen again. I'm asking that you take a stand as City Council, denounce Douglas County's utter failure this Saturday, and promise to your constituents here in Reno that if they come to protest peacefully, the city will uphold its duty to keep all of its citizens safe. And to repeat an important point, this is not about spending $1 billion on more police. The issue on Saturday was not that there were not enough police or that they didn't have the right gear. It's that the police stand that. In a moment of political tension, its job is to facilitate dialogue and compromise and understanding, not to stoke the fires of violence and hatred. Thank you.
For the record, that was Ilya Armisen. Our next public comment is from Lilith Barron.
Hello, this is Lilith Barron, Lilithbaran. I'd like to comment on item D7 about city manager. A lot of the candidates I've been looking at don't really seem that great, and I was kind of hoping that we would have some really stellar native Nevadans to be looking at for this position. I see that only 5 are from Nevada. Of those, 1 is a woman, 7 women total. I know that you hired an outside firm to do this, but I feel as if maybe even a committee of community members could have saved all of us $30,000 and some pretty bad candidates, some that are sticking out to me, involved in civil rights lawsuits, some involved in domestic violence lawsuits. And I just, I feel like that I understand how hiring works, but it could have been a little bit more thought out and we could have had some better candidates. I understand that Edward Coleman's submission was a little bit late, but it really urge you to reconsider the deadline to give some sense of unity to the city right now over that. Also on D4, I know it's a preliminary discussion of economic relief for small businesses. Should probably expedite that as much as we can. B7, the CARES grants for arts and culture organizations. I don't know if it's on purpose, but the Black Cultural Awareness Society is the only Black focused group, and it's getting the smallest amount of the 26 organizations. And I would like an explanation for that, as well as an explanation of why we aren't considering the Lear Theater for relief as opposed to development for homes. Item B2 about Kathy Woods being wrongfully imprisoned. She deserves justice and to be paid, but that can never happen again, and we need to make sure that we have justice for these people much sooner. And D2, the presentation on the budget doesn't really specify further on the agenda what you're talking about. So we would like to understand the police increases and why that's not really posted on the public document. F9, I guess the no new pet stores were in support of. And appointing the Civil Service Commission. I was 1 day late in submitting this, but I really hope you found some good folks for this, and also encourage you to just maybe advertise or put it out there a little bit more when you're looking for things like city manager and Civil Service Commissions, as it wasn't really widely known to everyone. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
That comment was from Lilith Barron. Our next public comment is from Glenn Sullivan.
Hi, my name is Clint Philbin, and I am a resident of the city of Reno. I am calling to express that I find both Daniel Toberly's open letter to the Douglas County Library and his apparent refusal and failure to maintain peace at the Black Lives Matter demonstration on August 8th, absolutely unacceptable. I strongly believe it is the responsibility of police officers to protect all people, regardless of what their beliefs are. Because Daniel Coverly has publicly expressed that he is not willing to accept this responsibility to serve everyone and not just those who he personally sees fit, I demand that he be removed from office immediately and replaced by someone who will. Failing to do so sets a dangerous example in which intolerant behavior, such as Coverly's, goes without repercussion. This is unacceptable. I strongly believe that those whose hard-earned tax money supports the office of Daniel Coverly deserve better. Thank you.
For the record, that was Clint Philbin leaving public comment. Our last general public comment via voicemail is from Rosie Zuckerman.
Hi, my name is Rosie Zuckerman. I'm a constituent here in Reno. I'm calling today to demand that the Reno City Council take a firm stand on what happened this past weekend in Minden. Sheriff Dan Coverly completely abandoned his duty as a public servant when he stood by as a small group of peaceful protesters were verbally and physically assaulted by a mob of thugs armed with bats, knives, handguns, and assault rifles. It's very clear to us that the disgraceful comments he made last month were sincere. I'm calling on you to denounce this failure of leadership, to guarantee your constituents that RPD is obligated to protect and serve all Reno citizens, regardless of political affiliations, and to prove to us that you stand on the side of true speech, for true freedom of speech and justice for all. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, at this time, those are the end of our pre-recorded voicemails. It should be noted for the record that we received online public comment and emails from the following constituents: Catherine Schmidt, John Byrne, Donna Keats, Leah Sanders, Clint Philbin, who you also heard a voicemail from, Rick Metz, Ralph Stephen Coppola, Patricia Brooks, Donna Keats, Adam Barrington. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. And with that, Madam Mayor, your next item is approval of your agenda.
All right, may I get a motion from council?
So moved.
Madam Mayor, I
Motion.
apologize. You do have a motion and a second now. I'd like to send it over to our city manager, as I believe acting city manager, he has an update. I believe we are requesting to remove item D6 from this agenda.
That is correct, Madam Clerk.
I believe that is the only item. Again, D is in dog, 6 is requested to be removed from this agenda. If the original motion maker, Vice Mayor Reese, with a second from Councilmember Weber, are in favor of this, then you can move forward with.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
Yes. I was wondering, is it possible to hear item F7, which is the Skyway ordinance, prior to item C4, which is the actual gateway parking complex at the Skyway? It just seems they go together, so
Sure.
does that make
So-
sense? I mean,
Together, yeah, so at the same time.
or no, not at the same time, but maybe the Skyway ordinance first, so then we know where we stand on that, and then the C4 would be what I'd recommend just logically. Apparently, the university was the applicant, I learned, for the Skyway ordinance at the last meeting and in conversation with staff, so, and then their project. So it just suggests taking them out of order, so we take F7 before C4, if that makes sense to anyone else. So.
That's fine. Okay, when we get there, Councilwoman Dewar, just flag it, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, your next
Oh,
item is your consent agenda. Prior to council pulling items for discussion, I wanted to note for the record, we received online public comment from Christopher Daniels. regarding
Okay.
Arts and Culture Commission and Bailey Watkins. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record.
Okay, thank you so much. Nice to see you, Councilwoman Weber. Okay, moving right along. So, consent, correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. At this time, you would be looking for council members if they have any items they'd like to pull for discussion.
Okay, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Jordan. Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, looking at B4 and B11. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
No.
No? Okay, Councilwoman Weber.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I was going to ask for B7, and I was also going to ask for B11. So it's already been pulled.
Perfect. Glad you pulled that one. Okay, Councilwoman Breckes.
I'd like to pull B2, please.
All right. Can I get a motion for all other items on the agenda?
So move, Councilmember Reese.
So move. Second, Dewar.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, heading to Councilwoman Breckes, item B2.
Yeah, I just want to pull this because I think it is a moment to commemorate the closure of a very significant event in Reno history. And I think that I wanted to highlight that, and I wanted to say thank you to all who worked on this, particularly the state of Nevada that came forward with their efforts, and Attorney General Aaron Ford in his office. Our city attorney's office worked hard on this for many years, and now it's behind them and they can focus on other things. But it is righting the wrongs of a woman who is recognized to be the longest incarcerated American woman, who was later, her innocence was proven. And this goes forward in our part to the reconciliation that we are owed to her and the justice that's owed to her. And I think it's an important one to commemorate. And for me personally, it's something that has been so significant on my mind since we originally got sued. And I am just very happy to have it behind us, and wanted to just provide those comments.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank our city attorney's office. I had the privilege of spending time with them in the settlement process, and this is the culmination of that result. Like Councilmember Breckes, I think there are many moments of reflection that could be had here. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of national conversation going on about wrongful convictions, forced confessions, how we treat the mentally ill in our criminal justice system. And the truth is we won't ever be able to right the wrong that happened to Miss Woods. This is a small modicum of effort. I think there were a lot of things that happened in this process, and there's enough blame to go around in a number of different ways. And for me, it is just a moment to say, we're sorry. And ultimately, that is why I supported the settlement process and why it was resolved. So I thank the city attorney's office for their work on this process. I know it was not easy for them. And of course, there is a financial ramification to this settlement, but is one worth paying. So thank you for consideration of this item, and thank you to Councilmember Breckes for the appropriate reflection moment.
All right, anyone else? No.
I'll move.
Second.
All right. Thank you for those words. I think that's really important, incredibly tragic and sad. So, and it's been very, very long, and I'm sure hard on everyone's hearts. So thank you. Nice comments. Thanks, Councilwoman Breckes and Councilman Reese. All right. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckes, second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I believe we're going to Councilman Delgado.
Yeah,
B4?
thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, B4. Just wanted to, I know this is in both Councilwoman Jordan and myself's words with RTC with respect to the Spaghetti Bowl, a huge project taking place. A lot of questions, especially when there's any information or news about what's happening with the Spaghetti Bowl, especially with a lot of my tenants, and I'm sure a lot also with the businesses. Just wanted to get a quick summary on the project and what this means and what we're voting on today.
Madam Mayor, we
Hi.
have Lori Miles and John Flansburgh representing staff to answer your questions on this.
So I'm looking for just a quick summary on just what, I know it's a bigger project, but this is a small piece of that. And generally speaking, it says tenant occupied property, so how many tenants are being relocated. And I know there's a federal process in terms of making sure that they're made whole if they are being relocated. So just generally around those questions, please.
Hi, Lori Miles, property agent for the city of Reno. Yes, this is a one-tenant occupied site that CMEX, and they are being made whole. They are being relocated, and their building that they own is being purchased by NDOT. Our offer is just for the land. This is one of the major important parcels that they need for the Spaghetti Bowl expansion. There's two other offers, but not an acquisition coming later. And, we're still in negotiations with those, but this was the major piece that they need as soon as possible. So they did follow federal guidelines. This is the appraised value. And as you can tell, I did negotiate that they buy the eastern portion because I do feel that that was an uneconomic remnant that was really only valuable to them as they are the adjacent property owner. So.
And I just want to add, thank you for that, Larry. I just wanted to get that on the record. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's been working on the project. Again, for me, whenever this pops up, it's important that people understand where we're at and what's taking place as people start to get worried that it's going to impact them in the immediate. I know this is really just to get the fast, get portions of the Spaghetti Bowl off and running, and appreciate everyone's outreach. And again, it's just cost of communication. So thank you.
All right, give me a motion, Councilman.
Move to approve B4, please.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second from Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, good job. All right, we're going to head to item B7. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Dewar, first.
Thank you. I wanted to pull this off. Last meeting, I recognized the work of Megan Berner and Alexis Hill in applying for the grant from the federal government that would cover these over 20 agencies and organizations that deal with the arts. And I wanted to highlight the fact again that apparently we were one of only 9 groups in the entire country that got this kind of money, almost $250,000 for our arts community. They have been severely hit. Many of them fall under the category of gig workers or contract workers. And while some of them are eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance, many have not yet received it. We know the challenges that have been troubling our DETR, or the Department of Employment. And so, first of all, I just wanted to thank the staff and highlight the fact that these are essential grants. And number 2, I wanted to thank Alexis Hill, because we just yesterday got a notice that she is resigning from the city of Reno after 8 years of being our arts and culture coordinator, and to focus on other projects and activities. And she's done a tremendous service for the city. She's brought our arts way forward. I've only been here for 6 of her 8 years. Most of you were here probably elected when she came onto the city. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight her work and thank her publicly for doing that work, and I really didn't see any other opportunity or even on our next agenda. So thank you, Alexis, if you're listening, and thank you, Megan, for your hard work. I understand you're going to be the acting arts and culture and events coordinator for the city. So kudos to you for taking on that big job. That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I just want to echo one sentiment, and that is thanking Ms. Hill for her tireless work on behalf of the city. I have to believe that she came at a pivotal moment in Reno's history. She leaves us at a pivotal moment in our history. And between those two pillars, I can say that we have changed for the better in terms of our arts and our cultural opportunities. And I believe that that is because of the leadership and tenacity that she showed. So it's a heavy heart to have to leave a job that you love. I know that Ms. Hill will do big things in her future. And ultimately, I hope that we will continue the good work that she started and has had such good support from us and from her colleagues in that department. So thanks, many thanks, and Godspeed.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder, is Megan Berner on? I just have a couple of questions. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Hey, Megan, just give me a little backstory. How do we decide how the money is allocated? What's that process?
Megan Berner, Public Art Program Coordinator for the record. Good morning. So we actually had an application process, and these sub-granting funds are specifically for operational costs for organizations. So they're only eligible to pay for staff, rent and utilities, those kinds of things. So the organizations actually in their application had to identify eligible costs for the period of the program. And we've allocated a 6-month period within our performance period for the NEA grant. And so that is how they came up with the numbers, what they could use up to an amount of $10,000.
Okay. So yeah, that was my next question, and it sounds like maybe you answered it, that some received more than others, but it would be, you were matching it with the operational cost, right?
Yeah.
Is that why you got more than others?
Yes, and actually everybody is getting the full amount of funding that they asked for, which is incredible. We've never been able to do that, but these reflect the costs that these organizations have asked for, and we have not cut any of the requests.
Wow. Well, that is impressive, and it's always hard to, I hate, picking and choosing, and it's really, really challenging. So, I just want to say thank you so much. You guys did a phenomenal job, and the artists have been so hard hit. So I really appreciate all your work. And I just want to say, I don't know if Alexis is on the Zoom, but you are so well loved in this community, and you have changed the face of arts forever. And I hope you understand the impact that you have had. I've just watched everything that you've done. And actually, Megan and I, we served on Arts and Culture Board a very long time ago together. And, we sort of watched you from the very beginning. And I'm so sad to see you go. I was very sad to see the notice in my inbox, but I want you to know we're so very proud. And again, you're so loved in this community. But I hope you know what a huge impact you've made on our arts and culture scene. And you've always been so supportive of the artists, and I love your positivity. So thank you for everything. We are going to miss you dearly. I hope you know that. So you just keep doing you and keep being amazing. Anyway, okay. All right. So give me a motion. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Sorry, I want to give my kudos too. So I appreciate everyone. I won't take too long, but Alexis has done a tremendous job. Alexis, if you're hearing, thank you. She's taken actually many different efforts, arts into the neighborhoods that have been always kind of had a void of arts. And she's been very creative, very inclusive, and working with and doing outreach. So thank you to both Alexis and Megan. It's more than just events. She's actually including community as part of that. And so we're going to miss you. Wish you the best of luck. And Megan, you're wonderful, and we look forward to working with you as well. So thank you for all your hard work too. Thanks, you guys.
Yay! Okay.
All right.
Mayor, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to thank you for your comment because it really puts a spotlight why some of the grants are less than others. That's exactly what the organizations requested. And it had to be tied again to operations. So appreciate that. You clarifying that. With that, I would like to move forward with approving item B7.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, go Arts. Love it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we are heading into B11. And was that you, Councilwoman Dewar?
Both Councilman Delgado and me all have a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Delgado, you first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, the question that's coming around is the process. I know there's a lot of conversation in the community with respect to how we're doing these cleaning, how we're doing the cleaning, how we're working with the community. What's the process look like? And so just a general overview of how the process is working and how we're working with community members. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Oh, well, all right, before they answer, I hope during the discussion they could address the fact that on, I think it's page 3 of their staff report, they talk about how many individuals have been contacted. And they mentioned that in 6 months, the Clean and Safe team, I guess, interacted with 2,500 individuals. And my question was that 2,500 different people, or were there multiple contacts with the same? And the reason I'm asking that is the next number in the same paragraph says 38 accepted services. And so to contact 2,500 and only have 38 people accept services, I mean, that seems like a very big disconnect. And I guess I'm wondering why so few people. Is there something more we can be doing or providing service in a different way that they might be more amenable to receiving? The other thing is that it mentions that we had a 100% increase of unsheltered individuals from 2019 to 2020 in the point of time contact. That's 100%. That's a doubling. At least that's the way I read it. I don't know if it's 103%, so it's only a 3% increase, or if it was a doubling. So if you could clarify that. And then two more questions. One was, I know we're changing contractors from Coit to this group called Qual Econ. And I looked them both up on the Secretary of State. They both had everything in order, but I wondered why Coit did not bid. And I wondered about the track record for Qual Econ, like have they done these kind of cleanups? So thank you.
All right, I guess am I sending it to you, Arlo or Cynthia?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council, Acting City Manager Soto, Cynthia Esparza for the record. With the Clean and Safe program, what we're seeking today is the approval of the contract for Qual Econ. I'll go into specifics regarding the questions that were presented. To begin with the outreach process, prior to a major cleanup, there is outreach that is conducted a minimum of 24 hours in advance. However, I will say that the Clean and Safe team is actively doing the outreach as soon as possible, several days in advance, week in advance. Part of the outreach also includes the MOST team, which is a team comprised of clinicians and VOA staff, along with the Clean and Safe team. And at that point, there is contact and services are provided, options are shared, as well as resources. Councilmember Dewar, to address your question, the 2,500 contacts really is a compilation of the outreach that has been done at large cleanups and small cleanups over a period of time. So there are individual contacts and or counts.
But are they 2,500 individual people, or just you might have talked to the same person 3 times?
It could be speaking to individuals over a period of 3 days if the notifications are being done and there is an individual that needs assistance. The at most team and or Clean and Safe could contact that individual numerous times. So it's tracking the number of contacts per visit.
So it doesn't mean we have 2,500
No.
individual homeless people or
Correct.
unsheltered people, it could be multiple interactions.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Similarly, with the point in time numbers that were collected from last year to this year, my calculations was 103% increase based off the unsheltered population.
So is that like doubling or is that 3%?
Correct.
Okay, doubling of the number. Okay.
Of the unsheltered population.
So that's very significant.
It's very significant. That covers the the vast majority of the questions. I do want to chat about the Qual Econ did submit a bid for this process. Hoyt did not seek to continue with Clean and Safe. I understand retention and recruitment was a factor. It's not an easy job, and we understand that. And we were very fortunate to get a bid from Qual Econ, who has worked with RTC. I spoke with their rep, as well as the City of Sparks and Washoe County.
And then only 38 accepted service?
Correct.
I mean, that's a very low number, so I hope we...
Very low number, and that number is provided to the City of Reno by the most representative, Christy Butler, who I met with recently, and they have a very extensive form that they fill out as they contact individuals. And unfortunately, that's the number we have, which is very low.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckes. Thank you. I had some of the same questions, and I guess the first question is budgetary. Last year, to put Coit on, I know we went into contingency, but I think this $500,000 was maybe our only budgetary enhancement this year. So it is budgeted, correct, for the fiscal year?
Correct.
Okay. You know, in a bidding environment where you only get one solicitation, that always makes me very concerned. The proposal did not talk a lot about their qualifications to do the job, nor the qualifications of those who will be hired. It does look from my internet review that they're essentially a cleaning service business. But this is a translation of that, in my view. They're moving out into the public realm, you know, not within buildings, dealing with a population, whereas before they dealt with maybe buildings at night that were closed up. Maybe they worked around some people. So in that regard, the qualifications were important to me. And I think I brought this up with the Coit is, do we have a standard operating protocols of how our project managers work with them and so on? And I think that was going to be designed, because this dialogue you just had with Ms. Dewar is that they fill out contacts. I thought they did not have contact. I thought with Coit before, the cleaning people did not have contact. It was our advanced people who came in and did the interactions.
So that's correct. The contacts are with the Clean and Safe team. It's not necessarily Coit that has done that. And with qualifications for this company, we did communicate prior to moving forth, and I specifically asked about their safety protocols and PPE equipment and just general equipment that is needed for this job. I think our world has certainly changed with COVID. And they are equipped to move forth. And should this be approved, I do have a meeting scheduled for onboarding Friday morning to help with the coordination and the scheduling, because it is a new company and we need to be mindful of, you know, their staffing and how that works on their end.
Well, in terms of staffing, I asked for a copy of the RFP because it wasn't submitted with the staff report, and I had that sent to me directly by the finance department. I don't know that it went uploaded to the agenda, and it said 7 days a week in the RFP, but in the attachment of scope, they say Monday through Friday. So which is it?
It is 7 days if needed. They do have an emergency staff that is available should something occur on Saturday morning or, you know, Sunday night. So they are available.
Okay, I guess, 2 points I have is, one, I want to see our standard operating procedures for dealing with what they're dealing with, which presumably is homeless camps. Is that existence? And I know it's permutating a lot, because I'm out there getting calls on them and seeing them myself quite a bit, fire threat to RVs and so on. So I really want the confidence that we have very internal policies about how we approach these camps, that they're written down, that responsibilities are identified, and then how that translates over to them. Is something like that, a document like that, in existence?
We do have a document that summarizes the process, but I would like to highlight that the Clean and Safe team meets weekly, and the team itself is comprised of various departments. It's not solely this program assistant who's on the ground every day. It's a group effort, and with the group itself, that's where we assess service requests. What can we do? How long do we need for this specific location? What issues are coming up? So we do have that happens every week.
Okay, and I think, before with our former city manager, I said in the winter, you need a homeless czar or czarina, and I think you've become the czarina, and I am seeing better metrics, better information, better scheduling and protocol. So I think that's good. I'd like to see the confidence and backup of written policies and procedures, number one. Number two is, and I always bring this up, I would like to see a program design to bring this in-house. I hear, it's a hard job and no one wanted to do it and we had issues with the unions. If we design a job specification, that's what someone's hired into. And I would like to encourage the council, because of the sensitivity of this work, and, sketching it out. And I think we need to think broadly about a lot of how we're approaching the homeless and the unsheltered. But I would like to see us look into a program design of having this effort in-house. A $500,000 contract, which is probably going to be reoccurring, is not a small ad. And then, can we use COVID money? I know we general fund budgeted for this. Can we use COVID money for this? Because the problem has increased with COVID.
Right. My understanding is because this was part of the budget, we cannot tap into the resources.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to reiterate my interest in a program design for next year to bring this in-house, and see how it is one piece of, an approach of the triage. It's the triage, really. Okay, thank you.
Cynthia, I want to say you and Arlo have done a great job here. So thank you so much. I know how hard you guys are working. So truly appreciate it. Council, go ahead.
Thank you so much. May I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question, and I asked this in my briefing, and I think it's really an important question to ask today when we're on this item, that what happens to these sites that are cleaned up, and I know what's happening to the sites that are being cleaned up, and the unsheltered are being moved out of the area. We're cleaning up. Everything is working well. I do believe that the teams going in ahead of time is working, even if the numbers aren't there. It's still a great way for us to be moving forward. But what happens after it's cleaned up and then the unsheltered return? What do we do, and what can we do? Because it is happening, and we know it's happening everywhere. Every cleanup, they move back in. And I want to commend Councilwoman Dewar, because one of the places, the loo is finally in place, and I'm sure you know, at Broadhead Park. But then there's still, even though it's been closed for a while, and I did think it was for cleanups and some other things that were happening in the park, there are still many camps set up on the river. There are people doing things that we don't want them to be doing in the river. I just want to know what we do, or what we can do to keep those places cleaned out and people not returning after we've cleaned it up?
Councilmember Weber, thank you for the question. The Clean and Safe team actively schedules the cleanups. I mean, things do change periodically after they've been scheduled due to if there is a biohazard area that needs to be cleaned, or things like that do come up. However, if a site has been cleaned, there is follow-up that takes place. Unfortunately, sometimes it may not happen within the next 2 days or 3 days, and by the time they get there, there have been individuals that have settled. But that's something we're actively doing, something we're keeping track of. On Wednesdays, that is the day that we have more staffing. So that's something that can be done on those days as well. But of course, depending on the activities that are taking place, the notices that need to be conducted, and the size of an area, that certainly impacts follow-up. But it's something we're actively doing.
Okay, so, but my question is, in asking at the briefing, I don't know if our acting chief manager is available to speak on this, because he was talking about some ordinance changes.
Right.
And things that we could do, and maybe it looks like Arlo might want to be, or Mr. Stockham might want to be speaking on that. I think we really need to look at that, because why are we spending the money to clean it up and people are returning?
Councilwoman Weber, you have acting city manager Jason Soto here, and I have had conversations with this council for quite some time, and what you bring up is a current reality. We'll clean up an area, spend a lot of time and resources in cleaning it up, and only to have that same area be revisited by individuals, and we have to do those same efforts again and again and again. It can be frustrating. I have said in the past, and I know this council has looked at in the past, at ordinances that allow us a little bit more flexibility in terms of some type of enforcement in those areas. And I know that this is always a sensitive and controversial topic, but I would be happy to bring some of those suggestions that have come up in the past to our council again in the future, so that they can take a look at it, specifically to areas that I know are important to our mayor and our council, to include things like the river and our parks and places that are visited regularly by our community. But understanding that when we do so, that it brings a lot of attention to the matter, and it brings a lot of conversation and tough decisions to the table.
Well, I would appreciate that, because I'm sorry that I'm talking a little bit longer, but I think that we do need to we have to look at all of our citizenry, all of our residents, all of our businesses, and we need to make sure that when we do something, that it is going to continue being kept clean and what have you. And so I think personally, and I hope the rest of the council agrees, that it doesn't hurt us to look at what kind of some of the ordinances that we could bring forward. And maybe there are one or two that we can get changed to make it so that it's better for enforcement.
Thank you for that,
Thank you, Madam
Councilwoman Weber. And I do have one more comment that I think is important for our council to understand, and that is right now, because of COVID, and I don't like to blame things on COVID, but sometimes realities are realities. Things like our community court, some mechanisms that we've had in place prior to March of this year aren't in place right now. So that's created some additional challenges in terms of helping these people understand some of the areas that where they can, camp and be safe, or sleep and be safe, I should say, and where they shouldn't. So that's provided some hardships for the city of Reno, the Clean and Safe team. Some of these measures that we've been working with the health department on in terms of not moving people because of COVID and not wanting to spread. And I'm not making excuses. I'm just bringing up some realities. However, that being said, ordinances and things like that are always at the forefront of my mind in terms of the how and the where. So thank you.
Thank you. One thing I want to say, this is an extremely complex issue, and I've had a lot of discussion. I wonder if Rebecca is on our meeting. And one of the things we talked about, and I think, changing somewhat of the approach. And then when we say bringing in the clean and safe team, Cynthia, does that include all the other players like our police department?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that, I think, too, I would like to see a different approach, because I don't think we should be using our police officers when we're doing a lot of these. And I think we need to start looking at it as a way to really connect with some of our most vulnerable populations when it comes to mental health and addiction, and having a more comprehensive approach with the county on the social services side. And if we should get this crisis center 24/7 open, Rebecca and I have talked about this in depth, and I think it's a really good idea. And one of her ideas was having a very transparent way to communicate on our website and show, I think there's things that we can do to show people, because, there are a lot of people that are service resistant, and it's really hard. So, to your point, Councilman Weber, that's some of the reasons why you see them continuing to come back. And I think that we have to have, that sort of touch point to make sure that everyone knows we're doing all we can to provide those services. And I also think when you bring the police down there tends to be more sort of a defensive mechanism, right? And I understand there are some areas where, can be a little bit more dangerous than others. But I also think it really needs to be a holistic approach with Washoe County and a lot of the health and human services side. And Rebecca talked extensively about putting something together on our website. And I also think it would be great for the media, because as you know, the media likes to come along on some of those cleanups, right?
Right.
And part of what she wanted to do was show, how many of them were offered services, how many of them were offered beds, because a lot of times we go out there and we do have all those things already in place, standing up, ready to go. And then, people don't realize that was sort of, a mechanism to help people when we're looking at, providing them a safe space. I know that people get very upset about moving them off the river, but I have to tell you, if we have a massive flood event or a massive fire event, I think people are going to be extremely upset with us when we lose countless lives. And I know that they look at it and say, oh, you're being so mean by moving them. This is a public safety hazard, and it's a safety issue, right? I think we can do a much better job, like Rebecca said, as providing a lot of why we're doing it, when we're doing it, how we're doing it, the numbers that go behind that whenever we say, look, we have beds for you. We also have services for you. That's one thing that I really push is mental health and addiction, right? So, I want people to understand that that's the important touch point to get people services, right? And it becomes very challenging, I think, to your point, Councilwoman Weber, but we've got to continue to try to do all we can so that they have a quality of life. Because, again, if something should happen along that river that is catastrophic, we could lose, I would guarantee you, probably up to 100 lives. And that's just not acceptable. So I want people to understand when we do these cleanups that they are really a way to protect those people that are living along the river in some of very dangerous conditions, because what's happening too is they will dig out sort of that dirt wall where it's protected by the flood. And when they dig it out, it becomes very susceptible to sort of those areas that can, sort of rise really quickly. And that's where you can get into a lot of trouble. And it's our drinking water. So for the entire city, this is something we all have to do together. But I think also showing those statistics, like Rebecca talked about on our website, of when we're doing it. I was even, thinking we can take our own cameras down there so it's all recorded, because we want people to know that this is a sensitive issue and we need to help those people get services, right? But some of them are very, very service resistant, and we need to continue to do all we can. And we don't just, go out there without having some place to offer them. So I want people to also know that. Right. But it's a much bigger, issue on both sides. So thank you so much. I think Councilman Delgado, and then I'll go to Councilman Reese, and then Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be quick because everything a lot what you have said already is what I was going to state as well. I think this is a very complicated issue. I think it's really just being the thoughtfulness about how we're handling these issues, and that's kind of why I wanted to pull this off. I think it's a larger discussion, but essentially stepping back to the purpose of this is making sure that this is, to your point, it's a public health issue. If people see that there's a tremendous amount of trash and debris and that people are unsafe, and that's a call for us to make for people to go down there and clean up those pieces. Again, it overcomplicates things with the COVID situation. We don't want people to go out into the rest of the city and possibly spread some of the COVID that's being done now. We know that's a big issue. This in many respects reflects or it's direct correlation to our housing issue. And so, I mean, you can't have one without the other in terms of having this more complex conversation, but it's to your point of, are we doing it in a thoughtful way, in a compassionate way? And it sounds like Cynthia's working with our Lowe's team and possibly opening that up to other providers in the community to go down there with a holistic approach, and including the county. Again, I don't want to beat this to death because I think we can sit here all day and talk about what we can be doing. But essentially, at the end of the day, it's about making sure that those in the immediate are in a safe place. And then again, it's a public health kind of perspective of making sure that it's clean, not only for them, but also for the surrounding community when they're going and transversing through the river and other places. So thank you for that. And of course, I support you, Madam Mayor, saying that this is a more complicated issue and behavioral health is a big piece that's missing from a lot of this. So thanks again, Cynthia, for all your hard work, and Arlo. I appreciate it. I know it's complicated. We want to keep people safe in the immediate and also in the long term, but we want to make sure people also feel safe about where they're at and they have a place to sleep. They have a right to be able to sleep at night. And it's us as a region to find proper housing for them in the long term. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilman Reese, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan. I didn't see you. I apologize.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I will just add a couple of comments because I think many of the comments have already been said. But one thing is that oftentimes as council members, we're working on individual projects that we aren't always able to communicate as effectively to one another. And I just want to share with the council that I've been working with the city manager's office for the last probably 2 months on essentially a partnership between waste management, our city, the ACEs, and Grant Denton, who you all know from the Karma Box project, to place more trash receptacles into the areas which we think are greatly affected. And so in that regard, I just think it's important to point out some of our successes. Cynthia and Ms. Esparza's office are also part of that discussion. And it's not always hyper visible what we're doing. So, but the need for trash receptacles in some of the downtown corridor, especially in some of the park environments, is very important. And there are just some details that continue to be worked out. Waste Management, I think, has been very gracious to work with in that regard. But it ultimately points out, an important point. And to Councilmember Weber's comments, it is true that sometimes we go in and we clean out an area and then our unsheltered populations move back in there. I think what we ought to focus on, obviously, is that safety component, both for the persons who are making shelter along those environments, but also the safety of the river walls, as you've pointed to, Madam Mayor, the concerns about our drinking water, all of those things. And this particular contract item is, I think as Councilmember Breckus pointed out, is you know, it's not a solution. It's part of a triage. It's a multi-pronged point. We still have much larger conversations, I think, in this community to have about safe camping areas. You know, we're in the middle of trying to figure out where our temporary shelter can be. Obviously, this council has made housing first a priority, but we haven't been able to get all the pieces going. I think we're getting closer. Our staff are working almost tirelessly, and sometimes without a lot of thanks on our part. And so I extend my thanks to them for the work that they're doing to find solutions for our unsheltered population. And obviously, yes, there's a county component to this where we need them to step up to the plate, and we've been working on some of that. I think they are taking the lead on the Our Place campus and some of the moves there. We have lots of stuff to discuss in this particular kind of vein. But at the end of the day, if we can keep our focus on making sure that our solutions are compassionate, that they identify and accept that our unsheltered populations have a multitude of needs and that the solutions are not one-size-fit-all approaches, I think we will start to plug the holes in the gaps that we have. This council, I think, has been very focused on the human aspect of it. And some people are quick to look at this type of agenda item and say, well, that money could be better spent on X. Well, the truth is that we have money to spend on X and we have a problem, which is Y. And so sometimes we have to address them in a way that doesn't seem as logical or you know, in a straight line as it should be. And so I just want people to understand the community that our commitment to providing this resource, clean and safe team dollars, is not anathema to our efforts to protect and serve our unsheltered populations. They don't have to be an opposite to one another. I think we can do both, and we can do both better if we just look at all of the range of things that we need to do. And again, there are little pieces of it that are related to the Portland Loo, that are related to trash services in areas that we're talking about, that are related to safe campgrounds. And I think Councilmember Jordan has been working, as has Councilmember Delgado, on those things. We all have a role to play. My hope is that as we do these things, we just keep the focus on people who are human beings, who are finding themselves in crisis, and we make sure that we have that heart for them, as I think we all do. And I just thank the council for continuing to work in so many areas. And sometimes, as I said at the beginning, we don't always see the connections to each other's actions or activities because we are working on certain things. But again, I share with you this great work that Waste Management and Mr. Denton are doing, and Mrs. Sparza and her team. So thank you all, and certainly we'll be supporting the item, even in spite of the fact that I believe it's not a solution. It's just part of addressing a need.
Madam Mayor?
I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. You have to forgive me, my iPad won't hold battery, so I'm having to switch to my phone.
Mine too.
It's strange. It won't hold, I guess, all the data that's going on at once. So I did want to say, love hearing all of the council members' comments on this, because this is an issue clearly that we have been struggling with in our community for decades. And there isn't a one solution fits all. And you know, you move one part of the equation and it affects another. And that's why I know the CHAB and the members of that committee have been, you know, very focused on kind of the 30,000-foot holistic approach to the entire being, because simply just saying and advocating for a get them out of my area or my ward or my whatever, it doesn't help the solution. It just displaces it and moves it to another. So working with our regional partners to come up with adequate sheltering beds, that is a critical component of our abilities and our compassionate addressing of this issue in our community. We are woefully underserved in our available beds, and that is a piece of the puzzle. But if you don't have, you really can't do any of the others. But I do agree that while this cleaning component is a necessary piece of the puzzle to help kind of deal with some of the fringe issues, it certainly doesn't address the underlying ones. And I have advocated for and will continue to advocate for social service workers and those that are experts in the field to be the ones that interface with this population, and those that have a familiarity. Having been dealing with this for a very long time, you know, it can often take 6 or 7 times of interfacing with somebody to get them to say yes. They're going to say no 6 times, and the 7th time with relationship building, you can get them, and you have to be ready when they say yes to have the appropriate connections and resources in place. And there's a number of folks in our community that have great relationships with our unsheltered population. I think our ambassadors are a huge piece of that puzzle, and why I'm advocating for, through CARES Act dollars, to see if we can use some of additional ambassadors to help us embedded in with maybe the Safe and Clean and some of these other entities to help interface, because there's a trust issue and a relationship issue. But I'm going to go back to, if you don't have the shelter beds available, you really can't do a lot of the rest of the things in which we all want to see done. And I know Arlo, as a closing point, Arlo in attending and focusing on some of the CHAB stuff is working with our regional partners to see how we can better address the regional issues, particularly along our river, so that we're not just pushing things up and down and really not helping the individuals that are being impacted. And I appreciate his efforts. But I do think a presentation by the CHAB to this body, probably a special meeting for this #1 issue that we're getting, calls into our Reno Direct. I think we need to have a special meeting on that specifically to give an update on how all these pieces and the importance of shelter beds and is so critically important to all of these other things. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I think that's a great idea to have a special meeting, because honestly, this is one of those situations that really needs to be on everyone's forefront. And I would also say having the county at the table with us to make sure the Health and Human Services side is there, because I really want to see that sort of focus on that component. I don't even think people realize that there are a lot of people that I've come across that I've, had housing vouchers for, especially I've seen it with our veterans, where we have housing for them and they deny it. They deny it. They literally do not want to go into housing. So, and I think a lot of us, are perplexed by that. But when you have mental health and PTSD and depression and bipolar and things like that, I don't think we realize the magnitude of when those go untreated, how detrimental it can be. And so, and that will never change if we don't have that Health and Human Services side at the table. I think Councilman Delgado knows this incredibly well because of the work he does outside of, council. So I, again, want to see a much more holistic approach, because back to Councilman Weber's point, we will never be able to continue to, we will go around and around and around, right? And I would like to say, I'm not so sure you can't put CARES money to this, and I'll tell you why, because it's grown exponentially from this pandemic, not to mention the mental health and addiction. Now more than ever, those numbers are off the charts. Suicide is off the charts. Drug use is off the charts. And this is one of the reasons you are seeing that. And everyone better, brace themselves, because I'm incredibly worried about some of the things that we could see with landlords. I've seen some pretty, horrific landlords out there. Not all of them. There've been some amazing landlords too. But this could grow exponentially because of the pandemic. And so I would argue that CARES Act money, absolutely 150% should go to this. And I don't know, it may be a discussion. And again, I think a special meeting would be great, because I think this is a much bigger discussion, and I'm glad Councilman Delgado pulled it off. But looking at maybe giving that to the bid in some capacity, because they do build those relationships there. But I strongly believe, we can't just go, hey, you got to go. We have got to be able to offer them comprehensive services, or otherwise they end up in jails and ERs where they are just absolutely not equipped to handle this magnitude of these issues. It's much bigger than that. All right. Sorry, I just get going. I think Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add a couple points to initially I just had a few questions, and this discussion has been fantastic. I couldn't have said it better than most of you. But one idea I too, Madam Mayor, had brought up at my agenda review about the possibility of using CARES funds. And I think something for us to consider going forward to make that case is to do a point-in-time survey, but not wait till January. To do it, let's say, in October, after we have seen the eviction crisis and so on, to document the increase. We already had a 100% increase from last year to this year. And then the question is, what's the change? Well, the money has to be spent by December, and we don't do the survey to January. So it's just a thought, if we can. And if we can't, I think it's undeniable just from anecdotal reports that homelessness has increased. I mean, even just guy who came to my home yesterday to do work said, remarked on it. He's just a plumber, and I don't mean just a plumber, but he's a plumber. But what I mean is he doesn't usually deal with homeless or those social service issues, but he made a comment too. But two things, in addition to the bathrooms, which I thank Councilman Weber for pointing out, I think we also need to make sure we have trash receptacles so that there's less cleanup to do by the people that we hire. At least we should be providing the opportunity to put the trash somewhere. And I understand a lot of people still throw it on the ground or whatever, but at least it's part of the problem. And number two, how do we get to a better rate of accepting services? Is it the way we offer the services that are offered, the requirements that we put on the services? And I'll just say one thing. It is very troubling to me that we will give people a bed for overnight and then put them out on the streets in the day, very early in the morning, and especially in the winter when it's so incredibly cold at 5 and 6 and 7 a.m. Those are the coldest hours of the day. That's the moment we're putting people back on the street. And I believe that we should have a day facility for people to go to so that they are not just wandering and carrying all their stuff with them. So I'm not saying that these should be permanent living facilities, and I understand the desire to not make it very comfortable to encourage people to accept help in the programs. But at the same time, I think it's a bit inhumane to have people spending over 12 hours of their day on the street when we could be providing them shelter during the day. It could be raining in the day, it could be snowing in the day, it could be freezing in the day. And again, the hour we kick them out is usually the coldest moment of the day. It's always darkest before the dawn. So 5, 6, 7 a.m. is a terrible time to have to hit the streets. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, could I
just want to say, yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much for this whole discussion. It's a challenging issue. At the staff level, we're working on all these topics that have been brought up. It's very complex. We look forward to having a more detailed discussion. So we're hearing you. We're working on it. I have a meeting with the county tomorrow to try to get some increased social service support from their agency. But the main thing I wanted to point out is on the CARES money. From our research, our understanding is, this being a longstanding service we've provided is not eligible because it essentially is necessary for the existing ongoing conditions. But the supplemental expenditures as a result of COVID from increased population, unsheltered population, and social distancing and other impacts of COVID, that should be eligible. And the initial allocation did have some monies going to homeless services, and certainly we'll be working on refining those. So I just wanted to provide that distinction that we do believe we can use CARES money for the impacts associated with COVID. But this specific contract, because it's ongoing and was necessary pre-COVID, would not fall.
And I want to thank you, Arlo, for all your hard work, because I just want to say that if there was a magic wand, every city would be using it. This is a very complex issue. I have not seen any city that has not been challenged with a lot of these issues. And again, I think honestly, we've got to start being proactive instead of reactive. These cleanups are actually reactive, is what they are. Proactive is getting out there and connecting with the community, again, on mental health and addiction services before we get to this point. So until we make that shift in society and with the stigma of all of this, this sadly won't change. But I want us to be a city that we really start to think proactive instead of reactive. And I think to Councilwoman Dewar's point when she said, you know, putting people out on the streets at those hours, absolutely. I mean, I think if you have mental health issues, especially, you know, they have a hard time sleeping. And when they don't sleep, then, you know, mania ensues and bipolar and depression. And so it just, it exacerbates a lot of the problem. And so I would like to see just much better programming. And so I appreciate you reaching out to the county. And I think, again, let's do a special meeting, have a very comprehensive discussion on this, and bring in some real experts that know what works on the proactive side instead of the reactive side. Or otherwise, we'll just continue just to clean up, and we go around and we go around. And there are some people that can do very, very well on medication. I mean, that's a tough one because a lot of people will self-medicate, you know. And I also think of looking at downtown very differently because there are a lot of things downtown that are not good for people that suffer from mental health and addiction, like free alcohol and things like that. And it puts them in a very dangerous situation. You know, we've seen people be run over and just, they're very vulnerable. And so, you know, I just think we could be much more proactive instead of reactive. The reactive is cleaning it up and telling people go somewhere else. That's not ever going to help us. We have to think differently. So thank you, Arlo. Really appreciate it. And let's do a special meeting on this. Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'm going to ask anyone else that wants to speak, give us 1 minute, and then let's move on because we've got a lot going on.
Okay, thank you. So last year I think we budgeted $350,000 for this. So if we've grown this budget component by $150,000, you know, maybe that $150,000 could be backfilled by CARES Act money, I would think, because we don't grow any budget items by 30%. So that would be my position. I do support a special meeting, but I think we need to have it among ourselves, or at least design, you know, the topics for the special meeting if we're going to bring other people in a strategic way, because I have no doubt that we're all working on this issue very hard. The CHAB is off in one direction. Ms. Weber has ideas about ordinances. I'm very externally focused because Ward 1 has the river from Arlington Bridge all the way to the west terminus of the city limits, and a lot of fire risk along there. So, you know, I'm very focused with constituent concern. Mr. Reese talked about some waste management efforts. Mayor's talking about mental health. I think that if we're gonna have a special meeting, we should even two-step it maybe. So we have one meeting where we all talk about the topics that we have heard as solutions, but also then talk about, you know, what we think the city should do, can do, and what we would like to point to someone else to bring in. I think that there's a lot of leveling that needs to occur with the public in our own understanding about what's in our capacity and what's in others' capacities to deal with this. You know, the federal government has solved homelessness, except for those service-resistant ones, for veterans. And it's going to take that sort of magnitude investment to bring that into this general population. It's far beyond the Reno, you know, our resources. Now, could the county come in if they exercise their general services tax? Maybe that's an ask we want to have the table. I'm just concerned if we have a special meeting and we bring in all these experts, they'll do a lot of this and they'll, you know, tell us what they can't do. And I think we need to hold this issue very tight to ourselves to lay out a plan. That's really been in my view, the problem is the lack of a plan at this table here among ourselves, metaphorically. But I think we've made a good step with having a Czarina on, and I think Mr. Soto, you know, tasked her with that. But I would ask a special meeting among ourselves first, or at least a very involved agenda item, so we can get all of our issues on the table here in this home, you know, of our city hall. All right, thank you so much. Okay.
Mayor, if I could
Yeah, go right
one
ahead.
last comment,
Okay.
echoing Vice Mayor Reese's comment on community partnerships. I do want to share that the Clean and Safe team is certainly open to working with community groups. We held a joint cleanup 2 weeks ago with the community group that did a little bit of outreach, and it was with Grant Denton, who is familiar with the community, who's bridging those gaps with his work outside of, I think he has a nonprofit now, if I'm not mistaken. So we brought him on to do outreach, and he and his team put the trash bags to the population, and we then went in after the fact and picked up the trash cans and the trash that was collected. So I think that's an area that we would like to explore. We certainly don't have all the answers, and we could use the relationships to help build this program and bridge the gaps that currently exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I mean by, and just, you know, to Councilman Breckus, what I mean by when I say experts, I'm talking about psychiatrists and social services. And when we do a cleanup, we should have them come back to the table, talk to us about what are the things that they're hearing and seeing. I mean, I've even seen where people have pets and they can't go to the shelter. That's a real problem, or schizophrenia or things like that. We can't provide, you know, services or solutions if we don't really understand exactly the magnitude of it. It's really easy for us to sit at the table and say, here's what we should do. But if we don't really understand the magnitude of what's really happening down there, talk to some of our police officers to, you know, really get a good idea of the complexities of what this entails. And so it's going to be a lot of work. It's absolutely going to be a lot of work, but we won't get anywhere also if we do not bring in our regional partners. And everyone's got to be very committed to this. And I also think, as much as, you know, the CHAB is great, and we've got Naoma and Oscar on there who's done a phenomenal job, I do think that we need to bring that back to all three bodies, Sparks, Washoe, and Reno, to be able to truly come up with a different approach and different ideas and solutions. Because, you know, I've even heard Councilwoman Dewar say, well, I wasn't aware of that, and that's because it's happening at the CHAB, right? And so I think this is one of the number one issues in cities and communities, and it needs to be all of us at the table, all three entities. And I got to tell you, and I'm just going to be really honest about this, you guys, you know, I have that mayors and managers meeting with our other regional partners, and they have been very resistant to do that. I would say it's time to step up or step out, okay? And I would demand that they are all at the table and everyone have these hard conversations that are very uncomfortable and they don't like making decisions. But I am just going to call it out. At this point, it needs to be all of us together. But I want to say thank you again to Councilman Delgado and Councilwoman Jardin, who have been fighting tirelessly. And I kind of feel in some ways they haven't had the support that they needed. So anyway, okay, we're going to move on. Thank you so much, everyone. Is there any wrap up you want to say, Arlo or Cynthia? No, good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks for pulling this off, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along. Madam Clerk,
Madam
I
Mayor?
believe we are on item C, public hearing.
That is correct. You're on
Am I
item
correct?
C1, correct, going to the public hearing for the draft 2020 through 2024 five-year consolidated plan for the CDBG Home Investment and Emergency Solutions Grant.
Okay.
On this item, Madam Mayor, Monica Cochran will be giving a very brief presentation to council.
All right, so I do have to open the public hearing, correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct, Madam Mayor. Thank you for keeping us on track.
Okay, Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. No correspondence was received. Additionally, we do not have any public comment.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any council members at this time that need to make any disclosures? None? All right. All right, then I'm going to send it over to you, Monica. Take it away.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okie dokie. Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Acting City Manager Soto, Monica Cochran for the record. Today we're holding one of our required public hearings and asking for approval of our 2024 Consolidated Plan, our 2021 Action Plan, and our revised Citizen Participation Plan prior to finalizing and submitting to HUD. The Consolidated Plan is an extensive document that basically assesses all jurisdictions' housing and community development needs, market conditions, and helps to identify housing and community development priorities that align and focus with the funding from this CPD allocation. For the City of Reno, our CPD allocation is CDBG, Home, and ESG. We're required to complete this plan every 5 years, and historically we use a consultant. This year we consulted with Civitas, and we started this work in late fall. Before I turn our presentation over to the consultants, I want to bring to your attention one thing that we've done just a little bit different this year. In the past, we've identified exact projects in our action plan. We've lined them out exactly which project and dollar amount that we would be funding. But how we decided to move forward is to list the categories in the AAP instead of the exact project. This will give us much more flexibility with HUD, and we'll keep the identification of the exact projects as an internal process. You'll see this a little bit later on the presentation, but now I want to turn the presentation over to Spencer Christian and possibly Eric Chatham, if he is able to get on. These are our consultants from Civitas, and they're going to give a larger presentation on the Consolidated Plan.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Spencer Christian. I am with Civitas. I don't believe Eric will be able to make it with us today. He's our lead consultant, but he is busy with estate matters with the recent passing of his grandmother. But we will go through this presentation fairly quickly, and if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Monica sort of covered the first slide. Again, the Consolidated Plan is due every 5 years for most jurisdictions. And the primary objectives of all these programs is to create viable communities. And there's a particular focus, of course, to assist low and moderate income households in the pursuit of safe and decent housing and to expand economic opportunities. The con plan looks at a few items, and we'll get to those on the next slide, but one of those items particularly is the annual action plan. So the annual action plan is updated every year and helps identify the activities and the reasons behind the allocation priorities for that particular year. The 5 main components of the con plan are the needs assessment, which looks at the community needs, the housing market analysis, which sort of gauges the general health of the housing market, and the 5-year strategic plan, which outlines the priority needs and the goals that the city will use for the next 5 years. Of course, we just mentioned the annual action plan, and there is a citizen participation component. 2020 HUD allocations in total is about $3.7 million, with CDBG receiving about 2.1, Home receiving a little over 1.4 million, and ESG receiving $194,424. CDBG eligible uses address various community needs to include public improvements, public services and facilities, economic development activities, and administration are also eligible. Again, low to moderate income people, households, and neighborhoods are the primary target for the use of these funds. The Home Investment Partnership Program, or HOME funds, are provided to increase the supply and affordability of housing and home ownership for low-income families. This grant offers a wide range of activities, including building and rehabilitating affordable housing for rent or home ownership. It also provides direct rental assistance to low-income people. And finally, the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. The ESG program primarily funds activities to address homelessness. There are 4 primary activities, which include street outreach, rapid rehousing, emergency shelter, and homelessness prevention activities. Again, citizen participation for the CON plan is required. This public hearing is part of that process. The city also held a stakeholder meeting back in February, and there was a public comment period for the CON plan. What you're seeing here is the highlights of a community survey as well as a stakeholder survey that was completed online. The community survey results included identifying priorities such as affordable housing, public services, in particular mental health services and homeless services related to a previous conversation, and public facilities. And on the right side, you'll see that the stakeholder survey mirrored many of these, with identifying the need for affordable housing, public services, infrastructure improvements, as well as economic development. And all of these, in line with the previous slides, are eligible uses for these programs. So for the 2020 through 2024 priority needs and goals, this is the list that's before you. On the left-hand side of the screen are the priority needs, along with their corresponding goals. I will note that these are not ranked in order, but simply categorized for simplicity. The priority needs include expanding and improving public infrastructure and facilities, preserving and developing affordable housing, public services and quality of life improvements, and finally, homelessness, housing, and support services. And again, these needs and goals will be for the city for the next 5 years of this CON plan. And each annual action plan will lean on these goals for the particular activities that they choose to address. And for this year's 2020 action plan projects, it's divided between administration receiving about 20%, or $431,662. Public facilities and infrastructure will receive about 54% of the bulk of the CDBG funding, just over $1.1 million. And finally, the public services will receive about 26% of the CDBG allocation. For the home action plan projects, administration for a home is at 10%, just over $140,000. The city will reserve 15% of the home program funds for CHODO affordable home development projects, which include homeowner housing rehabilitation and rental units rehabilitation. And finally, the bulk of it, 75%, or just over $1 million, will go towards non-CHODO development activities, again, addressing affordable housing preservation and development activities. And finally, the ESG plan projects, the $194,424 is all going towards homeless and housing services. Again, shelter operations, street outreach, and rapid rehousing, the primary activities under there. The breakout of this particular funding will be about 15% for shelter operations, 20% for street outreach, and the bulk, 65%, going towards rapid rehousing. And the next steps, upon approval from City Council, we will submit the CON plan and the annual action plan to HUD. And barring any questions, that concludes my portion. I can turn it back over to Monica or to City Council.
All right, Monica, anything else you want to jump in on? Or if not, I'm going to ask Council to give us some questions.
Nope, I'm just ready to answer some questions.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to go to Councilman Breckus. And if you want to speak, please raise your hand on participants tab. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the presentation. This being the first year in the 5-year, I did a rather comprehensive review of it, and I went over that in a special meeting with Ms. Cochran today, and I'll send on some of the kind of formatting issues, but also some thoughts. But the big issue that I have is one of the goals, and it's related to preservation of affordable units, and we have had a tremendous loss with our market conditions and probably some not watchful eyes of the state with some bond projects being able to age out and go to, I think, qualified contract, you call it. And so on page 68, you talk about the 6 contracts that could expire in the next 5 years, and these are Silvercrest Residence, Raggio Plaza, John Butterworth Estates, Sierra Manor 2, Carbisle Apartments, Silver Terrace Apartments. None of these are in Ward 1, but you know this is a citywide issue, and I want to understand how we can put strong emphasis and then move that into implementation to prioritize home dollars going to the preservation of these complexes rather than it need to be over new home fund, low-income housing tax credit awards to new development, because the preservation of these is very key. And then on another page, can't remember which page it is, there's page 84. There is a table where it talks about the public housing condition, and Silver Terrace Apartments, which is one that is about to expire on the list I already mentioned, comes in at a 65 ratio. So it's in poor condition. It's about to expire. To me, that means it's ripe for an AC Rehab award. And then also below that is number 62, Washoe Mill, which I actually thought, it's right next to Washoe, our hospital, very well situated. I actually thought that one already had received low-income housing tax credit awards for an AC Rehab. And as a matter of disclosure, I worked briefly for the Housing Division in the last Great Recession, so I was kind of intimately involved in some of these. But I don't want to see, it's very tumultuous to see these expire out. So how do we take at this document a preference to not see these things expire out? Because we've got about 600 residents who are out the door, gone, if these don't re-up.
Spencer, do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
You can go ahead, Monica.
Okay. First, I'd like to say, as we all know, the home funds are allocated through the TRC process. So it's a separate process than, like, say, CDBG. I did check. Councilwoman Rex and I talked about this earlier this week. I did check in with Silas, and he is our management analyst over the home program, who will be leaving us actually in a couple weeks, and we're recruiting for that position. As far as Silver Terrace goes, he told me that project has already been taken over by new management, and there's already a new 35-year period of affordability on that one. So that one is no longer up for grabs, if you will. The other two that we talked about, the Austin Crest and Washoe Mills, those are both NHD projects, and we have an email into them to see what the exact condition is of those and when they're going to be expiring and what we can do to possibly help. Neither one of those projects have home funds in them. And if we were to move forward, I guess, wanting to prioritize home funds to go towards these expiring projects, that would need to be something that is a priority of the TRC.
Can we put in this document, this is a priority of the council, that we want to preference and directive to the TRC, it's in our plan, home dollars to go to ACT rehabs.
That is something that we can put in the plan, yes.
Okay, and then that Silver Terrace will get wiped off of that page then, okay.
Madam Mayor, because I want to just ask Councilmember Breckus a question, may I just interrupt?
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Well, just ever so quickly, I think you've expressed a preference
I
that
think you're muted.
I'm muted.
Councilman Reese?
Yes, I think Councilmember Breckus has expressed a preference that I think is very important, and it is about maintaining housing stock. And this is something, Madam Mayor, you and I have spoken about very recently. And in my mind, one part of the question that Councilmember Breckus raises really is allowing for the home funds that we have to go to an entity, and I think it would probably be best Reno Housing Authority, to make sure that we are investing in both rehabs to keep facilities in affordability, and also investing in new projects for affordability through the Reno Housing Authority, because they seem to have the ability to lift it. And so I was sort of asking Councilmember Breckus, as to these things which you have flagged, might that be a solution in your mind as we take the dollars we have and apply them to this important, community-wide important need, which is housing? And so I guess I was trying to see if that was where you were going with it.
Well, I mean, if I could, let Mr. Christian or Ms. Cochran explain, but housing authority is a different way, and home funds are a different way. And home funds go to private developers, privately owned properties, whereas the housing authority owns their own stock. And when you bring in home funds, you get a property tax exemption that you usually couple up with another subsidy, which is usually tax credits, or you can have the housing authority bring in vouchers. But right, is that correct, Mr. Christian?
Yes. And we have partnered with the Housing Authority with home funds. The Willie Lynn apartments that I believe are under construction right now, and they might be close to being finished, was one of those.
Yeah, so home funds, from what I always understood, because we have used them at Housing Authority, so I don't think they're just private investment. But I would also say, post-COVID or in a new COVID world, one of the things that Housing Authority feels strongly about is, of course, purchasing existing, but that doesn't mean we're putting more product into the market. So we are going to be extremely aggressive about putting more product into the market that's truly affordable, because I have seen developments where they say it's, not what you say, it's what you do. And I think now more than ever, the council has to pay very close attention, especially to a lot of the properties that we currently have, where it stays, on the books of the City of Reno and Reno Housing Authority. Looking at some of these developments, and I get it, they have to make money too, but I think there's some back end, developer, financing, and to Jenny's point, a lot of them get these state credits, and there's sort of all these different layers that sort of happen. And I think it makes them much more conducive and to pencil, but at the same time, there's some development fees that they are charging that are pretty hefty. So, I would just say right now more than ever, really paying close attention with Housing Authority and working together to build projects that are truly affordable, and that also don't, and remember, then they convert later on down, 20 years later or something, or sometimes, and then, that we find ourselves in a lot of trouble. So I would just really stress that more than ever. And I think the Housing Authority will come forward with, we're working on it now, a comprehensive plan to bring to council to show you some of the projects that we want to bring in and start being aggressive, and really maybe even bond extensively to do that. So
No,
Anyway, okay, thanks,
I appreciate,
Monica.
Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. That really was ultimately my hope, is that it was a sort of a coalescing of all sorts of housing opportunities. And I think Housing Authority has a strong handle on this, and I just want to be supportive. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to support this concept of maintaining housing in affordable status that both Councilwoman Breakfast and Reese brought up. I think it is important to put into our plan. Number two, I had an opportunity to meet with Monica ahead of time. And one of the things that I struggled with is I couldn't find the appendix with the public comment in it. Anyway, I couldn't find it on the web, and I couldn't find it, in my packet. So just a heads up, that appendix doesn't seem to be there. And one of the reasons I was checking it was I was concerned that, or let me just say this a different way, I thought that we should expand the universe of people that we ask for public comment to include groups that are such as the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation and other groups that are in recreation, because I don't think historically they've participated, but those kind of groups are advocates for our park system, and parks is an eligible use for CDBG grants as part of this. And so I don't think that while we've done an excellent job of surveying, for example, people in social services, housing, and that kind of thing, I think this other area has been a little bit underrepresented. So I don't know if that's a comment for 5 years from now when we review the plan, but I think whenever we're taking public comment, we should be doing some outreach to those groups as well. And on that note, I did talk to Monica about what percent of Ward 2 is eligible, and she said, I think 11% had the kind of census tract. I'm not sure because some of the maps, I took a close look at the maps that were in the document, and there are some pretty big areas of apartments and lower income earners that are in Ward 2, so I don't know what the 11% ties back to, but regardless, a smaller percent than maybe in other wards, but still a percent. And I'm not aware in the 6 years I've been on council that we've expended any CDBG funds. We definitely have expended home funds in Ward 2 to assist with affordable housing. I'm well aware of the 4 projects we worked on, but on the CDBG side, I'm not aware. And I think there once was a commitment, but I don't think parks use that money. I think they were going to look at Park, Robin Hood Park, but that project didn't move forward. So anyway, on that note, I would like to advocate going forward that we do consider putting some of these funds in the Moana pool. I've talked to Monica, I've talked to our parks, I've talked to our senior staff. The pool is a citywide resource, so it helps everyone. Number 2, it's very located near intensive housing, apartments, lower income earners. They don't have the opportunity to access the current facilities that we have, especially in that they don't have an ability maybe to travel as much. Maybe have a personal vehicle or have more than one vehicle where they could get to Idlewild or get to the community center in Evelyn Mount, or even over to Neal Road, but at least we have a community center there that's not that far away. So I think that's a good service for this area. But anyway, I just want to advocate as we go forward, maybe not for this year, but for years 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe 6 into the next 5-year plan, that we look at making a significant commitment of these funds, in CDBG anyway, so that we can help make our match of $9 million that we need to come up with if that pool is to become a reality. And I've talked to everybody about it, but I haven't had a chance to talk to council about it, so this seemed like a good time. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckes.
Yeah, I thought pools were not eligible expenditures under CDBG. Is that correct still?
I was going to say, I think the big thing to note there will be ensuring that the primary use for the pool would be low income. And there's ways that can happen at times, and it could be an eligible use if I'm not mistaken. But we want to make sure that we properly tie that to show HUD that we are primarily benefiting low and moderate income neighborhoods, households, etc. It's not to say that if you're not low income, you can't use it, but we have to show that pretty strongly.
Well, I just want to mention that it's right near the intersection of Ward 1, 2, and 3. And it's near areas right surrounded within those wards that are lower income. So I think the people that are closest to it will use it more. So that's something to think about. And the other thing is that pools that we do have in Reno, there's only a couple that are public pools. The rest, you have to pay a fee, right? So we have a lower than normal pool ratio to residents, 250,000 residents, 3 pools that are public. And one of those, I think, has a lot of issues. So anyway, I think that most other people go to athletic clubs that require payments of fees that lower income people cannot afford. So if they're going to swim, and we've continued to hear about, I just saw another article in national news that, people in certain demographic and monetary cohorts are not learning to swim because they don't have access to pools. And they just did a whole review of that on national news. So,
Councilwoman Breckus?
Thank you.
So, I guess if it is eligible, then maybe we should call it out in some way and then do the mechanics into HUD. I like the way that we've moved to categorical, but maybe we put parks and recreational aquatic facilities in as the categorical so we can move forward. Or if Ms. Cochran, shake your head, you think we're covered, that's fine. I always thought,
Right.
pardon me?
The category that we have listed is where community facilities fall.
Okay. But I have another question, and that is related to, and since we have Mr. Christian here, and it kind of falls back on our involved discussion earlier about the Clean and Safe team, is many years ago, before the city of Reno opened the CAC, which is our shelter, we used to have something called the Human Services Consortium, and we took those human services dollars, I think up to our 20% of our entitlement, and we granted them out to nonprofits on a competitive basis, almost like you grant out the home dollars on an application basis. And it really helped nurture our human services sector to do support like the mental health counseling or domestic violence. And then when the city of Reno built the shelter, we got rid of that whole grant making to nurture our nonprofit sector to do the important human services work. And I think it devastated a little bit of that sector, and we're now shy on capacity. And we know we're going to have to put more resources into homeless services if some way Reno or another entity, probably the county, comes in and puts their funds in, and we can back that out. When you go around to communities, comparable cities, how much do you see them granting out to the human services sector those dollars? And is it a good approach to help supplement what is needed in the human services field?
Yeah, I think it definitely varies depending on community priorities. Of course, CDBG, when you're looking at what we consider public services for LMI groups, we've got to remember the presumed LMI groups include homeless people, those with disabilities, domestic violence. So there's an easy relation to certainly utilize these funds towards those avenues. But then you got to sort of weigh that between, if you're taking, these CDBG dollars to point it towards that, what other activities are you going to take it from? And that's we've leaned on Monica and her expertise to help determine that, along with the community as best we can. But I think that's certainly worth exploring and worth having a conversation about. And again, as she discussed earlier, there's some flexibility in how we set up the con plan so that between this year and the next 4 years, we can sort of re-gauge each year to say, hey, we're not getting the bang for our buck over here, so let's put a bigger allocation going towards these services.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly open for discussion and future flexibility.
I think we need to do that because it seems that we just follow like the easiest model, and to Jenny's point, bringing something back like that and really being able to utilize CDBG in the best way possible. And the other thing and I don't know if this is possible, but it should be, we have these funding tools, and I would like to see those offered to like RHA and Washoe Affordable before we give them to, you know, private entities, because our goal is to provide housing, not to make money off of it. So, you know, I feel strongly about that. So is that something that we could put in sort of this directive?
We're discussing the home funds now, correct?
Yeah. Well, we have, I mean, I think even CDBG, we've given to, you know, development and things like that. So
we typically keep, well, at least for the last 4 years, we've kept CDBG in-house for City of Reno projects.
Yeah.
We did have a couple. We had given some to money prior to me coming here to Ridge House and to Catholic Charities for some kind of, for projects for, you know, their use.
Yeah, and I also think we need to have better measures on some of those projects, quite honestly. I think a lot of times we give them the money and it doesn't really get allocated to where it should go to some of these programs and what it was intended for. I have to tell you, and as much as I believe in the Ridge House, I think there needs to be much better checks and balances of where exactly that it's going to. I got to tell you, the city is incredibly generous, and we kind of get hit over the head a lot of the times and scrutinized, and I don't think people realize how much we give and give and give. And I think oftentimes we get taken advantage of. I really do. So I think I would like to see much better checks and balances who come in to ask for a lot of these tools that we have in our toolbox by far. Because I'm not sure, have we gone back to Ridge House and said, what are you doing? I mean, I was pretty critical of what they were doing to begin with. And then again, it comes down to picking and choosing who gets what and why do you get something versus someone else doesn't, you know? I mean, I think there's just a lot of, I think we just need better policy and better directives.
And as far as the CDBG funds go, we, like I said, we haven't been branching out to nonprofits in several years. I know the last time we did it with Ridge House, it was for rehab of one of their programs to expand the number of beds. And we have gone back, and the Catholic Charities project ended up not happening. But as far as home goes, that's where the money really goes out to the private developers.
Right. And again, that's part of this whole equation, Monica. And have we checked in with Ridge House? Did those beds actually happen?
They did. I've gone on a tour, and we have yearly check-ins with them to make sure that they're in compliance with us still. And then as far as home funds go, we have a contract with the state that does our inspection to make sure that all those units are still in compliance with their contracts that they have, because they've used tax credit and home funds.
Could I just follow up?
Go ahead, Councilman Breck.
You know, I mean, I like the approach we've gone to on using CDBG in-house and infrastructure. I think we bought a fire rig 1 year with it. I do like that approach. I really like the idea of if we can get it with the pool, but I'm particularly on those human services dollars. Have you come across, what does Washoe County get? Because they're non-entitlement. Do they apply every year for the state allocation and get it?
What I know about Washoe County is they are not entitlement, so they don't get money like we do. They have to apply to the state, and typically the state has geared their more money towards economic development activities. So if you don't come in with an economic development project, then you would not be eligible. So I don't know actually what their success rate is. I just know that that's what the state has typically.
Okay. I mean, I would submit to this council that if we're taking 20% of our CDBG and putting it into the shelter every year, there may be, if our priority really is the homelessness issue, is we may be able to back that out and put that out to nonprofits to help us with that, and ask the county to go to the state each year to plug that money into this priority, or ask them to use it in that way. I've always felt that, you know, we have a resource issue, And if the priority is the human services need, the eligibility of the county to get some CDBG money from the state needs to plug that hole, but we need to ask them and the state to do it that way. So this is getting off on our discussion on the clean and safe about, you know, having a meeting and putting it all together how we want to do it. And I submit that there is a resource opportunity there that we need to identify for others to come to the table on that, because it was very devastating when the council got rid of that human services grant program. Some nonprofits went under because of it that were doing good work in our community.
Yeah. All right, you guys, I'm sorry, we're going to wrap this up. We have a massive meeting still to get through. So Jenny, give me 20 seconds.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I please speak?
Sure, go ahead. Hey, Councilwoman Weber. Wait, hold on. Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I did raise my, so I apologize.
No, I just want to make sure I wasn't skipping over you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have a quick question of staff. And do we use a strategic plan for any basis on how we request monies? Our strategic plan of this year?
How we don't request the money. The money's allocated to us from HUD.
Right. Right.
So this is our strategic plan.
Okay.
That sets it forth for 5 years, and then each year we come in with our action plan. And then as far as we have the authority to stay over the CDBG funds, so we have a process that we go through every year that goes through CIP and the subcommittee, and then it comes back to council, and that's how the individual projects are chosen. And they line up with the priorities. Sorry.
I understand that, but do we base it on our strategic plan?
Yes.
Do we, the priorities are what the committee is looking at and using our strategic plan?
Yes, the projects line up with what we've put in our plan.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, you gave me a motion, correct?
I'll make a motion to adopt with a prioritization that there's directed to the TRC that the home fund prioritization is for preventing the expiration of existing units from their affordability.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Dewar.
All right, second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, moving on, and I promise I'm going to start keeping everyone to 3 minutes. I know I've been really bad about it, but these have been super, super important topics, and but we will never get through any of these items if we just don't start streamlining. So, okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, moving on to your next item, item C2. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Okay. Before we do that, I think I have to let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and correspondence in opposition was received from Donna Keats and Leah Sanders. This information has been submitted to council and is part of the record.
All right, do any council members have any disclosures at this time? All right, seeing that there are none, okay, we're going to open it up to staff presentation. I guess Carl Hall, I'm going to give it to our city attorney. Go right ahead, Carl. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too, Madam Mayor. Thank you. This is an ordinance introduction, bill number 7152, case number TXT 20-00006. Development agreement, request to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 18, specifically Chapter 18.20, development agreements. This request is associated with the Title 18 Code update renovation and will propose revised text intended to facilitate the use of voluntary agreements as allowed pursuant to NRS 278.0201 through 278.0207 inclusive. Thank you.
All right, and for the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. I'm going to give you a very brief presentation. Let me share my screen with the group. Okay,
Kudos.
one moment. Okay, so this is the first step. This is a two-step process for City Council to review the text amendment. A little bit of history on what a development agreement is so that we are all on the same page of what it is. This is a separate contract between both the City of Reno and the developer. So it's not something that the city has to require. It's not something that the developer has to require. It is a mutual agreement between both parties. In terms of where do we allow development agreements? This is something that state law does allow for and provides direction on. So there are all over jurisdictions all over Nevada, Idaho, California, all over the nation really, where development agreements are used. Give you just an idea of some separate zoning code documents that are used throughout the state. Here's a list of a couple different jurisdictions that do use development agreements. Again, they all use them a little bit different. So the unique thing about having a text amendment is that it gives you guys as the council the opportunity to figure out what works for you as the city of Reno versus what works for Sparks or Washoe County or Henderson may be different. And so the nuts and bolts of a development agreement I put on this slide before you. So the things that have to be included in a development agreement is the timeline for that agreement. Is it a 20-year timeline? Is it a 5-year timeline? So that has to be included. And then also what constitutes a breach of the agreement. Again, because it's an agreement that both the developer and the city are in agreement on, we have to outline what would count as breaching that. So those details are outlined in the development agreement. State law does require that council reviews development agreements every 24 months. You also have the ability to modify that schedule. You can put in some language that also says maybe it's good for the first 5 years. And so if you don't want to review it after the first 2 years, you can change the timelines to say we're comfortable, the conditions have been met. Other provisions that may be included, and I wanted to just highlight the word may. So again, state law has certain things you have to do and certain things that you may do. So this is a long list, and really this goes to what is the purpose of a development agreement. So things that could be included are what type of uses are permitted on a piece of property. What level of density or intensity, we call that, floor area ratio, or how many units per acre would be allowed. And maximum regulations on building height or the size of buildings. And if there's going to be anything specifically related to payment in fee of lieu or payments, and maybe a good example of this would be our fire contribution fee. Rather than paying a fire contribution fee, if they wanted to instead construct a fire station or pay for a fire truck, that would be something that could be outlined in the development agreement. We've also seen them used quite often, especially in California, where there's a lot of environmentally sensitive land, where a development agreement is used to set aside and protect that land to ensure that it's not going to be developed. Preservation and restoration of historic structures. A lot of times we have development that's proposed on a site that has a historic building. Through that development agreement process, you can put in requirements that requires protection and saving that historic building, or possibly relocating it to another site so that the developer can build on that parcel. Phasing of development. This is especially important if you have a long-range plan. Let's say you have a development that's not anticipated to be built out quickly. Maybe it's a 20-year build-out. So that phasing is important because that ties into when you have to put in your infrastructure and when those different phases come forth, because that affects everything that the city is responsible for in terms of fire and police and all the services that we provide. So a lot of times that's called out in projects that have more of a longer range time frame for development. And then in terms of the infrastructure and financing, this is something that we struggle with a lot as communities that are growing and have challenges. And as we're growing in areas where we don't have sewer lines and water lines and police stations and fire stations. So a lot of the times other communities use the development agreement as the tool to outline how and when that infrastructure will be put in and how it will be paid for. Some communities also use it to look at annexation of a property. And that's something that we haven't seen so much up here in the north, but in the southern jurisdictions, I've seen where they've included development agreements and specifics on annexation. Anything related to a specific improvement district, again, not something we do a whole lot here in the Reno area, but something that is included and can be done through a development agreement. And then fees and charges. We have seen where, let's say a development is a long-term plan and they want to lock in fees. So maybe they want to lock in the cost of their sewer fees or a park fee, so that as they're developing out over the next 20 years, if those fees go up, that development agreement ensures that they are still paying the same fee that they agreed to through this development agreement. Again, none of those are required. Those are just ways that NRS says you may use a development agreement. There are two findings that state law says you have to make. One is whether or not that development agreement is consistent with the city's master plan. And the second one is it consistent with Nevada or federal law. And that's it. Those are the only two findings that are required by state law. Kind of where we're at now. We have an existing zoning code, and this section of our code has been in place since the early 2000s. It initially was put forth in the current language that's written in code when development of the Meadowood Mall, they were doing an expansion, and they didn't have the tools at that time to make their project work from a zoning perspective, so they used a development agreement to do that. We have not seen a development come forward since then, a development agreement come forward since then. So one of the challenges that we've had is that the language in our current zoning code specifies that if you are to do a development agreement, it has to be associated with a project of regional significance, as well as either a special use permit or a planned unit development or a specific plan district. That's a very limited scope of what can actually be developed as a development agreement. So what we've done as staff is put forth a proposal for you guys to take a look at. And what we did is we went back to NRS and said, what specifically does NRS require? Let's focus on putting that into our code, and that's it. So it's not a copy and paste of NRS, but it doesn't go above and beyond what NRS requires. When we took this to the Planning Commission, one of the concerns that they had is that there's no review requirement for this to go to a Planning Commission for review. So they had concerns that while a development agreement is an agreement that City Council makes with the developer, they did want to express to the council that because they are a group that reviews development and special use permits, and they are intimately involved with our master plan, they felt it was important that they also are included as part of the reviewing process. They did want to also acknowledge concerns over just development agreements not going to a public hearing. But I just want to let everyone know that they are required to go to City Council. They are required to be noticed. So if a development agreement is going to go forward on a parcel, anyone within 750 feet is noticed. We are receiving those yellow postcards. We do have to put signs on the site. It is on an agenda. It is similar to when we do a tentative map or a special use permit, and the fact that the surrounding neighbors are aware of it and do have an opportunity to provide comments. A couple examples, because many of you have said, well, where would we ever use a development agreement? Because we haven't done it for 20 years. So I wanted to just throw out some things, and again, you as council have the opportunity to make this what you want. So I'm not trying to say that this is only where it can be used, just to give you some general ideas of how some other communities have used development agreements. One is affordable housing. We currently do not have a section of our code that requires affordable housing. We've had a couple of planned unit developments that have come forward where as part of those PUDs, there has been an agreement within the PUD that there would be a component of affordable housing, right? Either so many units would be affordable or a certain amount of money would be set aside for affordable. So we've seen in other jurisdictions, they can use development agreements as a tool to work with the developers to actually require affordable housing. We've also used it when, and I gave this example before, when you have a piece of property and maybe there's an existing building or a series of existing buildings, you can use that development agreement as a tool to say that, Mr. Developer, will you agree to relocate that historic building or to keep it there and restore it? As part of that development agreement, It's give and take, so it's nothing you can require unless they are willing to do it. So both parties have to be willing to all of the terms of the development agreement. Another example is fees. So as I mentioned before, right now we have a set amount that you pay for a park fee or a sewer fee. And over time, those fees change. Generally, those fees go up. And so we've seen development agreements used to basically give you a set fee that will be lasting for the duration of the project, whether it's a 5, 10, 15, 20-year build-out. Some of the jurisdictions use that kind of as incentive. That the development they're trying to encourage, they use this as a tool to help provide an incentive and a reason for that development to come forward. And then another way we've seen these used is extending timelines. And Washoe County in particular has used development agreements for this purpose. Our state law has a regulation of the time frame between when you get a tentative map approved to when you have to record that final map, and then future phases of that final map when that has to be recorded. But state law does allow for flexibility through a development agreement. So that way, if a developer says, I'm going to have a tentative map with 600 units, and I want to build that out over the next 10 years. Unless you want to do really small phases, over the next 10 years, it helps to have the flexibility oftentimes to say, rather than putting forth a new final map maybe every 2 years, how about if I put a final map forward instead every 4 years? That way, if there's changes in conditions in the market, that gives them a little bit more flexibility so they don't lose that tentative map approval. So that concludes kind of what I wanted to discuss. Again, what I wanted to emphasize is that there is no right or wrong way to do this. So staff has put together a recommendation that pretty much gutted the existing code. We looked at state law and we said, what can we do that is very simple and yet conforms to state code? I think what I've heard from several council members and from the community as well is, well, how do we ensure that not everybody just chooses to come forward with a development agreement and then we're stuck dealing with all these development agreements? I've also had concerns of, well, is it staff that's making the development agreement, proposing the language and kind of working out the deals with the developer? And then it comes forward to city council and you guys are at the very end. So I think hearing some of those concerns, I think a couple options that I wanted to throw out. We could always keep the existing language that's in our code now, not change anything. The one thing that if you want to make this minimal that we can do is no longer require that you have to have a project of regional significance along with that PUD and special use permit and SPD. So that's very minimal. Again, everything else in code would stay the same. I think that's one option. Another option, and just addressing some of these concerns, is if you guys wanted to have kind of multiple check-in points so that if staff is working with the developer and we spend 6 months trying to work through a development agreement, and then we bring that contract to council says, well, wait a minute, this is nowhere near what I was comfortable doing, then we don't have to go back to the drawing board after spending 6 months on it. So again, some things that, again, you have complete flexibility on this and what you want to do. So we were just trying to throw out some options. And with that, I will stop my presentation and answer any questions as we kind of go through this discussion.
All right, thank you so much, Angela. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. I need the motion to move forward with development agreements, and so I just want to go on record as saying I think the concept is very valid and useful and has, utility for us. When I got the draft of the language, it was much, much more complicated in that it deleted most of the existing language that I had not heard was any kind of problem. In fact, it lays out the whole process. And in fact, in some areas, I found that the language was actually circular. It said you have to follow Title 18, except if you're doing a development agreement. And anyway, there were several exceptions, and it was confusing. So my recommendation at this point, and especially it was unclear whether you still had to get your regular permit or this replaced a permit. It was unclear where the planning commission fit in with the new language. So I kind of liked what Ms. Fuchs recommended, which is to get to the heart of it. I think we want to move forward with development agreements, but I think we don't want it to only be associated with a project of regional significance. And at the same time, I think we want to make it clear that you still have to follow the permitting requirements, and they're laid out here. And what I'm concerned about is the process as laid out by staff right now is that they would have to bring back a resolution that would incorporate all of these procedures, how you do it, when you do it, what's included. It says there'll be a separate resolution. So actually, in order to get these going a little bit quicker, I think it would be good just to leave the language as it is and just delete the requirement that you need a project of regional significance, and we can get on with accepting development regulations. In other words, we wouldn't have to go through 2 steps, then come back with a council resolution, have an argument about what process we should follow. I think it's been in our legislation for quite a while in our ordinance, and we should just keep the process as it is. If something's broken, I'm sure staff will come to us and say, we need to amend the language in this way. It doesn't facilitate or address this issue. And finally, I heard the request for the Planning Commission review. And what I would recommend is that we do acknowledge the role that they play. They would normally see a PUD. They would normally see, you know, our more complicated developments. We could make it that they make recommendations versus take a specific action to approve or deny, and that is final at their step. I mean, I think we reserve to ourselves the ability to make a decision just as we do with annexations right now, but that I'm very interested in hearing their input. So I don't know if it's, my recommendation would be just to accept the first underlined section, which says that we'll move forward with entering into development agreements to regulate development of land within the city. Broadening who's eligible. I want to make sure that it states in there, it doesn't right now, that council has the final approval, and that you don't change all of this language, which I'm unclear if it's broken. I've never heard it's broken. So those would be my recommendations, and if there's a second round after I hear from my colleagues, I might have some other recommendations. But anyway, I just would like to streamline this, move it forward, and get it done.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Let me just ask you, Angela, I kind of am envisioning this in some capacity, almost like a checklist. Am I right? In some ways, you could literally have a sort of checklist. And what I mean by that is, you know, we've seen some developments come to us and we put in conditions and then they don't really stick, or sometimes those plans change. It seems like with something like this, it could be a little bit more solidified. Am I correct?
Yes and no. Again, this is something that's voluntary. So we as staff would not be suggesting this on every project we do. If the developer came to us and had something that was outside of the norm and wanted to do something, again, there has to be a public benefit. So it's not where it's one-sided, where the city just says, we won't approve your project unless you do affordable housing. That's not the intent of these. It's to be able to show what's unique about this project that maybe doesn't fit with the normal process. And in return, if we as a city say okay to that development, we want to know that we're going to get a public benefit out of that as well.
Right. So it does give more clarity. Am I right, though? To me, it seems like, yeah, okay. And there's more clarity on the development side and on our side.
Correct.
Am I correct? Yeah. Correct. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Thank you so much.
We currently use development agreements. We use PUDs, similar to the way a lot of other communities also do development agreements. So sometimes a community will have a PUD, and with it, there'll be a separate document that's the development agreement that really outlines all the specific nuts and bolts. We historically have used development PUDs to outline things on, affordable housing requirements, requirements that we want a fire station or a fire truck. So every jurisdiction kind of uses these a little differently, and that's where you guys have control, right? Whatever you want this to be, we can add that specific language, because code or state law is very broad. State law doesn't give you a whole lot of bookends to say, you can't operate outside of these gray lines. And it gives you a lot of flexibility, and it's up to each jurisdiction through their zoning code to kind of hone in on what you guys want this to be.
All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of history with this ordinance because I was the staff member when it was originally written. And there was a lot of contemplation at that time of how to protect the city So these development agreements do not become the mother of all lobby jobs. And when they become the mother of all lobby jobs, you set a precedent and everyone's pointing to that development agreement of that person. Also, Reno had a lot of flexibility with their use of PUDs and SPDs, which I understand our development code is going to be bringing back. There were a lot of bookends or guardrails put into the ordinance, and as Ms. Fu said, these are gutted. And I don't think it's a good idea to put the next council to follow in with just broad range. I think we need some guardrails, and those guardrails need to clarify that this is implementation of our brand new master plan. And I support the tool. Don't get me wrong. I support it. I did not support the initiation because we've got a whole zoning code we're updating, and I just did not see this as the priority to do this right, you know. And I don't think that we have something right that is protective of our city interests in here. So I think we need some guardrails. Guardrail number one is implementation of master plan concurrency provisions. And with that, the Planning Commission should absolutely be involved in this because they are the CIP committee, and the most important protection to the council and the city interest is to make sure that concurrency for infrastructure comes in if we go out onto some developments. Number two is I'm very concerned about these lock-in of fees. Those have broad, long-standing implications of fiscal equity to different players in the development world, and they also bring up, you know, concerns to me of subsidy. If we're going to subsidize, I want other things at the table, and I don't think lock-in fees, frankly. I think just because someone wants to lock something in, they sell that thing and that lock-in and that has value, whereas someone else coming in would have to pay and pick it up on the other end. So if we are to go forward with this, I cannot support it in its form. I can make some suggestions about how we frame the policy, take our master plan policy and lob it into this, but I think it needs a lot of work. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I see Councilwoman Weber. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say that I support Councilwoman Dewars moving forward, and I do appreciate moving forward. However, I feel a little differently about this, and I believe that one of our planning commissioners said something that was really important, and I think that we need to remember that. And I know the Planning Commission did support that they would. I mean, they asked that everything comes back to them. And in a matter of efficiency, I think that the council can do this, and that's what we're supposed to do. And by setting up the way we want it to be done, it's a matter of efficiency to get things through. And Planning Commission, in this perspective, and I disagree with Councilwoman Breckus, that I think it's the council working with our staff. There's already been an agreement with the voluntary agreement between our staff, who knows the job and is working with them already to make this agreement that comes back to the council. So I think it's an extra step, and it's not necessary to have the Planning Commission involved. That's my thought. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Give me a motion.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember
Councilwoman
Jordan, I think Councilmember Jordan, it's hard to see the screen when the participants move around
here she is.
digitally.
So popped up. Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. It's very strange to try to participate on your phone, by the way. It's a different experience. You don't get to see everything. You can't tell what's active and what's not. First off, I did want to give some appreciation to staff for all their work on this. I know we've charged our staff to find ways that we can find efficiencies to not to eliminate any process, and certainly not to do any sort of sneaky or subsidizing sort of effort. I think that's a misrepresentation of what any of this is. but to streamline things for predictability's sake. And we hear that from all sides of the equation. And certainly the unpredictable nature of developments lead to often increased costs, which then in turn get passed along to the product at the end of the day. And our housing stock is woefully inadequate and overpriced right now as it is. So I appreciate staff coming with some opportunities for this. I think the council is the ultimate determiner of these agreements, and ultimately is the body that gives input and decides what we want to see, what we don't want to see, what the benefits and what the deficiencies are. So I actually do agree with Councilmember Weber that when we talk about creating efficiencies, and a planning commission that does a fantastic job, but you want to talk about a plate that's full, and oftentimes these come to us to make the ultimate decision. Well, they all do anyway. I do agree with the, I don't know that it needs to have a two-step process here, which could add time and ultimately money at the end of the day. So that's my input, but I did want to thank staff. I know this has been a lot of work, but at the end of the day, it's worthy work to try to streamline a process to bring product to our community that is so desperately needed. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, sending it to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, get the motion.
Well, I'll try a motion. I'd like to move that we move forward with this first reading. However, I would, the language that is struck out, I would include, because that lays out the process so we can get going quickly without having to go through a whole separate resolution process. We have a process. It works. I want to make sure that any permits that are required today remain required. Like, in other words, this doesn't take the place of a permit. Otherwise, everybody would come in, here's my development agreement to replace every permit. We would not have a permitting process. So I don't know the exact language, but it may be just that if a permit's required today, it's still required. And I think that may cover the planning commission. So if a permit's required, a SUP, a PUD, it already goes to the planning commission, in its regular order, and maybe they would review the development agreement at that point. So, I'm willing to leave out the planning commission. We did specifically request review. I would benefit from it. So my motion would be to add a paragraph that allows development agreements in any case, up to the developer if they want to come forward, leave all of the requirements that are already written in an excellent statute already here, not add a lot of this other new language, and require, I'll try it with require planning commission review, if that's okay with the rest of the council. If not, we can move forward without it. You need me to say that more succinctly?
Councilwoman Weber?
I'm not going to second the motion because I do want to see the planning commission removed. Sorry.
Okay, so can we modify then?
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
We can leave out the planning commission, but we again leave in all the language that's struck, and we make these development agreements available for anyone who wants to come in per the requirements that are already laid out in this entire development statute. And no more new language other than make sure that if a permit is required today or in the future, it is required.
Second.
Okay. All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, comment on the motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not able to support the motion. I don't think that it provides the necessary protections for the city as we move into what is a highly negotiated process. But I have a sense, although I've not heard, that the imperative to, fast track this above so many other zoning amendments that are in the queue means that someone wants it. So we'll see a case study very soon. I don't mean that in a derogatory or conspiratorial way. We'll see a case study very soon that'll edify, illustrate what people want, what negotiations are going to go on, it may be very difficult, subsidies requested. And I think that maybe we need that concrete in front of us to see what this is going to do. But I don't believe that the city's protections and interests are clearly clarified in this document. And I think the store could be given away, and maybe someone's going to come in and ask for that and could very well lobby their way into that. Thank you.
Would that be up to us to make sure that we put in those specifics, Angela?
It is. As soon as the development agreement comes forward and it comes before you guys, then you have the option to change any language that you want.
And that's where I think we protect the city on that side. So.
And I have a question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure, one of the ads that you had was consistent with the city's master plan, and I assume that is still in. Do we have to say that?
It's one of the findings. The state law makes it a finding, so that is part of the review process.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. I think we have to go to attorney-client at this moment.
You do,
So
Madam
I would
Mayor.
ask everyone to log off, and then, Madam Clerk, are you
Yes,
there?
I am.
Are you providing us with another link for that, or what are you suggesting?
Yes, Madam Mayor, what I would recommend at this time is that council recess your council meeting, and then another link will be sent out. I believe it's on your calendars. If not, we will confirm with IT that you have that, so you can go into your attorney-client meeting.
Okay, great. So at this time, we will go into recess, and I don't quite know how long this brief will be, so.
I believe it will be rather lengthy, Madam Mayor, so I would recommend that council tentatively plan on being back at 2 p.m. If you are still in your briefing, then we will come back after that time, but otherwise I would recommend 2 p.m. for right now.
Okay, sounds good. We will hopefully see everyone back at 2 p.m.
All right, Madam Mayor, it appears as if you have your council members present. If you'd like to call your meeting back to order, we may do so.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, lead us into the next item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, at this time, we are transitioning, excuse me, to item C3. This is 2nd Street and Lake Street Alley abandonment.
All right, I think, is this Oscar's word? No, Naomi, Councilwoman Jordan. All right, so at this time, let the record reflect that the Reno City Council is opening up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to Angela, I believe.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. This one's pretty simple. This is a request to abandon about 12,000 square feet of land. It encompasses 2 different alleyways. It is right next to the baseball stadium. For anyone that's been to the baseball stadium, they have that separate, usually fenced off parking area. That is the area that we're talking about. So this encompasses 2 alleys, one going east and west, one going north and south. There's no existing buildings here. All the buildings have been torn down for quite some time. So this is just to abandon those 2 alleys at some future time. Then a future project will come forward and have all of that area to deal with. They will have to do a reversion to acreage staff level mapping application to combine all those parcels into one. But this is kind of that first step for any future development. This alleyway was acquired in fee, meaning we had to pay for it. So anytime we have to pay for an alleyway, if we are abandoning it, then the future owners will have to pay based on an appraisal. So that information has been included in the staff report. That is a common practice anywhere we have an alley that was acquired in fee. So that will follow the same process that other projects have. With that, I know the applicant is on the line, and I am also available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. It's your board.
Thank you very much. And I think for everybody's benefit, having a brief presentation from the applicant is appropriate.
The applicant's representative is Garrett Gordon. We will be transitioning over to him and he'll be able to screen share and give you a brief presentation.
Okay. Can you see my screen, Council?
We cannot, Garrett, we're still looking at you. You may have to do the alternative screen share. Okay, we now have your screen present, and you have control. You may advance your slides.
You can go ahead and see my PowerPoint right now.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Madam Mayor, Council, good afternoon. Garrett Gordon for the record. Happy to be here today representing Pacific Development. So as Angela mentioned, here's a vicinity map. It is a straightforward abandonment request. You can see the current alleyway is T-shaped. There is an east to west portion and a north to south portion. Here's a few pictures. Top of this slide is the north to south portion of the alley. We're all familiar with this area. It's the parking area for the Reno Aces for Greater Nevada Field. It's been used, gosh, for about 10 years as a parking area. I think we're all really excited to see something built there, and I'm finally proud to say something will get built there, a beautiful multifamily project. The north to south portion of the alley you can see is typically blocked off anyway. You can see there's a white van there parked. It's not used by vehicles, really not used by pedestrians. Really an underutilized piece of property that this alleyway abandonment will help revitalize the area and allow us to, as Angela mentioned, do a conversion, a merger map in order to combine all the parcels and create a nice big block for a building permit or building block. The east-west portion you can see here, looking east off of Lake Street towards the Greater Nevada Field. This again, underutilized alley, blocked off, typically not used other than by the ACEs. So why are we here? We're here because Pacific Development and Sean Murphy would like to build a brand new, beautiful 358-unit apartment project. You can see here it's first floor, ground floor retail, approximately 5 stories of apartments. The Freight House District vision was a mixed-use entertainment district. This finally adds the residential and retail and commercial component. You can see the architects were very clever in incorporating some brick facade, which matches with the character of the stadium and matches with the area. I did throw in here at the bottom of this slide one of your master plan policies, which is to prioritize development within the downtown, prioritize infill. I think this is probably one of the largest remaining infill parcels in downtown Reno, and certainly time for it to get developed. Here again is looking from the corner of Evans and East 2nd, looking west. You can see Harrah's in the background. There's Evans Street. Envision a vibrant area. Again, 5 stories of apartments, some retail on the ground floor, and a great complement, again, to the Freight House District and the ballpark. I did mention another master plan policy of underutilized properties, and I think this hits exactly what we're trying to do. Support creative strategies to revitalize vacant or underutilized structures or buildings and/or infill existing surface parking lots. These are existing surface parking lots. We're ready to redevelop them. And again, in conjunction with purchasing the land from Mr. Simon, I think Pacific Development will do a wonderful job. So as we know, I've been before you before in abandonments. There is one legal finding, no material injury. We believe we can satisfy that finding. Number one, why? Because all adjacent property owners along the alley support the request. You can see on the left-hand side of this slide, all parcels are owned by Nevada Land, who's owned by Simon. All of them signed an owner affidavit and consent to this alley abandonment. Number two, as Angela mentioned, we will be paying compensation, approximately $48,000 to the city for the alleyway. As in all alley abandonments, the existing utility easements will remain until those utilities are relocated. And finally, this I know has been important to a few of you council members, making sure before we do anything, let's make sure we have a project. And so we're required to maintain the access easement through the alleyway until development occurs. So with those kind of 4 conditions / facts, we think that we do satisfy the no material injury finding, and of course staff recommends approval, and we are in agreement with all of their conditions of approval. And with that, I'm here for any questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. So I guess my question is, you have to maintain the access, but it's not been accessible ever, right?
Correct. Thank you. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So the condition actually says we have to maintain access to the abutting property owners. So they didn't want to all of a sudden landlock one. If one was sold off piecemeal for some reason, there's protection there. They will all maintain legal access until the development occurs, which would mean all the parcels are consolidated into one and no need for an access easement anymore.
Okay. And to our legal counsel, just for clarification, this is an abandonment So I just want to clarify with our city attorney's office that me asking questions of the project representative isn't somehow a open meeting law violation.
No, you're, I mean, again, just to frame it, you need to make a determination in the finding for an abandonment that the public interest is not going to be materially hurt from the abandonment. So as long as it's within that vein, you should be fine.
Thank you. I don't really have, I'm obviously very familiar with this area. A question, I guess my question is this. Because so many people do park in this area during baseball games, how is the parking for the surrounding facilities going to be mitigated once this project goes vertical?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, great question, and Mr. Simon, in our negotiations, was very interested in how the parking was going to turn out as well. So during construction, we've been working with your staff to find a way to allow the Reno Aces staff and the Reno Aces suite holders to park just south of 2nd on that lot that's on the river there.
Okay.
You know, just south of 2nd, south of this project, south of 2nd, there's that dirt lot potentially parked there during construction. But Mr. Simon required that in our parking garage, we include over 100 spaces for him and 4 spaces. So the suite holders, staff, and folks coming to baseball games will be able to park in a parking garage that's attached to our parking complex. And we have plenty of parking for both residents, commercial users, and visitors and staff of the Reno Aces.
I don't really have any other questions. I know this is an abandonment issue. Familiar with the area, and so I don't have any other questions at this time, Madam Mayor. Oh, you're on mute. Madam Mayor, you're on mute. Oh, you're still on mute.
Madam Mayor. There you go.
Sorry. Did I lose you? All right, any other questions? No? Councilwoman? Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, or Dewar, sorry.
I wanted to make sure I understood about the parking lot. So is the parking lot on top of the apartments and the retail? And how much retail is supposed to be in this site?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, Councilman Dewar, good to see you. Thank you for the question. So the site plan shows, as I depicted in my images, that the apartments and the retail space will be along 2nd Street and along Evans and along Lake. As you head north toward the Gentlemen's Club, the parking lot will be, the parking structure will be located along that side of the property. So on the south side of the block, you'll have the residential, you'll have retail. As you head north, you'll have apartments, and then on the farthest north side of the block, you'll have the parking garage. So you'll be able
So it's on the north side as a separate structure. It's not on top or within, like, for example, what they're doing at Park Lane where it's surrounded, the parking is surrounded by retail and apartments.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, the preliminary plan showed kind of a half wrap. So it'd be wrapped around the parking garage on the Evans side. So if you're at the ballpark looking across the street, Evans, at the project, you see apartments and you see retail space. But if you're, say, on Lake Street, you're at Harrah's and you're looking towards the ballpark, you'll see apartments and then you'll see a parking garage there right on the property line of the Gentlemen's Club where the entrance and exit of the parking stalls will be.
Okay. And do you guys own, or you or your client own, all the land that's encompassed by these area that you're asking for abandonment?
All 10 parcels are owned by and still in the name of the Simon Group.
Okay.
And is under contract to purchase the property, which includes a number of contingencies, including if this alley abandonment is approved, because if it wasn't, we can't build on the property.
Okay, but there'll be a remainder parcel on the north side that your client won't own?
No, to clarify, all 10 parcels owned on the north side will be acquired by Pacific.
Okay. All right. And then just, I didn't know if we had any public comment on this. Guess that's a question for Ashley.
We have no public comment.
She said no.
Oh, thank you.
All right. That being said, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I find that there is no material injury by the abandonment, and I move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, there has been a request as we have a consultant for item D5 who has another arrangement. If it is the pleasure of council, I'd recommend that we jump there for a very brief presentation, if council needs one on item D as in dog 5.
I think she got bounced off. So give us a minute. And Madam Clerk, when you jump back on or get access, let us know.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me now?
Madam Mayor, can you hear Ms. Turney?
No.
Okay,
No.
we're having some technical difficulties. Let's try it again.
Yeah.
Ms. Turney, can you speak into the microphone?
Sure. Madam Mayor, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, fantastic. We have had a request from the consultant on item D5 who has another time engagement. If it is the pleasure of council, I'd recommend that we skip to that item. If there is a request from council for a brief presentation, we may hear it.
So
Item-
you want to move to D5?
I would like to go to D5 and then we will get back in order.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go there.
All right, item D5 is
Okay,
a resolution of council.
Madam Mayor, for the sake of our own council's timing, I'm not sure a presentation on this item is necessary. I'll look to my council colleagues. Councilmember Dewar has been very intimately involved in this, and so perhaps I'll just direct it at Ms. Dewar if there's any pleasure to.
Okay. Yeah. Is that, okay, I've been a strong advocate for us to enter into the opportunity to have a new market tax credit opportunity. What I didn't realize at the time that it involved us making a Reno Community Investment Fund a new nonprofit, and it's fine. The whole idea is for us to take on several projects, right? 1, 2, or more. It could be a Lear Theater, it could be the train station, it could be Southside School, it could be a variety of things where we want to partner up with a business who would take advantage of the new market tax credits and provide us funding to move something forward. And all I wanted to do is express interest in participating in that nonprofit corporation. Staff have told us that it could be an all staff thing, it could be an all council thing. I don't care if it's all council or at least some council, but I would have interest in participating to ensure that I understand the process and know what kind of projects might be eligible. So I just wanted to stay engaged and stay involved. And I don't know in this item if we are actually making that decision and if staff could clarify that, or we're just making a decision to move forward with setting up the fund.
Madam Mayor, Jeff Limpert is available to answer that question.
So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Jeff Limpert. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty, but I didn't quite hear the question. And I have Jonathan Goldstein from Advantage Capital joining us to help us through this discussion.
Okay, well, simply put, the question was just informing, and are we voting, is the recommendation today to form the nonprofit corporation? First question.
That's correct. We would be,
Okay, and then does it specify the makeup of the board of directors for that nonprofit?
that would be the second part of it, is to, giving us guidance as to council's desire as to the makeup of that governing formation.
Okay, so I'm just registering for my colleagues that I have interest in remaining involved as the nonprofit corporation. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, hold on. I just want to remind everyone, before we take any motions or vote on this, I would just ask Madam Clerk before we do that if we have any public comment, okay? Going to you, Councilman Delgado.
Madam Mayor, if I may, it's come to my understanding from my other position, my other job, that I know they've reached out to Community Health Alliance with respect to possibly applying for new market tax credits. Seeing that I'm the CEO of Community Health Alliance, I'm a big fan of new market tax credits. I have a lot of experience in it, but I feel more comfortable if I just recuse myself from any discussions related to new market tax credits. And I can leave the meeting and then jump back on, and I'll watch on my phone just to make sure we're above board on all those pieces.
Okay, thank you for the disclosure. We appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Burkus.
Yeah, Mr. Limpert, I had some questions in my briefing and had asked for you to call and answer some questions, and I don't know if that message got to you or you don't have my number. So I might, have a few questions. Sorry. I have had a long-standing problem with local governments establishing nonprofit organizations. And I've seen it not work well. And frankly, I don't think it's our role. I think we need to stay arm's length. I think that a lot of times these get very sticky, questions of double dealing, what responsibility you have to which body. Did you all examine approaching an existing nonprofit that might have an existing mission that is local or somewhere else to do this?
Yeah, so earlier on, before we started down this path, that was one of the things that Jonathan and his team looked at, whether or not the city was the right entity to move forward on its own, whether we should form a partnership with the county, should we look to some other nonprofit that might fit this space well. And the decision at that time that was made was that, in order to build the track record that's needed to then go ask for the, authority for the tax credits, you need to build and show that you've already done this over a 5-year period. So unfortunately, the city is the only one that really has the financial strength and investment in these types of, processes to really build that track record so that we could actually, request a substantial enough investment.
Well, when this concept first came forward and we brought Mr. I don't know his last name, with Capital Advantage on for like a $70,000 consulting contract, I didn't hear that, this step was never presented to me. It was kind of presented as, it's a slam dunk, they've never been granted in Nevada, we're just going to roll. Did you know this when you brought this forward to us before?
Yes, I believe that was discussed as part of our original meetings, and it was definitely in the staff report. So this has been vetted to that degree.
Well, there's nonprofits that work in different markets, I don't know if one's, but low-income LISC, the Economic Development Group, Neighborhood Housing Services. Wasn't there a nonprofit that maybe is doing this elsewhere and could move in, and we could contract with them to be we could contract them in some way to take on this?
Yeah, to that point, you can try to attract other CDEs to invest into your community. But with this approach, we get to control the dollars, and we get to control what, programs and projects that we want to invest in as a city. So rather than trying to sell ourselves to, say, a CDE like Las Vegas, we control our own destiny.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. I'll tell you what, during the last recession, the housing division spun off a nonprofit, had some dual representation on the board. Some staff members went to be staffing over there. And I recently even saw the audits of, I think it was Inspector General audits, not good outcomes. I'm not comfortable with a local government standing on nonprofits. It's just a long-standing position of mine. Mr. Goldstein, how often do you have nonprofits stand up their own nonprofit? How often do you have local government entities stand up their own special purpose nonprofits?
So I haven't surveyed every publicly controlled CDE, but I have at least 10 examples, including not just the city of Las Vegas, the city of Oakland, the city of, let me go through my list. The city of Los Angeles did it this way. The city of New York did it this way. The city of El Paso did it this way. Oakland, California. I can't remember if I mentioned them. It is by far the overwhelming way in which cities apply for this resource.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll accept that. I mean, we just earmarked a large 10% of our home funds to CHODOs, and CHODOs can also go into the economic development world. And my preference would be to see us as a city seed a nonprofit to do this that's already in existence. And we have some CHODOs already that might mission creep. I'm still not comfortable without having other case studies in front of me to show how those were set up.
So Jonathan, we just kind of jumped into this. I mean, I think at this point, you know, unless there's other council members that have questions, you know, if you can give a brief update of what we've been doing for the last 2 months, and then a little more discussion into what we're looking for the, you know, CDE formation related to the, you know, governing body.
Yep, happy to do it. Sorry that I was coming late. I've been actually trying to join for the last 10 minutes, and I had technical difficulties, so thank you for your patience. I'll just go through quick comments about progress to date. I'll talk about the mechanical steps for CDE formation and continue to react to Councilwoman Breckes' comments in that. Talk about what the current plan is that we've worked out with City Legal. I want to touch on the governing board, which I think is really the most significant decision to this group today. And then Jeff, turn it back to you if that's okay. So as several of you know, because you've joined us in conversations, the team has been hard at work for the last 6 or 8 weeks. I think they've been doing a great job pulling not just information about the city's history, which we call track record of investing in low-income communities, but also developing a strong pipeline, which is going to be critical to the application. They're out talking to people in the community. They've gotten great support from several of you to form connections. Jeff and Arlo, of course, have been terrific partners in this. We sought conversations, I think, with each member of council. I think we've had a chance to speak with 3 of you, and if the other 4 can spare any time, we would love to hear your thoughts about what's going on specifically in your wards or specifically in your interest areas to make sure that we can feature those in the application and track them as potential recipients of this incredible subsidy. So I think the work is moving ahead really well. Very excited about how the application is coming together. At this point, our anticipation is that NOAA will drop in roughly mid-September. We don't know that officially. That's just kind of reading the tea leaves from the Treasury Department, and that would mean that the application would be due in mid-November. So I think we're well on track to have a great product there. What we're here to talk about today primarily is setting up a CDE. It is simply a precondition and a perfunctory step to applying that you have to have a CDE. We did talk at length with Arlo and Jeff and others to make sure that and folks at City Legal Department to see if there was any entity that already existed that would qualify to apply to be a CDE. And unfortunately, there were none. I'll just remind everybody, because we spoke about this, I believe, when I last appeared, the strategy that we have recommended, and frankly, the reason why we approached Reno at all, was one in which we could use the city's track record, the city's imprimatur, the council's agenda, really put this application in the voice of Reno, Nevada. And that means that the city has to control the CDE. And so, for example, Councilwoman Breckes mentioned, are there other not-for-profits out there that could apply? There are, but they would not be controlled by the city of Reno as that's defined. And frankly, it wouldn't be interesting to Advantage Capital or High Gain to work with that not-for-profit as a partner. We approached Reno to work with Reno, and that's really the goal here. And so, unfortunately, there is no existing entity within the city. The city keeps a relatively streamlined footprint as far as I'm, comparing it to other cities around the country. And so the only option was one which, as I said, has been followed by at least 10 to my knowledge and probably more cities around the country. Those 10 have won awards with this structure, which is to set up what's called a C3 support organization supporting the city. It's, as far as we're concerned, its only role and mission will be to apply for new market tax credits and to select projects to that will be the recipients of those credits once it actually wins an award. The additional steps that will be needed to make that application for CDE certification, that's the perfunctory step that allows us to apply. We need that organization we set up needs a governing board. And as I mentioned, that governing board needs to, the majority needs to be appointed by the city so that we have city control for the strategy I mentioned. And we will eventually need an advisory board. The advisory board is just that. It is strictly advisory, but it is the way that we promote to the Treasury Department that we remain accountable to low-income communities. So there's very much a strategic element to composing the advisory board, looking for folks around the community that have connections, either professional or through board service or through where they live, to low-income communities and can really represent them in advising the CDE, but not directing the CDE on where to put the subsidy. So those are really the mechanical steps that will precede making that CDE certification application to Treasury. That will be due, I suspect that deadline will be due 2 weeks after the round opens, so think late September. So that's the time clock we're on to make sure we get this entity formed. And then as we've mentioned, and as was discussed before I jumped into my agenda, the plan here is to form that C3. Really, in that sense, we're taking a page from the playbook of Las Vegas and these other cities. The governing board is really a blank slate for this council to decide because we're starting this entity ab initio. And so in that regard, I'll mention just a couple of different modes that I believe is in the resolution and in the documentation for council to consider. And this was after lengthy discussion with Arlo and with Jeff. One way, and I'll talk a little bit about how others do it. In fact, maybe I'll start there. The majority of independent city CDEs that we see have a staff-driven governing board. Let me just get my list of those names so I can give you that reference. That includes Las Vegas, Los Angeles, New York, and Oakland. So that's the largest group that we found. So those the governing board members were entirely city staff members there, acting under the direction, we presume, of city council. We have several cities that have outside board members, that is, board members that are appointed by the city but are outside private sector members. I found Dallas to run their governing board that way, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Atlanta runs their board that way. These are all city-controlled CDEs, but with outside private sector governing board members appointed by the city. And then there are a couple of cities where we have a mix of city staff and outside directors. Chicago fits that mold very well. El Paso, which has never won an award, but their documents are public, has a governing board that is made up of that mix. I actually couldn't find any examples where a governing board for a city-run CDE was wholly or majority staffed by city council members. That just doesn't appear to be a path that other cities have taken. Nevertheless, there are two models that I think we are presenting for your consideration today. Both involve a 5-member governing board, which is a number that seems both comprehensive but also workable. A 5-member governing board, one could be purely staff-driven, and I believe there's a recommendation for the ex officio staff members that would fill that governing board. A second model would be one in which 3 members of those 5 governing board members would be city council members, and the other 2 would be staff members. That number of 3 city council members was, I think, selected with care to make sure that we didn't establish a city council quorum and suddenly have a governing board that can't meet without all of the notice and other requirements for a full city council meeting. And really, I'd like to say one thing about that raises, and that is just the practical side of a governing board for a CDE. Once you win an award, the CDE will be making project investment decisions, probably as many as 10 or 12 times a year. And so my strong recommendation as your advisor in this program is you really want this board to be a very practical board, one that can come together on relatively short notice, that can hear about projects from staff with relative ease, and can make decisions relatively expeditiously because these projects tend to be moving and they tend to need decisions on when the financing comes together. They also oftentimes involve other CDEs that want to pair with a city-driven CDE like the city of Reno. And if other CDEs realize that, you know, it takes weeks or months to get to decisions, that tends to be a disincentive for them to work with you. So for all of those reasons, I would urge that whatever the governing board is that we set up, it be a sort of a working body that can meet and make decisions as I just described.
Mr. Goldstein, if I could, because just so you know, any committee that we set up, well, even if it was, if all outside people, inside people, if it's an official committee of the city, it has to follow the open meeting law. So I just wanted to explain that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to presume that it wouldn't follow open meeting law, but I thought there was probably some logistical overhead with having a full city council meeting that might not follow any subcommittee meeting.
It's the same.
Thanks for the clarification. I apologize.
Okay, any more questions? Go ahead, Devin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I want to just express my desire that the board, if we move forward in this regard, should be comprised of.
Devin, unmute yourself.
Well, the only thing I got is this part, so hold on. Okay, are we good?
You did it. You did it.
Yay. I do nothing. The magician, the elves in the background do it all. I guess I wanted to express my support to my colleagues for a board that includes members of this body. I just think it's easier to translate information. Our staff is awesome. I trust very implicitly their work product and their judgment, and they are carrying out the wishes of our body. It's just nice to have someone, at least one or two members that are part of this body that would be a part of that body, so that they're communicating very directly and there's nothing lost in translation. So to the extent that there are options, I would not be in favor of one that is only staff. I just think it is important that members of this body be on it. And for my part, I certainly believe that Councilmember Dewar should be one of the people selected for that, and anybody else who might express interest. But I know Councilmember Dewar has some background and history with this, and I would like to see that she be part of that group. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you. I'll be supportive if we can get to that as a motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on pretty quickly here. Originally, I did not support it. I did do a deep dive into the work. It's pretty impressive. And there's a lot of sort of moving parts. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Goldstein and also Jeff Limpert. He is very quiet, but very talented. That's one thing about Mr. Limpert. You should know that. So we're lucky to have him. And Jeff, I want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put in. Honestly, you're just very humble. And so people need to know how much you really love and care and the good work that you're doing here at the city. So thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I did a deep dive. I was impressed. Application looks really, really good and solid. So good job to both you and Mr. Goldstein. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just figured raising my hand might be the easier to see.
Yeah, actually, I do like that. If I can see you, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever works in these crazy times. I guess my question is this, and I too give huge kudos to Mr. Limpert and the work that he does on this. He is quiet, but he is mighty in the things that he can accomplish, and I've always valued him in a representative of the city. My question is this: you mentioned that Reno was appealing due to its track record and some of the things that it had done. Can you tell us what some of those things were that makes Reno appealing to partner with on this?
Jeff, do you have the list that we've started to compile of the track record investments? That might be the easiest place to start.
I mean, so right now, the biggest ones that are coming out that we're looking at is the work with the CAC, the Boys and Girls Club. You know, we've looked at the State Street dorms and the work with Hopes. So right now, that's, you know, when we talked about verticals, one of the verticals is communities, goods and services and programs. So a lot of what we're doing is working around those types of services, obviously the Downtown Reno Partnership. And so that's primarily been one of the main verticals. The other vertical is entrepreneurship and the work that, you know, we've done around the accelerator program in the past and with Innovation Center and just supporting entrepreneurship. So when you kind of look at it from a two-pronged approach, we're looking at, you know, job creation growth. And, you know, obviously with COVID, that's obviously a huge thing. So if we're lucky enough to win these awards or this tax credit authority, you know, we might be able to help grow businesses or support businesses and sustain businesses, you know, within the city of Reno. And then the other one would be supporting important projects that are going to help with affordable housing, expanding homeless programs. You know, we're looking at how we're going to be able to use this to work with some of our historic properties like the Lair Theater and the, you know, the Amtrak station. You know, so that's kind of what we've been focused on. We still have at least 2 more months of application work to fully, you know, build this out so that, you know, we have a strong application for the CDFI fund to review.
Thank you. And I, just in closing, I know we're trying to move things along. I think this partnership is a good one. I think any tools in the toolbox we can use to help acquire funds to help us do a lot of the things that we all want to do, but don't always have the funding to do. I appreciate the creative public-private partnerships and nonprofits that have helped us facilitate a number of really great projects in our community. So I think that, and I support whatever process helps the committee move nimbly and quickly and efficiently. And I too agree that if Councilman Dewar wants to be on it, I support her as well.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I support this as well. I think it's really important that we move forward. I like the idea of the council member serving. I'm interested in serving, but if we move forward, I do believe that the 3 council members is the best way to go. And I think this is great, and I look forward to hearing what comes out of the committee should we get one. Thanks.
All right, Councilwoman Bruckett.
So if I could just elaborate an inquiry on the mechanics of this. First of all, so the application goes in and we mentioned the CAC, and since we know we have a temporary shelter and we need a permanent shelter, that's a good one. We just saw a housing project that we abandoned some streets for. You know, I don't know if it's affordable, what you meant by that, Mr. Lippert, subsidized or non-subsidized, but let's say affordable. How would this work? So you get the big application grant, and then how it's allocated. The tax credits bring equity, right? You have syndications and then equity. So you have a fair amount of tax credits that you sell, and then those return a dollar amount back to the nonprofit to plug into equity into the CAC or that housing project. Is that how it would work?
Not quite, but that was close, very close description. So the tax credits do get sold, although not technically sold, but that's a good euphemism for it. And the cash goes into the project. In the case of a nonprofit, of course, nonprofits can't take equity, but fortunately the program works with loans, and the loans are forgivable. So nonprofits would get a loan, and the loan would be forgiven after 7 years, so long as the project stayed within compliance, which of course they all do because that's we underwrite them very carefully.
Okay. So your organization does the underwriting, and this nonprofit would have the ability to then, when the tax credits are sold or syndicated, take those in and then be able to allocate them out to different organizations who come through and request the equity?
Yes. Sorry. Now I understand. When you were referring to nonprofit, now you mean our CDE. Thank you for clarifying that. That's my mistake. So the nonprofit CDE that we form will receive an award from the Treasury Department. They will get an allocation agreement, And that allows them to allocate these tax credits into an investment. And so with each investment, each project that gets selected by your CDE, we will set up a standalone, a new subsidiary to your CDE. You will sub-allocate credits to that. That sub-CDE will then sell those credits and put the cash into the project. From the project's perspective, say the project has, I'll just use round numbers, a $10 million budget, the New Markets tax credits might present $3 million to that project as a forgivable loan. That's $3 million less dollars that project had to go out and find, and they never have to pay it back because it's forgivable.
Now, in the low-income housing tax credit program, all of that runs and allocates through the housing agency. Why does the New Market tax credit not allow it to run through a public agency?
That's a great question. This program came about under the Clinton administration. It's actually a very bipartisan program. And the theory at that time in the late 90s was, you know, our economy is doing great, but a lot of communities are being left behind. But the Clinton administration was very much in favor of using the private sector to figure out how to get capital to the markets. So you may know about the CDFI fund at the Treasury Department. That was a Clinton administration development, all about how do we get capital into the private sector to decide where to allocate it. This program came out of that same philosophy, where they very specifically said, we don't want the government necessarily, the government being state government and federal government, to pick winners and losers. We want to push this into local hands. We want to push this into private hands. We want local hands to make these decisions. So that was the philosophy that they started.
And that's my problem, is when the local government sets up a shell corporation, it's just a workaround, and I'm very uncomfortable with it. And it really doesn't do anything to enhance the local nonprofit economic development capacity in our organization, unless, you know, other than if we brought in some money, even CDBG money, to have a nonprofit. We've got the community action, oh, I forget what they are, the anyway, you know, they go back to a 60s program, but and they're still in existence. I just so much rather see us put our effort, rather than staffing and, you know, standing up this nonprofit, to help us support and nurture another nonprofit with this mission. So that's why I'm not going to support it.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off, sorry, because you're over time, and we're going to all move on. So with that being said, how about Councilwoman Dewar, why don't you give us a motion?
Sure. Let me just ask, is there a third member of the council that would like to participate that has not registered their interest? Okay.
Councilmember Dewar, I'm happy to serve in any capacity.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, if there's three of us, I'll recommend scenario one, that we adopt. First of all, I think it's a two-part motion. Let me make sure. Direct staff to the desired governing board structure and initial appointments. And so I'm going to recommend scenario one, which is a 5-member council-led, only meaning council majority board, with 3 of the seats being filled by myself, Councilmember Weber, Councilmember Reese, Vice Mayor Reese, and the other 2 members, the Assistant City Manager and the Director of Finance. So that's motion one. And the
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah.
Sorry. We probably just, back to my comments about making sure that it's fluid and it can meet, do we want to put a couple alternates in, just in case one of the
Absolutely. Is there anybody willing to be an alternate?
Yeah, I'll absolutely be an alternate.
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
can I?
Anyone else?
Can I jump in here? This is City Clerk. I would be looking to the attorneys. However, we do not have council member names listed on the agenda for appointment of this board. This is creating a motion to be able to create a governing board. My recommendation would be, once you make the motion to create your board, we bring back a subsequent item for council to appoint your members. I'll ask Mr. Shipman, but
we
it
have
makes
an understanding.
Nervous.
No, thank you. Thank you. I can do that. So I'll recommend, first of all, that we approve a resolution authorizing the incorporation of the Reno Community Investment Fund. And number 2, that I guess it's the city manager to initially appoint the corporation's board of directors, of which he's gotten some good direction.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jonathan.
I apologize. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that the way it's set up right now, if you just give the direction, city staff, they can execute on that, so it's not a formal appointment per se, that would be done.
Right. So, and that's the initial appointment. I mean, there could be future appointments by the council at a different day. And I'm going to make a change here. It says for the assistant city manager, but I'm going to say for the city manager to make appointments based on the direction he's heard here today.
Madam Mayor, may I speak?
Go right ahead. Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm off mute. Thank you. Thank you. The recommendation in our staff report, I believe, says that we can do, it says council can direct staff to the desired governing board structure and for the assistant city manager to initially appoint the corporation's board of directors as a recommendation here.
Right, and I'm reading right off of it.
I know.
So
Can I jump in real quick? Sorry, council members. Jonathan Shipman, can you just confirm that that is in fact that what we're doing is that council has given us direction as to the 3 members that will ultimately be chosen by the city manager, so that when we do our articles of incorporation, we're all good to go. Our plan is to do that next week.
Yes, thank you. That is much clearer than I said it. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Anyone else? No? Okay. And then I would just make one recommendation, Councilman Breckus. I really would like you to sit down with Mr. Goldstein. I know you have a lot of questions and I cut you off, so I apologize. But I do think it would be beneficial because I think you raised some pretty good questions. And maybe if you would just send me an email of those questions and outline, some of those responses and concerns if you get a chance, that would be awesome. Okay. Thanks, guys. Moving on.
We didn't vote yet.
We have to vote.
Yeah. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, guys. Heading on to Madam Clerk. It's now you.
I would recommend that we get back in order of our agenda as we still have quite a bit to go. Our item that we are getting back to is item C4. This is Gateway Parking Complex.
Ashley, we voted on the agenda to move F7 ahead of this.
Okay, if that is,
I mean, if people don't want to do that, whatever.
okay, if that is the pleasure of the body, then we will skip to item F7. F is in Frank. This is an ordinance adoption. This will be read by the city attorney. And then we will come back to item C4. So we're going to go to F7. F is in Frank 7. Ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney. And after this is completed, we will go to item C4.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask for Carl Hall to read the ordinance adoption.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6567, case number TXT 20-00005, Skyway Design Guidelines. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Appendix B, Skyway Design Guidelines. To amend the Skyway Design Guidelines by adding criteria that exempt certain projects from review by the Design Review Committee, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to note for the record, proper notice was given. We received 21 letters in opposition of this item. Those have all been submitted to council and are part of the record. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, Councilman Delgado is trying to rejoin the meeting as we speak. He's just
we'll
giving
give-
some
We'll give them a
delay.
minute. So I appreciate your clarification on proper notice given and correspondence received. And I think Oscar just chimes back in. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, do you have any staff presentation at all on this?
There's only a staff presentation if council so desires. There's been no changes since this bill came to you at your last council meeting.
Okay. I would just ask Mr. Shipman. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I think I was looking at something else. Okay. With that being said, it's in Councilwoman Jordan's board.
I have a question.
Wait, hold on. Would you like me to go to Councilwoman Dewar before you, Councilwoman Jordan? Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed since our last meeting, we received an open meeting law complaint, I guess it would be. And I just wondered about the disposition of that. Has that been addressed? That's a question for Mr. Shipman.
Madam Mayor, for the record, John Shipman just responding that we received on, I believe, August 5th, an open meeting law complaint that we're currently in the process of responding to. At this point, I think it's due on the 28th of August. So,
Due on the 21st.
21st. I'm sorry, thank you.
So just, can you explain, if it's upheld, what would happen with this text amendment? And if it's not upheld, what would happen with that amendment?
Potentially, I mean, if they deem a violation of the open meeting law, it would void the action. So that would have been at the first reading. So it would essentially avoid the ordinance, and you would have to come back for another run through. You'd have to
Another first and second?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then if it's not upheld, I assume this would stand, whatever action we take here today.
Yes, I mean, based upon what we see the complaint and what the gravamen of the complaint is, we think it's defensible, and so, yeah, it's been defended.
Okay, and then I just have one comment. I made all my comments last time, so I don't need to repeat them, but I did want to just add one consideration for people as they think about this. When we did the city center project, we went into an agreement on the bowling alley, the city center, and all this, and they initially proposed a sky bridge to connect properties, and some of us expressed concern about that. This particular, the way this is written, it's that it would exempt a skyway of a certain size and height and so on over 2 lanes of road. The lanes around city center are, I believe, 4 lanes of road, maybe 3. And all I wanted to say is what I'm a little bit concerned, just I never said this before, so I wanted to say it now, that if that project comes forward and they want to do a skyway and they want an exemption, I guess they would ask for another change to these guidelines to make it 4 lanes or 3 lanes instead of 2 lanes. And I'm just concerned about a sort of a slippery slope where, you know, we change our rules to accommodate a developer, in this case, UNR, and then maybe we change our rules again to accommodate another developer. And I do think the design review committee is good and has a good purpose. And so if this does pass, or regardless if it passes or not, I've already asked staff, I think we just need to stand up the design review committee so that we don't run into this problem of taking too much time or it doesn't exist. So I think it'd be prudent for the staff to bring us an item to get that stood up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I have some questions for Mr. Shipman also. It's been a while since we've received an open meeting law complaint, and I just want to kind of get my bearing on it. So there's a safe harbor provision in the open meeting law violations, whereas if you're advised by an attorney and you're following on that advice, then you probably aren't going to be found to be have committed an open meeting law violation. And That's right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Depending
today,
on the circumstances. Yeah, depending
right
on the circumstances, yeah, I mean, I think based upon the record that we are in the process of reviewing and the gravamen of the complaint as we understand it, we believe there wasn't an open meeting law violation.
well, I'm talking about today. So today you're telling us we're okay, we're moving forward.
Correct.
Last time, you didn't bring up any open meeting violation because I don't recall there was a discussion about that because it kind of gets to the heart of what the complaint is, that no one else got to talk except for, one person. So we didn't get that safe harbor last time, correct?
No, just so that we're talking apples and apples, the complaint was about the initial first reading.
Yes, and we didn't get any safe harbor advice from you at that meeting that this is all going good, did we?
And what I'm telling you is based upon what happened at that first meeting, we feel that it is defensible and there was not an open meeting law violation. But today,
Okay.
so that goes to the complaint, and then today, we have no reason to believe that today's meeting violates the open meeting law, if that's your question.
It's not a compounding situation.
Correct.
And even if it was compounding, you're telling us it's okay, so we're proceeding on your advice, and we have the safe harbor, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Because these open meeting law violations, they come to us individually. It's very different. They can be misdemeanors into ourselves, correct? Usually we act as a body, but these hit us individually, correct?
So when you're talking about criminal liability for an open meeting law complaint, you're talking about knowingly and intentionally violating the open meeting law. So I don't think, given the nature of the complaint, I don't think this would ever rise to that. At most, you're talking about it was an inadvertent violation of the open meeting law. So there would be no criminal liability.
Okay.
And I'm saying, in my view of the facts, based upon my preliminary reading of it right now and living through it, I don't believe there was an open meeting law violation. And if we find otherwise, we will definitely inform the council and recommend additional action.
Okay, because that's helpful advice because it comes to us individually, although I guess willful has to be to get to the misdemeanor. Well, I think this is a little different because we have to go out on our own on this situation, and because we're really not acting as a body. And I am uncomfortable. From what I see, there was some problem last time. I agree. I didn't think about it at the time, but I agree now looking at it. And maybe it was the guise of COVID, and we know we've been in courts this week on how we act under COVID. And maybe we'll be in courts again on how we act over COVID. But I think an abundance of caution in our precedent is to take things over on first reading and do a cure. And so I would encourage the body to do that today. If the body doesn't want to do that today, I'm not willing to take a vote today on this. I will abstain, and under my understanding of the rules of Robert's Rules of Order, it's okay to abstain when your individual interests don't align with those you sit with to make a vote on the body. Is that a good understanding of an eligible abstention under rules of Robert's Rules?
I don't believe so. I mean, I'd have to look up that rule. My understanding is the only basis for an abstention where you're not viewed as part of the quorum for purposes of a vote would be an ethical, if there was an ethical conflict of interest under 281A 420, and there would have to be 2 council members to abstain to lower the quorum requirement. So I'm not aware. I don't believe, I mean, you certainly could step out of the room. You certainly could, not vote in that sense. But I think if you are here on the call when the vote is called, then I think under your rules, under the rules of the city council, you have a duty to vote. Is how I read it.
I have the rule book here. I don't see anything about abstention. I have a reference here for Rules of Roberts about when abstention's ordered. It doesn't go into NRS, it's general rules. And I think a no vote would be an interpretation that I accept that the ordinance is in effect, when in fact, I believe the ordinance is defective because I believe that due process was not implemented in the first reading. That's where I'm at.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The issue of the open meeting law is a red herring. There has been no open meeting law violation. The precedent that is really dangerous to set is the idea that anyone could file an open meeting law violation in order to slow down or gum up the process, even if that open meeting law violation has no merit. And so I think that folks who are lawyers should keep their lawyer hat on. We should get advice from our lawyers, and we should not create impediments to the good process of governments. And that is exactly what Ms. Breckus is trying to do. At the end of the day, an open meeting law violation, should it occur, also has other things that can happen with it. Corrective action can be taken. So that would just involve the Attorney General's office telling us we need to vote again on the item. It doesn't mean that they're coming after us with personal liability. So raising the scepter of personal liability is also a red herring designed to, I suppose, scare us into voting a particular way. All of that is to say that we have a job to do as a body. We carry that body's responsibilities out each day as best we can. And so the idea that somehow there was an open meeting violation is simply not true. And ultimately, if there were, it would simply be a corrective action be taken, not that we would be personally fined or hauled into jail or any other such legal nonsense. Again, the dangerous precedent is to allow folks to weaponize the open meeting law violations because it's very easy to file them. You can file them anytime you want to. Having been the legal counsel for a number of government entities, I have seen open meeting law violations weaponized with very bad effect. And ultimately, it's our staff time, it's the clerk's time in providing records, it's all of the things that go into it. But allowing that as a toolbox to violate or avoid the legitimate government actions of this body should not be countenanced in any way.
Okay, we're going to move on. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And before I make a motion, I think it is important to also go on the record that I feel like it was kind of a veiled threat at my competence and character without saying my name. So I do take that in the public forum as a threat against me. So with that, Madam Mayor, I move for adoption.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Councilwoman Breckus, you get 2 minutes because you went 4 on the other one. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cast any aspersions on any of you on the way you're doing your job today or last week in any way, okay? So it is not personally directed to you in any way. I am very mindful that the open meeting law can be used as a procedural obstacle, but I don't think it happened in this way. I think the intent was sincere. I think the questions were valid. I think this body should be consistent with our values of transparent and open public process and cure this problem and do a vote again. But they haven't. They've got a vote for the table. The votes have already been issued. I abstain.
So you're abstaining, Councilwoman Breckus?
I believe that my interest as a member of this body diverge in the context of this vote from other members who are voting for the motion.
So you're abstaining from the vote? Because then a lot of times, I think that, I don't know, I think that is peculiar, and I think, whatever happens, that's why we have an open meeting law process and procedure, and I think it's confusing. I think it's confusing to the public. So, I think that let the record show that you were not willing to vote on this. And I'm on the dissenting side. I've been there with you. But I do think the way that you're going about this is a little murky, and I think you have to be very careful because we're trying to sort of pick and choose how we decide on winners. So anyway, moving
My first
forward.
convention in 8 years. This is my
Okay,
first.
Ruckus, we're going to move. I don't want to argue with you on this. So Jonathan, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, not to belabor the point, I would just point out Councilmember Recker's City Council Rule 7.5, voting required. Council members are required to vote on all issues placed before them unless excused because of conflict of interest. However, a council member not present at the prior meeting may abstain from voting on the minutes of that meeting. So
yeah, and I think by abstaining, like that just looks like you're trying to pull antics that, you know, shouldn't be happening. Let's just be honest and where we're at on the issues that we vote on. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Nay. Motion carries. All right, thanks so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, getting back.
Okay,
Getting back on track with our very long, heavy agenda that we have still. Item C4, C as in cat. This is the Gateway Parking Complex Skyway.
Okay, I'm going to try to do a better job of I've been letting everyone go very long and, you know, been giving a lot of leeway. So I apologize. Madam Clerk, please keep me on a schedule. I will try to do better. And, you know, when these get very long, we all get tired and staff gets tired. And I think, you know, we tend to make mistakes. So I don't like that. So I really want to do a better job here. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing at this time. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 3 letters of support, 21 letters of opposition, 1 letter of concern. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have 1 pre-recorded voicemail for public comment if you'd like to take that at this time.
All right, sounds good. I would.
Okay, we will take the sole public comment left on voicemail, and then we will transition to brief staff presentation, and then the applicant has a brief presentation to give as well.
Ann Bowl, 2470 Plymouth Street, Reno, a former student and teacher at UNR and a retired attorney. I would like to speak in opposition to the Skyway and also the ordinance amendment that is affiliated with that proposal. I don't think that the idea of altering the main and historic entrance to the UNR campus in that manner is a good idea at all. I think it would be a big mistake to go ahead and do that. Thank you. Bye.
Madam Mayor,
all right, thank you.
Further public comment at this time. Angela Foose will give you a brief interaction and overview.
Okay, thanks, Angela. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. Real quick, the reason this is before you is because all Skyway projects require a special use permit. All special use permits for this type of project also require City Council approval. 2-step process. Both Planning Commission and City Council have to look at this. The Skyway before you is located as part of the UNR campus. This is crossing Ninth Street. So the map before you shows the parcel where the future parking garage will go. The red line is the Skyway that will cross to the larger parcel in yellow, which is the UNR greater campus. Here we have a couple architectural renderings of what the Skyway will look at, both during the day and at night, so you get a better idea of impacts to the streets, impacts to the gateway area, and then, of course, impacts at the night scale. Had a lot of questions related to Morrill Hall, which is on the National Registry, and how the Skyway will impact Morrill Hall. So we've provided an elevation drawing to show you where the Skyway will go in connection to Morrill Hall. And as you can see, it's over 100 feet away from Morrill Hall. Basically, will end at the area where there's a sidewalk in the parking lot that leads to Morrill Hall, so this won't actually impact Morrill Hall itself. Elevation-wise, If you're standing at Morrill Hall, you'd have to look down to see the sky bridge. And here is a rendering to see if you were actually at Morrill Hall. Look closely. You can see that the sky bridge ends, and you can see that there is plenty of existing landscaping. All of that mature landscaping will stay. There are about 3 trees, not as part of the mature landscaping that are mature trees that you see here, but there are about 3 trees that will have to be removed at a smaller scale. And the applicant can go into more specific details if you have questions on where those trees are at or what that looks like. But we wanted to give you just an overview of what you would see from Morrill Hall as well as what you would see from 9th Street. I know that Mark Johnson from UNR is on the line, and also his designer Francisco, who are available to give you more details on the actual project.
So thank you very much. This is Mark Johnson, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. It's wonderful to be with you, Madam Mayor and Council. Appreciate this consideration. In the interest of time, I'd like to turn over the entire presentation to Francisco Navarro, who is the Senior Project Manager for this entire project. Take it away, Francisco.
Thank you. I will turn over to my PowerPoint here. Go into slide mode. Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to give us this brief presentation regarding the special use permit request for the University of Nevada, Reno Gateway Precinct Skyway, or as we've been calling it, our pedestrian bridge. Joining me today on behalf of the university is Mark Johnson, UNR President, Mr. Cox, UNR Senior Project Manager. From WD Architecture and Engineering is Michelle Wendler, Principal in Charge, Architect of Record, and I am Francisco Navarro, Senior Project Manager, giving the presentation today. This next slide is a brief overview. President Mark Johnson, would you like to talk about the history of the?
Yes, very briefly. Very briefly, the City of Reno, the RTC, and the university worked diligently several years ago. During the entire year of 2014, it was a joint process to redo the master plan for the university. At the end of 2014, the Board of Regents accepted the renewal of the master plan for the university. And in April of 16, the City of Reno adopted the gateway part of the university plan into the University Regional Center in April. So we appreciated very much working in arm in arm with the City of Reno and RTC. So what we're doing today now is implementing a part of that development of the gateway area. And we need to get from a lower area to the level of the campus to allow for those disabled citizens to move back and forth across the campus. Francisco?
Thank you. UNR is proud of the architectural context of its campus and has a rigorous standard to follow to meet those expectations. Our project was no exception to that. Since the early inceptions of concept design, we had various meetings, presented options with the campus, and received feedback from various UNR staff departments, including facilities, services, security, campus architect, culminating with review and approval by President Mark Johnson. Currently, our project is in plan check. We expect to start construction in November of this year. We anticipate the project completion on March of 2022. Our project cost is estimated at $33 million, and we expect that employment of 250 direct jobs will be employed. A delay to this current schedule, would mean for us an additional $1.3 to $2 million. I'll just point out that Clark & Sullivan is our general contractor, and we at the WD A&E are the architect and structural engineers of record. We are licensed in Nevada, and we are a Nevada corporation. The rigorous design review process has resulted in UNR receiving many awards over the years. both for building design and grounds. The feedback that we got from all of the agencies at the university just to the design that we present today, a design that respects the landscape and grounds within the architectural vocabulary of the rest of the campus. And this is just a list of some of the awards that UNR has received this year. Here's just a quick slide and a few examples of the inspiration that led us to the design of the current Gateway Garage and the ADA accessible Skyway. From the campus, you know, the base brick and the colors of the brick stone accents, and from historical railways, the open steel truss frame of the bridge and the curved roofs of the trains themselves. We would state here that the main goal of our bridge is to provide an ADA accessible path of travel from the Gateway precinct to the main campus via the new garage, where there is an existing grade change of about 30 feet from 9th Street up to the campus as it stands now. The bridge is accessed through the garage elevator. The materials selected for the finishes are consistent with the design of the new parking structure and UNR's campus context and architectural palette. The design of the ADA accessible Skyway Bridge is an open steel truss frame with a curved roof covered walkway, reminiscent of historical railway bridges. And it provides protection from the elements and allows visibility from a safety standpoint. On this image here, on the right is the site plan where you can see the garage at the bottom there. The yellow portion of it is the highlight. It highlights the portion of the bridge that would span over 9th Street, which is a public way. To the left of this is a blow up north of 9th Street. And it's depicting where our ADA bridge has been rotated in layout 34 degrees and placed carefully to minimize the impact to the existing mature trees on site. And as you can see, the bridge ends north of the ore ditch existing there, and about 150 feet south of Morrow Hall, shown in the blue top right corner. The red dashes show where the pathway, once on grade, would continue and reach then the promenade back to the main campus. We just have quickly here some of the renderings that were presented earlier by Angela, but this is the view along 9th Street, and this is from the Center Street side looking east.
Or could you just go back to the last one and show us where the 9th Street is?
9th Street, so 9th Street is on the right is just the center here between, this is our garage.
Oh, on the left.
And on the left, 9th Street is the very bottom portion here where you see the same yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, 9th Street is the bottom of it. Again, this is the view from 9th Street looking east. Here is the opposite view looking west. This is from the Lake Street side. Here is the example that shows where the bridge would land at the north. You can see here it's on top of the 30-foot hill. This image here is looking back from the steps of Morrow Hall. This is an image looking north as you would come off of the bridge and looking towards Morrow Hall. Here is the night view from Center Street, just highlighting the bridge itself and the visibility see-through of it because of the nature of the open steel truss design. In this exhibit here, the top of the page to the left here is just the elevation straight on view over the public right-of-way, and you can see the exposed steel truss bounds what would be the 10-foot wide pedestrian walkway, and it's covered, and it will provide the accessible path from the elements. As noted in that exhibit there, the bridge itself is 20 feet 4 inches clear on the south side and 18 foot 7 clear from the north side of 9th Street, as 9th Street has quite severe elevation at the grade itself. Since the bridge is only 10 feet wide and because of the nature of the open air design, we request flexibility on the 20-foot clearance as we do not feel that the skyway would cause the tunnel effect noted in the ordinance by much larger structures. But the second and third spans are also noted, and just on the right-hand side of the exhibit is a section cut of the bridge itself, the curved roofway. So in summary, the special use permit that we're requesting is for an ADA compliant pedestrian bridge. The university has demonstrated competency in the architectural works across its campus. University has demonstrated exceptional care of its grounds and has national recognition for them. University directed us, and we modified the bridge layout to preserve the mature landscape. Possible ADA compliant bridge has been part of, in the past, of already 5 public meetings. Public comment has been limited to potential impacts to Morrill Hall. So as we can see, university has demonstrated that there's 0 impact to Morrill Hall, and that the bridge is roughly 150 feet south across from the parking lot and existing landscape. So we just want to remind everybody that the university does need to have this accessible compliant bridge to provide access to the south side of 9th Street, which is their gateway. Thank you. Questions?
Madam Mayor? All right, any questions? Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Okay, I've got a couple questions. One, if you can, I'll just say them all and then you can go answer them. I was a little confused when you talked about the 20-foot and the 18-foot clearance. Is one of them not allowed by the new ordinance that we just adopted? Like, I thought it said it had to be 20 feet high or 18 feet high. Could you just clarify that? Maybe Angela can.
Yep, I'll jump in on that. So the new ordinance is relative to the bottom of the skyway to the top of the skyway. It doesn't have to do with the distance to the road. What this 20-foot requirement is a part of the code requirement that if you're above a right-of-way, it's a minimum clearance of 20 feet so that we can make sure cars can get under the skyway. However, we do have some flexibility in the code that says if you can provide justification to show that you can still meet safe access underneath, then that can be deviated from. So they have provided that justification. There's some differences, and we were comfortable with that.
Okay. Next was just a comment. President Johnson made mention about the Gateway project, and I don't believe that the Gateway master plan, at least the one I've seen, included a garage, never mind a skyway. So I was a little confused by that reference, just putting that out there. In terms of trees, you said that they're not mature trees. Could you characterize them? Are they semi-mature? That would have to taken out.
So by the mature trees, we're talking the very large,
Right, but you said you do have to cut down some trees, right?
There's 3 trees that are in the path, which is the clearing that you see between the very, very large and the very, very large.
That's what I'm saying. Are they modest size or something? Is that what?
I believe the largest one is maybe a 20-inch tree.
All right. Well, pretty big tree in Reno land, but maybe not for some other wetter climates. But
compared to the adjacent ones, they're the very small ones.
Yeah.
Overshadowed by the large ones.
One of the issues is just, I want to make sure, we got a letter from Scenic Nevada, and I thought they raised a really good point about maintaining access to the stairwell that's for Morrill Hall. And they show fencing in your diagram that you just showed, and then it's been reported. I think that should remain open, and that there should be a pedestrian walkway as well, because one of the issues with skyways is they interfere with pedestrian movement. And we want to facilitate pedestrian movement, and so I would recommend that they put a specific pedestrian crossing right there and allow continued access up those stairs from across the street. And if they need, put a blinking light or a pedestrian activated light or whatever they need. But I would recommend that for the integrity. Otherwise, it's like you almost put Morrill Hall on its stairs and like museum that you can't get to very easily. You have to walk way around to get up those stairs, and I don't think that makes any kind of sense from a historic point of view. And then lastly, about the, well, I'll come back if anybody else has comments.
So just to confirm, not part of the special use permit, but there is no impact to the existing stairs. They are not being removed. The bridge is not replacing the stairs.
No, but they put a fence in front. And so you can't easily access those stairs. So I'm recommending the fence not be there, or be there, but leave it open.
I'm going to step in on that. Challenge we have is we have all this new development going on 9th Street. There's dorms, there's a 900 stall parking garage, there's another probably business building happening. It's a lot of pedestrians crossing 9th Street. 9th Street is still a street. And so unless we put up some very specific areas where we want pedestrians to cross, it becomes a nightmare where we have people crossing, cars crossing, especially.
Totally get it. And this is short circuit. That's what I said. Put in a specific pedestrian crossing and allow fencing, but let it open right there. That's all I was recommending. And I saw a pedestrian crossing, I thought.
So we have conditioned that they are to put in the fence, and separate from this and working with RTC and our Public Works, we have specific areas where we want pedestrians to cross. If you want to kind of open that can of worms, we can, but I will say that all of this has had months of discussion, and pedestrian access is a huge component that we're looking at on 9th Street. So we will have very specific areas where people will be able to cross, both from that parking garage, from the student housing, from the park, and they will be able to funnel in all 3 separate locations and get access to that stairwell.
Okay, I'm moving on. Councilman Reese, your time's up. Sorry, Councilman Dewar. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I want to say a couple of things, and I'm not sure who will address them. Number one, Evans Avenue, as Ms. Foose has indicated, is undergoing some substantial transformations. Councilmember Jordan and I have been working for the better part of a year to work with the students on some lighting improvements. They're a bit above this, but they are related because all of Evans Avenue is going to be transformed in the coming years, and it is going to redirect traffic. And so to the extent that that's true, I'm looking for the safest means possible. We don't really want people crossing Evans Avenue everywhere they can, in part because the hill is very strange there, the lighting is very bad, and so to the extent that there are any concerns there, Mr. Navarro or President Johnson, can that be addressed? I get Councilmember Dewar's point that we have this beautiful, majestic stairway. We don't want it to be a stairway to nowhere, but my hope is that as it comes off the University Hill, it would direct them to sidewalks or something that would drive them away from crossing Evans Avenue. That's ultimately, I suppose, my point as to that. Can anyone speak to that specific point? Because I have a second one I would like to make.
Well, I do understand that the fence along the north side of 9th Avenue also requires a separate approval by the City Council. So we will have to respond to those concerns when we bring forward the design of that gateway, pedestrian control gateway on the north side of 9th.
And just so that we're clear, the fencing that my colleague, Councilmember Dewar mentioned, you saw in the pictures as like a pony wall or like a half wall. Is that what you're talking about?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I was.
No, it was an open fence that I saw, but you couldn't pass. I mean, right now, originally one of the beauties was that you would be able to cross the freeway even all the way from student housing, right over the freeway, right up Morrill Hall. It'd be a great walk. I mean, that's been conceived of for a long time as well.
Okay, no, I appreciate and understand that. I guess the second question is a broader one. Mr. Navarro or President Johnson, if you would address this. The university had a black eye some years ago because it engaged an architectural services firm that redesigned Mackey Stadium to have some ADA compliance issues. And the question has been raised by our community that, and I understand the university sued that design group and there were some problems there, but the question has been raised here to sort of say, and I'll take a step back for a second. One of the primary concerns and my motivating issues with regard to the Skyway is the ADA access component. I believe that disabled persons should have the full access to this university that able-bodied persons have. And so this is one of the reasons why this ADA Skywalk has been so important to me in my decision-making calculus. Now, given the university's history as it relates to Mackey Stadium's shortcomings, and I know the university sued over them, what assurances do you have to this body that there will not be ADA problems with this bridge?
For one, as directed by the university to us, other alternates had been looked at, and trying to do an on-grade ramping system would require probably somewhere in the range of 480 to 500 linear feet of pedestrian ramp with probably 12 switchbacks, which would probably eliminate the entire green zone there. So the obvious option was the bridge. I should just state that regarding the fencing and all that, the bridge will remain as public, right, and public access, and the garage is open, which you'll be able to take the elevator and use the bridge across the street for safety reasons, which is why Center Street still remains a crosswalk, and I think that's why Angela and her team were recommending that the north side of 9th Street have the fencing along there to avoid the jaywalking mid-block and not convolute with the vehicle circulation in that path.
Well,
from an ADA standpoint, I think we've reviewed that, we've met that, and that's why we've located the bridge at the height that we have it, allowing the elevator to maintain that accessible path up until it reaches the promenade.
I think part of the reason why this is important too is because at least one commissioner in the planning commission basically did his own calculations about rise and I'm not sure because I'm not an architect, but did his own calculations and on that basis voted against this happening because they believed that the Sky Bridge was not ADA compliant. So I guess at the end of the day, if this body should approve this project going forward for the university, we need to be assured that members of the public who need to access the university from that end and are not able-bodied would have the ability to do so in a way that is meaningful to them. So how are we to have assurances as a body that when you say it will be ADA compliant, it will be?
ADA compliance is a part of our request for proposals for all of our design contracts. And we get assurances from the architectural firms that their architects have training and are up to date with the latest code rules.
And as stated at the beginning of my presentation, we are going through state plan check. So we received their comments and there was no issues. So we've demonstrated through our drawings that we're achieving the compliance.
This is State Public Works Board.
So, sorry, we're having some
Okay,
technical
Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
On the images, the view looking west of 9th Street, and there's a grass berm there on the south side of 9th Street. What's the depth of that shown on the special use permit plans?
Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're, do you want me to pull up an image and maybe we can all look at the same thing?
I don't recall a grass berm on the south side of 9th.
A grassy knoll.
One moment, let me share my screen.
Right there, the lower one, where you hit the sidewalk. What's the depth there going south, dimensioned as? Excuse me, going north.
Oh, north. That is the rise. That's the green rise that goes from 9th Street up to the level of the campus.
Okay.
beautiful green grass, mature trees.
Okay. I mean, I understand that the university and their interpretations of their plans, and they should be responsible, feels this garage is essential to, you know, accumulate the vision where they're going as a commuter school. I get that. I just feel like here we're being asked to assign a property right, you know, to the university, a vesting property right to an ordinance that I'm still having a hard time was lawfully enacted. From that first reading, I would have liked to have heard from our public on that day, not just a university representative. And that's where I'm struggling, and I'm really struggling. I think a no vote for me shows that I don't support the ordinance, the special use permit, which I may support if I had a feeling that it was being enacted pursuant to a lawfully adopted ordinance, but I don't feel it was. And because the onus on us individually comes from these open meeting law violations, I think we have to look at it from our own spot more than we do just a regular vote. So I am again going to repeat my same vote. And I don't think it impacts the vote totals or the quorum or anything, but I just think that if that open meeting law violation is upheld and we have to cure, and suppose we cure and the votes don't go, this council's very split, then we've got someone hanging out here with a vested property right who we've got another liability and obligation to. I think the council's in very risky waters, and that's why I would ask for reconsideration of that earlier vote and do a second reading. If not that, please put something that issuance of this as a condition of approval is a proceed at your own risk, acknowledged by the applicant in a document with the city, stating that they're proceeding on their own risk. They know an open meeting law violation is in place. If it's sustained, the special use permit may be null and void.
So for the record, condition number 4 states that this special use permit is contingent upon the approval of the Skyway Design Guide's text amendment. So if for some reason that text amendment is overturned or goes a different direction, the special use permit can still move forward, but it would mean they would have to go before the design review committee.
Or whatever ordinance is in place, you know, I don't know. Could they pull a building permit on that?
There is no building permit. Everything goes through Public Works. They will have to get an encroachment permit because they're crossing 9th Street.
Okay.
All permitting goes through State Public Works.
All right, any more questions from any council members? Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. One of the questions, President Johnson, that the public brought up was, and you just talked about that beautiful grassy knoll on the north side, which I agree, it's stunning when you're looking at it from the south looking north, and you're looking at Morrill Hall, and there is those parking spots in front of Morrill Hall, and there's only one little sort of string of them, with some parking meters, I think. It doesn't look like there's a lot of spots right there in that visual line of sight. I just wonder, since you will be constructing this stall parking garage, if the more visually appealing line of sight would be to remove some of those parking spots that, they really do kind of visually inhibit your ability to see the beauty of Morrill Hall while it's south looking north. So I just would put that out there as a consideration and hope the university would look at that, particularly now with this multi-stall parking structure, and put some beautiful landscaping in and just keep that green belt consistency up to the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Right now, there are quite a number of handicap parking stalls there, and there is virtually no other parking on the south side of campus. So this gives us a lot more flexibility to consider those sorts of things once we have this parking garage in. Thank you.
Okay, before Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. The other question I wanted to ask is that where the bridge comes across and then it gets close to the ground, all I wanted to do was make a cautionary note, should this pass, that we already had challenges when we constructed our Virginia Street Bridge about people going up on the bridge. And I know that the ground will be close enough that people can get on this. And you may want to think about, ways to prevent that, because these are students and they're going to challenge gravity, right? I can see them getting involved in, daring each other to get on the bridge, cross the bridge, get on top of the bridge. We already had it over and over and over for several years, and we really had to enact strict ordinances, and then we had to enforce the ordinances. So it's something to think about. The other thing is just they thought this was the right time. In concept, I've already gone on record saying I get the need for the Skyway. I don't, because the design review committee did not review it, and even though it's had many meetings, as stated by the UNR representative earlier in other meetings, the meetings were never about the details of the daylighting and where it meets and how tall it is and all of this. And I do have confidence in the university. I know you have beautiful design. You told us about your architectural awards. We got several comments, even from people still associated with the university, saying they would have liked to be part of it, even if the city's design review committee isn't part of it. They're interested in how this works. They're interested in history. So the note to you, maybe to even engage your own internal stakeholders in this design. So that's the second note. And then thirdly, I don't have enough confidence that all of the boxes have been checked in order to move forward. I am not questioning the need for Skyway. And that's just where I stand. I'm not able to make the findings just yet. And so this is not to be interpreted by anybody as maybe they can, and it's not a problem. But I can't at this point, and so that's where I sit. So thank you.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
If you want to know.
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Mayor.
Reese.
Just ever so briefly, President Johnson, I want to go back to a comment by Councilmember Jordan. There is an absolute desire and need, and I think it might be a condition of my desired outcome today about understanding the use of those spaces in front of Morrill Hall. The concern that's been raised by our community is about sort of a loss of green space, a loss of, this is obviously an estate arboretum. There is the Audubon Society had written in and some concerns about it. So I would like the university to consider as an act of goodwill in this process, moving those parking spaces that are in the area above on the upper portion in front of Morrill Hall, shift your needed handicap ADA parking spaces around to the west side, and then transform this area into some additional green space, because that also addresses a concern that Councilmember Dewar often raises about trees and our tree canopy. It addresses the needs that students have for, currently we're socially distancing everywhere we can, and so that's about being outside. And so I would like the university to consider that as part of this process today. And so I don't mean to drop something on you and make changes from the dais, but it's an important point that Councilmember Jordan has made, which I think is I am noticing and observe about this process. Because at the end of the day, I've said I do support this ADA access point, but I also want to be mindful of the beauty of this part of campus. It's something that we want to preserve the integrity of it, and know also that you do too.
Yes, we do indeed. And that's why the Skyway, one of the nice parts about the Skyway, it lifts the Skyway up above the green, and it touches down at the end. And I will commit to having our designers look at that possibility. But we will also have some regulations to attend to and the like, and accessibility right at the building. So I will commit to looking at that to all of you.
All right, Councilman Vasquez.
Yeah. So I guess my question is for Mr. Shipman, and I rarely defer over to legal in these conversations, but Ms. Foose brought up this condition number 4, that I think was drafted before the open meeting law complaint on the enactment was raised, but I want to just understand if it would capture, because it could help me decide how I participate in when the call for the vote comes. So number 4 says approval of this special use permit is contingent on approval of the guidelines text amendment by City Council. Now, if the City Council vote is was the subject to an open meeting law violation, it's found, and then we have to go back and do it again, what's the recourse on the special use permit if they're under construction? How does that work?
Read it one more time to me. I don't have that condition in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, it says approval of this special use permit is contingent on the approval of the Skyway Designs text amendment by City Council. So we're giving a vested property right. They're going to pull up a building permit or do whatever they need to do down at the state. We got an issue there.
So I think the worst case scenario is if that were to happen, then you would have to just redo the text amendment. And so.
What if the vote changes on the text amendment come, end of the year time?
Well, that.
And they're under construction.
Well, then we'd be looking at, whether it would be like a non-conforming use is being built, existing. We'd have to see what the facts kind of play out as and what the timing looks like.
I really, really think that we should just be clean of this and redo the first reading. But let me ask something secondly. I would argue that that means that the university has full notice that they're hanging out there especially if we've got, to cure this in some way. We could have a completely different ordinance back then. And I think people in our community feel strongly enough about this ordinance, as do I, that it's not the right tool. So the university, I think, would be hanging out there. Anyway. But let me ask you, projects of regional significance, any special use permit that generates 6,250 trips a day. How many trips a day does a 900 parking stall garage generate?
The only thing under review right now is a Skyway bridge, not the parking garage itself.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that. Can you tell me how you come to that interpretation? I guess it isn't a special use permit for a parking garage. It is one for a skyway, but the language here says, especially projects of regional significance, is pretty broad, or other approval for the use of land. So it's special use permit and other approval of the use of land. So is this does 900 generate, does this become a special use project of regional significance? What's the traffic generation show?
So we did not require a traffic study for the pedestrian bridge because we are not evaluating vehicular traffic. We are looking at the pedestrian traffic that will be crossing over 9th Street. If the special use permit was hinged on the development associated with the Sky Bridge, it would be different. But the parking garage itself triggers nothing. There's no review by the City of Reno. It's on State Public Works. They can build whatever they want as long as it doesn't trigger our special use permit. So the only thing that triggers the entitlement is because they're crossing a city street. So from that perspective, there's no cars being generated by Sky Bridge. There's just people walking across Main Street.
All right, I'm going to cut you off, Councilman Breckus. Okay. Other questions? I think, Naomi, you had your hand up.
I asked my question already earlier.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Okay. Anyone else? With that being said, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure I'm making the correct motion. Is this just to move to approve the initiation of the special use permit process?
No, this is an actual special use permit, so there's no first reading, second reading. This is just a recommend to approve, deny, or modify.
Okay, so I move to approve the special use permit as presented here today with the understanding and the what President Johnson said, that he will actively pursue and look at as a condition with regards to the parking spots directly to the south of Morrill Hall to replace that with landscaping, appropriate landscaping.
Yeah. And I would just say if that's not the case, which I don't know, then and also looking at creating more parking spaces for the disabled students. So, I mean, I really think that someone brought it to my attention there were only 17. So I want to make sure that we have enough for those students. So I would put that on the radar. So, Councilman Weber? Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just real quick. I was just reviewing the staff report again. I just want to confirm this. I wasn't really aware of this till this moment. It says actually that the Planning Commission recommended us to deny the special use permit. Is that accurate?
They had a 3-3 vote, so that is a technical denial.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Opposed.
The one thing I do want to say with this whole situation, I think it sort of spun out of control, and I want to be really honest about how I feel about this. Looking at the project today, and I think, today was the most information that we've had, and it actually looks like a nice project, to be honest with you. I commend you. I think is it Francisco? Nice job. So what I didn't like clearly was the process, because I think we've got some really talented people in the community that have a lot of great ideas, bring in a lot of input. So I want them to understand that, this is very challenging because we're living in via Zoom and things happen and it's really hard. I couldn't tell you if there is a public commenter wanting to come in or someone that has worked on this project or like Alicia, Barber, who I consider to be an expert in, obviously historical nature and Reno significance and things like that. At this moment, I wouldn't know if she could bring her expertise to the table. So I want people to understand it's not that we're trying to skirt the process or shut out the public, because I believe having you guys at the table is so beneficial. Well, Zoom is very, very hard to navigate. Even today, this is my second council meeting back, doing the meetings, and I have to tell you, it's really, really a big challenge. So I don't think this was intended in any way, and I think the Design Review Committee was put in, 27 years ago? We've never used it before. So I do think some balls, got rolling prematurely, and I really want to apologize for that. But I don't think it was anyone's intention, certainly on this body or anywhere else, because quite honestly, I've seen some, it's one thing, pick up the phone, call your council member. We're a small community. We know each other. Don't attack me over, social media where it makes it look all, like you're going after someone. That's just not appropriate. Call them, face to face. And, let's just respect one another. And I was really kind of sad how this really sort of snowballed out of control. And then it started to come, then I heard conspiracy theories. And again, I didn't like the process either. So that's why I am voting the way I'm voting. However, looking at the project today, I think, Francisco, you did a really, really nice job. And especially, I think it's important to have Alicia Barber at the table, and I'll tell you why. Because the University of Nevada, Reno is so beautiful, and I don't want to say anything against another university in the state, but quite honestly, we need to do all we can to preserve, did I say that in my out loud voice? They're great too, but the difference is our university has so much character, and it is so beautiful, and to walk that campus. And so I think we do have to continue to try to fight to, keep this campus beautiful. And I know your intent as we get bigger and bigger, President Johnson, and I appreciate all you do, because it's hard. You have a balance. You've got to, figure out where you're going to put all these students and how you're going to expand on, the business school and all these things. I mean, it's tough. It's really, really tough. But at the end of the day, I want everyone to know there's no, conspiracy or trying to get over on anyone. I just think that Zoom is really hard. None of us are also working in our offices where people just stop by my office all the time and they add their input, which is great. And then there's a lot more accessibility to what we're doing. So I want everyone to know that I appreciate you, being here at the table, but I also want everyone to know that I think this process was just really challenging in these challenging times. So thank you. Anyway, okay, moving forward, all those in favor say aye, and all those no, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, moving on.
Madam Mayor, I think we already voted. You just did it. I just want to clarify, the vote was already taken. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that if we needed to clarify that, sort of like a, roll call vote in a way. Okay, because I think all three of us kind of voted together at the same time. Okay, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for clarification, Madam Mayor. On item C is in Cat 5. This is on Verdi Crossing.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Jardin, but before I do that, let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we have no public comment.
Okay, great. And then, okay, I wanted to make sure, no public comment. Okay.
Well, I meant public comment.
We did get an email from Carly Borchard, as I recall, and I think Pam McNeil.
Yeah, two.
As well. They may have been received after 4 o'clock yesterday. I don't know the timestamp on them, but I recall seeing those too.
Madam Clerk, did you receive those? I know Council did. Did you receive them?
If they were submitted after 4 p.m., looking at your closing public comment, which is where those would be lodged, I do see public comment from Carly Borchard came in, and Pam McNeil. However, those were received after 4 p.m., so those are noted in item J1 in order to keep a consistent record, so council has time to review them. So you've reviewed them in advance, which is good. They will be noted in your closing public comment on J1.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, moving on, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you. We just got a notification, I think all of us did, that said the host had muted you. So I don't know if it's a signal or not. I did think it was the Ashley signal that she's done.
Trying to keep everyone on track today with our very long meeting.
Thank you. I thought that was funny. I did think it was important to, in concert with something that the mayor said about, this sort of snowball of conspiracy or perceptions that can get promulgated out in the community, that somehow we are, through this COVID process and Zoom meetings, attempting to somehow ram multiple projects through so as to avoid some sort of public process or daylighting of issues and that sort of thing. And I think it's important that that we kind of let the public know that projects, as you can have demonstrated today by the median house prices that continue to rise. So people are moving here at record rates. Projects, in order that are coming forward to meet those individuals, are coming in to meet that rate. So we as a council have to balance the projects and the property owner's rights to process those projects in the same sort of, appropriate urgency in which we would during normal circumstances. So I just wanted to say that on the record, we're not trying to expedite, ram through, sneak something, do something inappropriate. We're trying to process as an efficient and responsive council to what our community is experiencing. So I thought that was important. So I got a little bit on a tangent there, Madam Mayor. I think it's important that we get a brief presentation from the applicant, if that is appropriate at this time.
All right, great. Thank you. I have to keep my camera off because it's depleting my battery, like yours, Councilman Jordan. Okay, go right ahead.
So this is Angela. Are we bringing in the applicant, or did you want a presentation from staff? I'm sorry.
No, you can. That's what I was asking. I didn't know who was on first or second. I want whoever is appropriate in order to ask appropriate questions at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the applicant. I believe they might be in the waiting room. So why don't
We will move them over. Angela, I figure if you want to give a high-level brief introduction, and we will move the applicants over during your presentation.
Perfect. Okay, so this is a special use permit. This is not something that's coming to you on appeal. And there are also, there's 3 triggers for the special use permit on this property. The first one is reestablishing a previously non-conforming, non-restricted gaming use. So anything with gaming has to come back for a special use permit and has to go before the Planning Commission and City Council. The second one is sorry, there's a lot of motorcycles in the background, enlarging a previously existing non-conforming, non-restricted gaming operation. There's a lot of history on this. And then finally, the third reason has to do with custom built. Historically, let's go back last 10, 15 years, this used to be the site of the truck stop. When Cabela's was approved and came in, that truck stop was torn down, and part of that was a casino, a non-restricted casino license, and so Cabela's was built. So there's an existing license out there that's still active. They did go through a special use permit. This was back in 2013. So they have an active special use permit. It's been amended multiple times and continued. Initially, they were planning to come back and build a truck stop with that non-conforming gaming use. However, they've now kind of changed their business model, and they want to do something that does not include a truck stop. So the property that they're looking at is there in yellow, and that is the same site where there's an existing mini mart and a convenience store, plus car wash and gas station. Oops. Here is what the proposed site plan looks like. Everything in red on the site plan are the existing uses. Again, that mini mart, gas station, car wash, that already exists. Everything around it is undeveloped. It's pretty much a vacant parking lot area. So what they're proposing is 3 buildings. One is a casino portion, and that's 7,500 square feet. So it's a pretty small casino in terms of how big casinos typically are. And there are no hotel rooms associated with this. We also have 2 separate commercial buildings. Those are about 9,100 square feet in size. Here's some elevations to show what they envision: restaurants, retail, commercial, and then again that casino gaming use. We've had questions from both Carly and Pam McNeil on traffic and drainage, so I wanted to highlight some answers on that. From a traffic perspective, there was a question as to why aren't we requiring any traffic mitigation or widening of the bridge? They did submit a traffic study. It actually showed that what their original special use permit had with a truck stop had more parking or more traffic generated than what this use is. So going from what their existing special use permit compared to what this is reduces the traffic. I'm looking at levels of service. They are at a level of service C, and again, that's a scale of A to F, so C meets the standards. There's 3 points of access, and I've highlighted those just so everyone is clear with how to get access to this parcel. The other question had to do with drainage. This site is existing, and again, most of it is used right now. It's just parking, so most of it is covered with asphalt. This is not a closed basin, so that whole North Valley's 1 to 1.3 mitigation does not apply here. However, all of our normal code does require. So any drainage that currently comes off the site, this development cannot be increased. They have a proposed density detention basin, and I've highlighted that. There are existing utilities and drainage channels on this site already, so there's not a whole lot of significant improvements that have to come into play to make this site developable, and that's it. So I stop sharing, and the applicant, who looks like is on the line now, I believe also has a presentation for you.
Hello, this is Louis Carriola from Manhart Consulting, representing the applicant SJP Reno Property LLC. Not sure if I'm being broadcast appropriately, if someone could give me some indication. Okay. Thank you, Angela.
We don't see your face, but we know you're there.
How about that? Oh, look at that shine on my bald head. Wonderful. Thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation, and thank you, Angela, for concisely running through our project. And also, thanks to Nathan Gilbert for his presentation of a staff report during the Planning Commission and for his assistance through this process. I think Angela covered the presentation, and I would be offering, the only thing I might add is a couple points of clarification. We have received some comments from speaking to community groups and some concerns that we just want to address here on the record. First, we do want to point out that there is no development proposed south of Boomtown Casino Road. So that would be that off-ramp from exit 4 from Highway 80 that bisects the site. So the entire project area is the 7.1 acres north of Boomtown Casino Road, and the proposed transfer of the gaming license would not apply to that parking lot. Secondarily, we do want to point out that the final design for the project would be submitted with full civil improvements, and at that point, the development would be subject to all impact fees that would be appropriate in the Verdi area. Additionally, we would likely be soliciting more input from the community and then working with staff to work on off-site signage that would complement the proposed signs within the development. So we have recognized that there is some concern with the way traffic is both directed to the site, within the site, and then even moving out of the site. And we do believe that the proposed project will improve circulation within the site, but certainly want to also address any concerns on the exterior of the property. With that, I think I can just sort of close saying we're available for questions. I do know that we are joined today by Michael Pawney from McDonald Carano and Lauren Chilson, traffic engineer from Headway Transportation, as well as Rob Medeiros from Boomtown. Thank you.
Okay, can I get Mike here? Okay. Colleagues, give me a second here. We'll reposition this. Do any of the council members have questions for the staff or the applicant? We'll start with Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And I think we've discussed the moving or the re-upping of this license once before. I think on my 8 years on the council, I think we did this once before already. I guess my question is this. So I think I understood you to say that the impact fees for commercial property would apply here as well. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, I'll chime in on that. Any fees that they pay are based on today's fees. So they don't have any kind of grandfathering in based on the construction. They'll pay the police impact fee. They'll pay all the building permit fees. They'll pay the sewer connection fees. Any of those fees that we would apply anywhere, they would have to pay.
Okay. And then I think it was before my time, but the issues of a truck stop here, as I recall, those were standing room only meetings that occurred back when the approval for this. So I would have to imagine the majority of the neighbors would be grateful for a downzoning allowed use here. Can we put a map up of where this license will live on the parcel, or only on this parcel?
One moment. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Is the map showing on yours?
Yes,
Yes.
Ms. Foos, but it's,
Okay.
yeah, I was going to say, if you can
Can you
zoom
zoom
in as
out?
best as we can.
Okay, so I'm going to circle this area here, which is Cabela's. And the parcel in question, this is one that I'm highlighting here. As you can see, it's a fairly big parcel. The southern portion of that parcel is a parking lot. That's not part of this application. It's the northern portion up here where this development will go. So there's the existing mini mart, gas station, car wash. That's all right here. This area up here where you can see my cursor is where the new non-restricted gaming building will go. And the areas further to the east on that parcel is where the other commercial buildings will go.
Okay. Okay, so a condition of this license extension could be that this is where it lives, and only where it lives.
Correct. If they move forward with the special use permit, then the non-restricted gaming license is part of that. The previous special use permit is set to expire in December. They either have to move forward with that truck stop project, which would be a building permit, or that will expire in December. So this will replace that special use permit.
Okay, and that's what I understood. I just know, and I know there's great value in these licenses. That's not diminished and lost with me. It's you know, they have value, and I appreciate the desire to retain that value and renewing it. Moving it and moving it and moving it. I just want to know that we can say, here's where it is, and this is where it will live.
Could I just, are you done?
I am finished. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus?
You had the map up. I wanted to jump in while you had the map up.
Understand.
Let me pull that back up.
Yeah, it's helpful if anyone has questions on the map, and just let me know and we'll get right over to you.
Yeah, I know it's work to move them around. So I thought that the truck stop was more to the west, between where the Cabela's building is and the homes are now. Isn't that the parcel where the truck stop was going to be?
It is. And initially, before that special use permit, the previous special use permit was approved, before Cabela's was there, this was all one big parcel. And so over time, they have split that up into multiple different parcels. So at one point, the special use permit was for this larger parcel here. And again, all of this at one time used to be part of one parcel.
Okay, the SJP parcel. Well, here's my opinion, and I did not support the truck stop. I felt there was compelling testimony when it came forward. I thought it was had other inadequacies to the regulations for truck stop, and it didn't go. I think that was more of a market thing, as when I understood. But and I didn't support the extension. I didn't support extending a special use permit out for 5 years, because I think when you do that, it creates uncertainty to other players in a vicinity. And when I came on in 2012, and we started seeing the first signs of growth out in the Verdi area with the West Meadows estate coming on, I grabbed on to what the county planners, who I felt the county knew this area the best because we had just come through the settlement agreement and gotten massive annexation privileges through there, that we should have updated the Verdi area plan and done a joint plan for this area to plan out in knitted well together. So it was a well-planned, well-designed area. I think sometimes when you want to say you just have to respond to market demand and people moving here, you also throw out the baby with the bathwater, and the baby is really how to plan a nicely planned community or sub-area, which unfortunately I think Verdi has not turned out as well as it could and should have been, and it's kind of a mishmash. But having said that, we did not go down that path. We have not invested the time in a sub-area. I support this over, what I saw before, but I still feel that the piecemeal nature development out here is very problematic. When I also came on, I saw about a $65 million overpass on the RTC regional plan, and then poof, that thing is gone and it's not built, and we have a lot more land use out here. And I think we are absolutely getting development ahead of the infrastructure out here, and I think that can only be solved through a comprehensive review. And that's why I do take a little bit of exception in the administration of the code, whether it's the code or the design manual, and not requiring a traffic study. Because a traffic study, I don't think it's adequate or consistent with the administration of the code to say, well, we had one on the truck stop and it's less than that. The one on the truck stop predated other development activities that have come through quite a bit, zoning changes and so on. And I think that it absolutely should have had to happen. But it would probably reveal what we know is we are very much deficient in getting land use out ahead of the infrastructure. And I think it's really going to be a suffer to this area. And I think it already has been. But, until the council cues that up as a priority to do an area plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckes. Councilmember Dewar, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Could you put up the map again? So my question was just if either Angela or the applicant could point out, so where will the people park for the casino and the buildings? And where's the retention area on this map?
I can share a screen if that would be helpful, unless Angela has a slide to put up.
I don't know, I've gone through already 30 seconds of my time, so I'm just trying to get up the map here.
No worries. We're not going to hold you to the 30 seconds of technical difficulties. While we're getting that screen shared, let me also share with the colleagues. The reason why sometimes you're seeing the host mute you is not because we don't love you. It's because there's a lot of reverb on our end. And if we don't keep the number of people who are on open mics closed, it affects the sound quality for our recording. And so it's no slight to anybody. So I just thought we'd do that while we were using some precious time here. And now we have a beautiful picture to look at, and we'll turn it back over.
We do, although my question was the larger map I think was more helpful, because what I'm trying to get at is, do people have to cross some of these major roads to get to the site, and how do they do it?
I can answer those questions for you. I believe the submittal included a parking schedule that utilized conservative estimates for projected tenants in the commercial spaces. So, for instance, restaurants and bars might have a higher required count per square footage. And we used, I believe, a full 9,100 square feet to be filled with restaurants and bars, when in actuality, those commercial tenant spaces could be occupied by a bakery or a coffee shop, potentially even professional offices, where parking for the individual uses is included on site.
Okay, on the site. So if we could go back to that other map, because all I wanted to make sure was if people had to park across one of these major roads. Okay, this isn't a view I'm familiar with at this point. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Sure. So no, all of the parking for the 7,500 square foot new neighborhood casino and the 9,100 square foot commercial tenant spaces is included on site within that 7.1 acre project area.
Okay, so they don't have to cross through this roundabout, like they don't have parking over at Cabela's and walking across?
Absolutely not. If anything, a large achievement of this design is cleaning up what now is a fairly unpredictable pedestrian and vehicle experience moving onto the site. It should be a lot cleaner.
Okay, because I have driven all these roads, and I know that when you're trying to access like Boomtown, which I've gone to a number of times, it shows a north parking lot, and I don't know, it's just kind of complicated walking this area the way things are laid out, so that's really good news. And,
Very good.
okay, and then if I could just, we could take this away. Just go back to our other screen view with everyone.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. The other thing that was brought up by the letter was just the retention area, and I don't know, it sounds like you said normal retention, Angela, whatever that meant.
So if you're in a closed basin, such as the North Valleys, we have regulations that go above and
Correct.
beyond.
I mean, it's just, you showed a retention basin, but that showed that there was trees in that spot, and I was kind of confused. You don't usually have trees in a retention basin, so I wasn't understanding.
Yep, so they provided a hydrology analysis that shows that they are sizing the detention basin according to code, and they're actually sizing it.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record with the letter and all. And then finally, I don't see Councilman Jordan here. But I just wanted to thank her, because I know you pay particular attention to listening to your constituents and trying to address those issues. And it looks like this is definitely an improvement from all the drama, as you pointed out earlier, about especially where those big tractors were going to park, and the traffic circles and the layout of the design seemed to be very contentious and concerning. And I just wanted to congratulate you for your role in helping, I would say, land a better project. I think that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus. Nope.
I just want to go back to this traffic study, because I do think it's valuable, even if we aren't putting conditions that are specific, for a planning document that I think needs to be in existence to allow people who do the infrastructure programming to prioritize need. And I just want to, I want to kind of double check, because I didn't have the code in front of me. Ms. Foose, we have traffic reports and we have traffic impact study analysis, correct, in the code?
Ms. Foose, you're muted.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Hi, sorry about that. Just to clarify, yes, they did provide a traffic report. Just to clarify, when they submitted a special use permit in 2013, they also provided a traffic report based on a truck stop use. So what they've provided today is not for a truck stop use. It's for 2 commercial buildings and the non-gaming. So their traffic numbers are based on what their special use permit today is for. If we were to compare those two in terms of traffic generation from the 2 different uses, the traffic generated from a truck stop is much higher than the traffic generated from 2 commercial buildings and a gaming building.
Okay, so here's where I'm really having a hard time following the logic, because when we brought up the map, we showed these were different parcels. It's not the same project. The license, the floating gaming license, which is really a function of the Gaming Control Board, is in play with both. But to me, I don't see how you can refer to a prior traffic report for a completely different parcel being a valid planning document for another parcel years later. And when I read the code, it says that for traffic impact analysis, which I think are light versions of the traffic reports, correct? Is that right? Traffic report is a more robust analysis than a TIA, right? Okay. So it says okay, if a TIA has been previously submitted for a particular site, a new study shall not be required. However, the administrator may require an update of the study if the study is more than 1 year, or if conditions on the site or in general area of the site have changed substantially. So in my view, and I don't mean to beleaguer this point, I'm just really trying to help edify the inner workings of traffic analysis for us is, you know, if you're using that at a particular site and we're on a different site, it appears to me, and it has been more than 1 year, and a lot of conditions have changed in my view with all the meridians and everything, all the warehouses. So I don't know. I do wish a traffic study had been requested. I can follow the logic, but
let me interject. You are 100% correct on this. Each project, when it comes in, needs to have an independent traffic study. That's what they did. They submitted their own completely independent study based on project development today and based on the proposed project today. Anecdotally, as just useful information for the council to know about, if we were to compare what was proposed back in 2013 with a truck stop compared to what's proposed today, anecdotally, it might be useful for you to know that more traffic is generated with a truck stop than is proposed with the project today. However, the analysis we did was not a comparison of those two special use permits. They are completely independent of each other and not being reviewed as one versus the other. So this special use permit, again, is reviewed for its own drainage, its own traffic, its own sewer impacts.
Okay. So was the traffic impact analysis uploaded for us in the Planning Commission?
It was, I don't believe it was part of the staff report. There's some information included that talks about the traffic generation. And I believe that Louis also has, do you have the traffic engineer in this meeting that we could invite to this discussion?
Can I also ask Councilmember Breckus? Hold on one second, please. Councilmember Breckus, your question seemed to posit kind of a policy question rather than a specific about this particular project. So I guess in the end, Ms. Foose has said that with regard to this specific project, there has been a comprehensive traffic study done, and that answers that question. And then the broader question is about the use or bootstrapping of old traffic studies into it. And I think she's answered that question. And at this point in time, I'm not sure there's any benefit unless you would like to see it and have it shared. Mr. Carriola, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you intending to address that question for my colleague, Councilmember Breckus?
Lauren Reese is on the call. He's the transportation engineer who submitted the brand new traffic impact study for the project. I believe he can address any direct questions.
And so my question was to my good colleague, Councilmember Breckus from Ward 1. Did you desire an answer to that, Ms. Breckus?
No, I would really like to see the methodology that was used with the change conditions. So I would like to see it. I would like it to be sent to me. And I would like to also ask that all of those documents always go in an uploaded record, always. Because not only do they have land use of the permit before us, but they also help us understand our needs for infrastructure. And so it's particularly important for us and the Planning Commission, that's our infrastructure committee. So I will be asking to see that and review it because I want to understand the snapshot out in Verdi with all this growth, what the deficiencies are that are going to be competing against the deficiency needs in other parts of town.
Well, and I think Councilmember Breckus, you make an excellent point, and I will just add that it's also relevant to the public, right? When the public has a question, we can point them to the staff report and thereby answer that question very easily. And so I thank you for your good question, and I'll ask if there are any additional, and if not, I'll come to Councilmember Jordan, who I believe is prepared to make a motion. Councilmember Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Reese. I too want to thank everybody involved. I know that Manhard and Rob Medeiros, as well as the other property owners out in Verdi, have been meeting with a group of residents and engaged individuals for some time now about the global issues in that area. And those individuals, including Carly Borchard, have been very influential in all projects and had great influence on them. And I thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, for recognizing how they have contributed to make these projects better. And while it's not an area plan in its formal nature, it certainly has helped to shape a lot of these projects as they come in. And I thank the community members for playing an integral part in that in the city.
But you too. I mean, they did their job, but so did you.
They did, yeah, and they've done a tremendous job. So there has been great influence. At this time, I would move with the conditions that and understanding that the license remains on the parcel in which was identified here today on the south end, north end. Let me get my orientation. I don't have the map in front of me. Angela, you gotta help me out.
Yep, that would be, I would say the south or the north side of Cabela's.
Yes, thank you. Would remain on the parcel as identified before us here today, and that all of the applicable impact fees apply to this in this area, and I would move to approve special use.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, as you allow folks to exit, let me just also say thank you to Mr. Carriola, Mr. Maderos, Mr. Pani for being present. I appreciate the time that's gone into making all of this possible. We're on item D1, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct. Item D1, this is an item from the City Attorney's Office. If council requests a presentation, John Shipman is available to give one.
Okay, let me just ask first, as my colleagues are here, does anyone desire a staff presentation at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask Councilmember Dewar to give me a motion, please.
Yeah, I would move forward that we approve the lawyer-client agreement between the city and the law firm of Pfeiffer, Wolf, and Carr, Kane and Conley,
Okay, I have a
for
motion.
this litigation on video service providers.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item on to D2. This is a presentation and discussion on the FY 1920 and 2021 budgets. This is not for action. This is an update only from your Finance Director, Debbie Lochner.
Okay, let me also ask, Madam Mayor, you look like you're back with us. I know we were having some technical difficulties.
I am, but I'm gonna, I need to, my iPad is not charging, so
I know.
I'm gonna kind of, I'll
You'll be
still
in and out.
here, record, but since you are in chambers directly, and then I'll come back on whenever I've got more power. So, but I will be here to vote and participate in the meeting.
No problem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Ms. Lochner, it's good to see you. I think last time we got together, you were out of the office, but it's always a pleasure. So thank you for being with us today. I understand that this item is being presented each time we meet as a council, and so we'll just turn it over to you to see if there are updates or what you've prepared for us. I thank you, as always, for being here.
Well, thank you very much, Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, for the record. I do have a quick presentation that I can share with you, and as always, feel free to interrupt me if you have questions. We'll just get right to it.
While we're loading that up, I'll
So-
just remind my colleagues, if anyone needs to step away from the dais for a moment, please take your time to do that. We've been in chambers now, and all of us on this conference meeting for a number of hours. I've lost track of time. So if anyone needs to step away, I certainly understand why sometimes the Zoom goes dark.
All right. So what I wanted to go over with you today is the same information we've been going over every meeting with C-Tax and room tax, and give you a little bit of information about the closing of the books. We are still closing the books, so we use the entire month of July and August to close those books before the auditors come in. But we do have some pretty good projections to work with. So our C-Tax continues to perform better than we had projected. We had projected in March that it would be down like 25%. And we had projected a 50% decline in April and then a 35% decline in May, and again, a 25% decline in June. But because they're performing better, we revised our June revenue to be just down 10%. Do you remember we talked about this revenue back when we didn't have any data, and we were at that point projecting this was going to be closer to a $6 million decline? At this point in time, it's less than $2 million. And part of that is that I could get into a little bit later is the northern part of the state is actually performing better than the southern part of the state. As always, we like to show you a picture, and we're very happy to see that line kind of close to last year. So all the gains that we had through the beginning part of the fiscal year were lost in March, April, and May, and starting to recover. So we are projected to kind of be on track where we were last year. For room tax, we had, again, it is performing better than expected. I think we had projected a 90% decline for June, and we had projected a 100% decline in both April and May. So as you can see that this has performed better, it is, instead of being a $1.5 million reduction in this revenue source, and this is just the general fund piece of it, it really is half of what we had originally expected. Again, a picture, this one's not quite as pretty, but I will say because it's not as large of a revenue source, the lines on the left are farther apart. So that's why it looks so dramatic.
Can you just briefly, this is Councilmember Records, could you just briefly, and I asked this of Ms. Van Buren last time, discuss the impact of the room revenue to the debt instrument for the bowling stadium, event center, and ballroom?
Yes, and I can certainly do that. So we have looked at our room tax revenue. I'm trying to pull up another slide I have here, but the event center room tax, the event center bond is the primary pledge is room tax, a specific room taxes with a secondary pledge of 15% of our consolidated tax. Because the reduction in room tax, we will likely need to use a portion of our C-tax in order to make that the December debt payment for the event center bonds. And that's somewhere between $1 and $1.5 million. We're still working on that actual projection of how much C-tax we would have to use. And what happens is every month when we get our room tax, those room tax revenues, if they come in short of the monthly obligation, we have to backfill it with up to 15% of our C-tax. So that's that one. The room tax that is associated with the retract bonds is a specific room tax that is only for the retract bonds. There is no additional obligation of the city to pay any more than that. The good news is that we have money set aside from excess revenues that will come in and pay for some of the room tax portion of those obligated bonds. So that there is, and I believe that was some of the, trying to figure out, it wasn't the ones that we just refunded. There were some, the 2013 bonds, I believe, that did not get refunded, had been collecting a little extra. So in that case, we are not obligated to pay anything more than what the revenue that comes in on those bonds.
Okay, so just to kind of record as one, is there's no exposure to our general fund from retract.
Correct.
But come December, the general fund could be in $1.5 million for the ballroom, bowling, and event center debt payments.
That is correct.
Okay.
But
Is
we're still looking at that because we just don't know, and we start when we get our July room tax, which is in September. We set aside 1/12 of the principal payment each month based on that need, and that's how that bond is set up to work.
Yeah, I mean, just for the good of the order, you know, I know we've been talking a lot about our approach to using our COVID dollars, and I absolutely felt that if we kept the sheltering the unsheltered in the event center, like places like San Diego have their unsheltered in their convention center, we could then go to those COVID dollars to pay that debt payment. Would maybe be a possibility, and we could protect the general fund. I'm very concerned about the general fund being exposed for debt payment for those facilities.
Okay, Ms. Lochner, can you
And
continue
I'm
with the
not
presentation?
sure I agree with you that we could use CARES Act money to pay our debt payment for that, because it is not pledged revenue, and we are not allowed to replace lost revenue of the agency. We have to look at getting the revenue a different way. So that's the one of the few prohibitions for the use of CARES money, is to replace lost revenue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lochner.
Okay.
Overall, when we looked at all of our revenues, and again, keep in mind, this is our projection of where we're going to be at the end of the year, we are seeing that our C-tax is really only down about 2.3%. And this is a direct reflection of the stimulus and the extra unemployment money that has been coming to our residents. Without that, I really do truly believe this revenue would not have been sustained at that level. We also, so, you know, just for information, without additional stimulus or additional propping up of the unemployment, we're going to continue to see an overall decline in this revenue. We don't know the magnitude because it has been artificially propped up during this period of time. And I had told you earlier that the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state are not actually tracking the same. For instance, when we received our last C-tax payment, the sales tax component of that actually had grown year over year. And I think the biggest reduction really was in the government services tax, which is a motor vehicle tax. The state had deferred payments for several months, so those amounts that were going to be paid didn't get paid. So I think that's where the biggest problem was in the last quarter in C-tax, being that sales tax actually grew a little bit year over year. In looking down at these revenues, when you look at charges for services, for example, and it has a large negative number, that would primarily be parks and recreation, and you would have a similar offset in expenditures, because if they're not able to run their programs, they don't have the associated expenditures and they don't have the revenue. So that is mostly a wash when you talk about that one. The other revenue I really wanted to talk about is property taxes. So you see property taxes came in $1 million over budget, and I expect property taxes to perform similarly in the current fiscal year, that they will either track on or above budget, because when the pandemic hit and we were all sent home and we closed businesses, the lien date and the appeal period had already passed for property taxes. We also know that property taxes tend to have a 2-year lag, so the actual issue for property taxes is not the current fiscal year, but next fiscal year. And we'll be able to get a lot more data around what's happening there in the January-February timeframe, which is when we start coming back to council to build the next year's budget. So we should have a lot better information on what's going on with property taxes. What I expect will happen is a lot of the businesses that were closed had significantly less revenue, and they may change from a valuation approach to an income approach. and then we would have to start again the long slog back up based on caps. I believe this is going to hit commercial more impactfully than residential, in which case at least the cap's much higher. So overall, I think I went too far. Yes. I'll do it with my arrow, it's easier. Okay. Here we are. So we had instituted in March a slowdown of hiring and purchases. We call it, they're not really a freeze because there were some positions that were hired and then purchases were still allowed to happen. It's just not every purchase that was desired was allowed to happen. And we've been monitoring that. So in response to that, where we originally told council we thought we would have about $8 million in savings in salaries and benefits, it's actually a little north of $9 million, about $9.4 million. In services and supplies, we had expected about $2 million. We really are still on track for that because, as you'll see on the next slide, of that $5.2 million, $2.7 million of that is carry forward from fiscal year 20 into fiscal year 21 to finish the expenditures that had already been started during that period of time. So based on instituting those freezes or slowdowns, we were able to save about $15 million overall in the fiscal year 19-20 to help us balance the fiscal year 2021. So as I said, the $2.7 million is assigned fund balance that will be used to pay for the encumbrances and carry forwards. So that left us with about a $16.5 million of, or 16.5% of our budget in fund balance. So that's good news because that's money that we can use to help defray cuts. Of the 16.5%, we had budgeted 11%. So the difference of what we can actually use to balance our budget is $7.7 million. 5% reduction in our budget is about $9.3 million. So what we have built into our budget as far as flexibility, we have, there's the $7.6 million or $7.7 million is the estimated, is the extra fund balance based on the savings that we instituted. We continue to have a slowdown in our hiring and scrutiny of our purchases. So we expect we can save another $9 million there, and we are looking at vacant positions. And for example, there are several police officer positions that are open, being held for a January academy, which will help us accomplish that $6 million figure. It won't get us there, but it will help. And then the services and supplies, we're really asking the departments to scrutinize those and continue to tighten their belts and save those dollars for us. As we developed the budget, and right before the pandemic hit, we were intending to come back to council with a medium-term note to finish the build on the Public Safety Center. And at that point in time, because we had sold property, we were also able to use the same medium-term note to meet our pledge for the Moana Pool. Since the pandemic happened and we decided that it wasn't a good idea to issue debt for these things because we really were looking at cutting expenditures across the board and saving every dollar we could. But we had built in nearly $1.8 million into our budget to pay that debt payment. And that's considered, at this point, free money for us to take in to balance the budget. We do have $1 million built into our budget for city manager contingency. And with a new city manager coming online, I'm not suggesting we necessarily take contingency. And if we do, we wouldn't want to take all of it because we want to make sure that our new city manager will have the resources and the things that they need to be successful. We do have a stabilization fund. We do have to prove that our revenues are reduced beyond what was budgeted in order to use that stabilization fund. So as you could see in the prior slide, we did not reach $1 million last year. Likely this year we may, but that money is available to us if at the end of the year when we audit the books and we say that we had revenue below what was budgeted, we can pull in that money. Again, it's not necessarily recommended at this point in time to go there because it's not a lot of money and we never know when another emergency might hit that we may need those funds. We're reviewing and analyzing the medical, the healthcare fund, which is where the medical premiums are collected and paid. And we anticipate that the fund is healthy enough to have another 1-month holiday. We felt that November would be a good month for that because that gives everybody a little bit more money for the holiday period. Council's budget priorities say that we should budget a minimum of an ending fund balance of 8.3%. And if you recall, state law requires that we keep a minimum of 4%. If we take our fund balance down below the current 12% budget, 11% ending fund balance of last year, to 8.3%, that does provide us another $8.7 million. At the time we put together this presentation, our CARES funding reimbursements, about $1.5 million direct to the city. That is actually going to grow as we haven't received our unemployment bill yet for the April, May, and June timeframe. I think it was only through the first part of March that we received the unemployment invoice. Once we get the unemployment invoice for the remainder of the fiscal year, we can reimburse ourselves for any unemployment claims for the nearly 400 Parks and Recreation employees that got laid off in that time period. In addition to that, we are looking at workers' compensation claims because the CARES Act does allow us to pull in the increased claims from the March to December time period. So we're looking to see if there are claims that we can reimburse ourselves for under CARES funding as well. Those things are not coded in the accounting system the way that our invoices are coded, so we can't just run a report and give you that number. We're doing that analysis to figure it out. In addition, we have built into the general fund a transfer to capital of $2.1 million. And right now, as we're developing our strategic plan to bring forward to council, we're looking at the projects that were proposed to be funded with that $2.1 million to identify anything we feel is critical to continue with, or if we think we can defer those projects. And that will come back to council in September with the strategic plan. Other areas where we have some flexibility and funding is in our fleet program. And if you recall, the settle up with the Building Enterprise Fund, fleet received $2.6 million. So of the $3.5 million, which is, they're on a 5-year recovery plan from the prior recession. So we increased their funding a little bit each year in order to, at the end of 5 years, get them back up to the level that they need to be to have a sustainable fleet replacement program. But we could easily take $2.6 million from this as that was their windfall. Workers' compensation, again, if we maintain what we had in the budget last year, we have $7.4 million that we can take from that long-term liability. And same with OPEB, we have about $1 million that would be going into the trust. We can maintain a pay-go for the coming year. These are not areas where we would want to go to year after year because if you don't pay down your long-term liabilities, they just continue to grow. But 1 year of using some of these funds would not break the bank. So overall, back in, I think it was April, the state told us they had a projection of a 14% decline in sales tax. Sales tax is 80% of our C-tax. And so we just basically did the math and determined that a 14% decline in 80% of our sales tax, which is 27% of our revenue, essentially gives us a 4% decline in our overall general fund revenues, about $8.5 million. So that's, kind of what we're expecting to see. But I also want to look at, some of the other taxes included in there, such as the liquor tax. It's not a large component of C-tax, but if we see some of the those shops and as small businesses close, we may see a decline in that revenue as well. And so liquor licenses were about $353,000 below our expectations in fiscal year 20. And our gaming licenses came in about $606,000 less. So between the two of them, it's about $1 million. So in our room tax, and this is what we already talked about, when we come forward in September, we will be requesting the council consider some of their portion of the general fund room tax, moving that over to park maintenance. Otherwise, we will have to cut park maintenance. We do have a plan for that, but we believe that there are unspent money in the council side of the room tax that could be moved over and used for additional park maintenance to maintain park maintenance where it currently is. As I said before, we have the room tax that funds our retrack debt, and we have room tax that funds our event centers bonds, which is with the secondary pledge of the C-tax. Our room surcharge, the $2 surcharge, that's essentially come in at zero in the last few months of the year. So while we've seen that the casinos are full, the room nights really haven't been in the downtown area as much as maybe some of the outlying hotels. But that good news is that $2 surcharge is only used for capital improvements to the National Bowling Stadium, the Event Center, and the Reno Livestock Event Center. So those projects will just be put on hold until such time as there is money available to fund those projects. And as I said, gaming and liquor licenses were down in fiscal year 20. I expect them to be down again in fiscal year 21. Between them, and it's about $1 million. And then the charges for services, which is primarily recreation and parks and parking fees. And as I said before, parks and recreation, if they're not receiving the revenue for programs they're not running, they're also not incurring the expenditure. So overall, for our next steps, we are actively working through our CARES Act relief program to get everything to the state. We did submit our paperwork this week, so we should be getting our money. If it follows Sparks' timeline, about 10 days after we submitted the paperwork, we should receive some money from the state. So part of the paperwork was submitting our proposed spending plan, and then we've also been providing them with our actual expenditures so that they can see that. We have set up codes to help the departments and the finance department better report to the state on which categories various things belong in. So we're actively working to get that set up so that we are prepared to have it audited, because as we all know, any kind of large grant like this will be audited, and we want to make sure that we have good backup documentation. In addition to that, the finance department is furiously working on a strategic plan. We've done our revenue analysis. We are now working on a definition of where the revenues would be that would trigger various cuts. We have identified the areas where we have flexibility built into the budget. And then we've been working with every department to really look for ongoing sustainable cuts, because we don't think this is going to be over this fiscal year. We think it's going to go on for at least one more, if not two more fiscal years, and it just depends on how far down property taxes go. But the revenues continue to be propped up with the stimulus from the federal government. $1,200 to every resident that qualifies is a big deal for them. And it also, with the extra unemployment, has also been propped up, and that's something that we will continue to watch. If stimulus goes away, which we know at this point, December 30th is when stimulus goes away, and if that's the case and unemployment remains high, then we will likely see some additional revenue pressures in the second half of, or in the first half of next calendar year, second half of this fiscal year. And we'll have better idea on the property tax when we can talk to the assessor after lien date and the appeal period passes, or at least the application for appeals. So, again, just reminding the council of what we do annually. We work through July and August to close our books. We do our audit September, October. We prepare a CAFR in November. We present it to council in December. Also in that August to December timeframe, the finance department is setting up all the processes and the spreadsheets and the analysis needed for the following fiscal year's budget. We primarily spend most of our time working on salary projections during this period of time and making sure all of our data is real clean. And then we send everything out to the departments for them to begin doing their work, and we come and meet with you to determine what your priorities are for the year and ensure that we build the budget accordingly. And that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, let me thank you, Ms. Lochner, for the presentation, always thorough, and of course, happy to have you back in the saddle leading these discussions. Let me ask, if I can, please, just for simplification's purposes, as I read the presentation and looked at it in the days leading up to our meeting today, 2020 should be viewed as kind of like, you did it. You made it through with a positive fund balance. Woohoo, good on you. 2021 looks like, from your presentation, you're saying that if we hold the line and act as conservatively as possible, given all the factors and all the funds and all the delays and transferring in the areas where we can, holding the lines on hiring and the like, you've identified about $45 to $50 million in potential savings. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and we also have some additional savings from the department. So while we have all the identified areas we can go, we don't necessarily want to go to all those places.
Totally understand. I'm sort of summarizing how I viewed the presentation. So again, 2020, you did it. Good on you. 2021, we have got to hold the line very much so as to all things being conservative with our dollars, being shepherds of the resources we have, because there are still a lot of unknowns. And then in 2022, I think we start to think more critically about where our fund balance leads us if we continue to cut and create issues. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, as I see it, you have done just an outstanding job of helping us to understand where we are relative to the numbers that you get somewhat delayed from the state as it relates to various kinds of payments. But you've also laid out a very aggressive strategy for us to make sure that we do everything we can in this community to keep our lights on, to pay our bills, to meet obligations where they're met. And I guess at the end of the day, I want to just take a step back from it, because it's easy to get lost in the minutia of each of the individual items. And there is something to be said about seeing the minutia, getting into the CAFR, looking at the projects, but it's also a time for us to say, we've done a good job of getting to where we are. We know that there are difficult decisions and complicated days ahead, but at the same time, there is hope for a bright future for this community. And this is what I was trying to take away from your presentation is, no one disputes that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, that there are lots of unknowns, that there are revenue streams and sources that have dried up or decreased. Some have apparently increased. I'm positive about that. But just that we need to continue to be as conservative as we can with our resources so that we will weather this storm. And that is sort of the broad takeaway of what I took from your presentations. And of course, all of this starts to come back as we enter into our next budget cycle. We've got some very important conversations about how we spend our dollars and what we want from community health services and mental health support and all those things. You've provided us a path, Ms. Lochner, and I appreciate that very much, and I thank you for it. And I think we can go out and explain and answer the questions that will inevitably come from our community when they arise, because you've done the work. And I'm saying you have done the work, not, some abstract you, but you, Deborah, have done the work. So I want to thank you for that. I'm going to start with our colleagues on the Councilmember Dewar. You're up on my Brady screen dial. Councilmember Weber is in the middle there now, but you're up there in the first one. Nope, Councilmember Weber, I was just saying you're in the middle of my screen, and I like to anchor myself so when people move around, I know where I was. Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Great job, Debbie. I was going to ask 3 questions. One, sort of along the lines of Vice Mayor Reese, which is, could you just bottom line it? We just got like a half hour of numbers. So can you just say, we were able to save money, and then we're starting this fiscal year, and it looks like you said we were planning for a much bigger departure, and now we're only within $2 million of a projection, I think they heard, or?
So, Councilmember Reese laid it out very well. We got through 1920 very, very well. And in the last quarter of that fiscal year, we were able to save money, which will help us balance this fiscal year. So, yes, that's the good news that we're bringing forward. In addition to that, the departments have been doing a lot of work in order to identify where they may be more efficient, things they can hold open to also help us. What we asked them to look at was something that they felt they could sustain.
So you're not expecting to do a 5% cut across the board, or you are?
No, I don't believe that just telling everybody cut 5% out of their budget is the appropriate way to manage a budget, especially when you're looking at, you have services that, cross departments. And you also have some departments that really, particularly the administrative departments, don't have a lot of flexibility in their budget. Most everything they do is required.
The smaller you are, the harder it is to find these things.
And so we looked at overall, there's things that we can do that we consider low-hanging fruit, such as the Public Safety Center debt. Obviously, we didn't issue the debt, and that's money that's easy to put in and cut.
Okay.
We also looked at, when we developed the budget, we had a utility director, anticipated that position did not get filled. So we are going to reallocate some of that Director Flansburgh's time back into the sewer fund because we had taken all the time out.
Okay.
But he is still managing the sewer fund until such time as we get that director.
That's good to know. Again, I wasn't asking for the details. I was asking to roll it up to the big picture.
And so as we develop all these different things, yes, 1920 came out okay. 2021, we have a lot of flexibility built into our budget that will allow us, with some cuts from the departments, to get through 2021. 21, 22 is yet to be determined what the issue will be, and we will have that likely for you in that January, February timeframe. So when we develop that budget, we will have a much better idea, and we'll actually have a much, unlike the budget we did this time where we didn't have any data.
Ms. Lochner, I'm so sorry. My time is running, and I just had 2 things to ask you. I'm trying to get a top line, and then I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, it may surprise no one, but both my husband and I had fraudulent unemployment claims filed, and looks like Ms. Lochner, and I don't know if Mr. Reese, and I don't know how many others. I think ours were filed against our private company. One of mine against me was filed in Miami against Nevada's unemployment, and I only found out about this week. My husband, he's the president of his company, as I am of another company, and that showed that he was unemployed from his own company. We got calls from Nevada, from Dieter, and they said that they're spending most of their time trying to sort through these fraudulent claims. And so when we're talking about the unemployment piece of our budget, what I was hearing from them is a huge number of fraudulent claims, like 50% plus have been fraudulent. And we have all been contacted by people needing money, either from the PUA, the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, regarding the gig workers or contract workers, and also from people that are regular employed. So it looks like it's a very, very far-ranging problem, and I don't know how it's going to affect us, in terms of getting those things straightened out. And the second thing I just wanted to mention is, just so people know, I'm become aware that there's a petition afoot to ask the city to release the public arts funding. And now that we see that the room tax is not as hit as expected, I think we can expect to see that. And I think it's probably a legitimate request, especially because it goes to fund a lot of these people that are not getting unemployment assistance.
Councilmember Dewar,
and
I
it
just
may
want
come
to.
ultimately.
No, it wasn't that you had gone over, no problem there. It's just I want to keep on task. I do think there's an important point about the artist petition that's being circulated. I had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Hill about it. I think there's a little bit of misinformation about it, and then I'll just say that we could take that offline rather than talk at this time. Okay.
Good. I just wanted to let Debbie know, really. Thank you.
Totally
And one
understand.
thing that we will talk about in the first meeting in September, when we come back with the strategic plan, we will have more information about the council room tax and about the park maintenance funding and how much we need to backfill in order to maintain park maintenance. So that'll be in the meeting. First meeting in September is our target for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lochner. Any other council members have any questions at this time?
Yes, Councilman or Vice Mayor, I just want to chime in really quickly. All I would just stress moving forward, Deborah, and you're great at your job, and we really appreciate all you do. I just want to make sure I would caution to the council that we are very cautious moving forward, since we are still in extremely uncertain times. So I want to do everything that we can to hold on tight and, be very, I guess, judicious with our finances, right? I mean, honestly, I think we have tough roads ahead, especially this next 6 months. So that's all I'd like to say. Let's all just, realize that we've got to probably save every dollar and dime. And I think you've been going down that road very well, Deborah, but we really have to, I think this next phase is going to be really critical. So that's all I wanted to say. And by the way, I love your hair. It's gotten so long. That's how long it's been since I haven't seen you.
I think,
All right.
Madam Mayor, you make an excellent point, and that is no one should read into this that we're like out of the woods or we did it or high five. I hope that no one mistook my comments as that. I think the darkest period is ahead of us. It's not what we've gotten through, it's what we're going to go through. And as a result of that, we've got to keep our eyes on the prize and the focus, which is core services, supporting our employees, that sort of thing. No one should take away from this that somehow we've figured it out and we're going to be golden. I don't think that's true. I think we just have to take it as we are, essentially 2 weeks by 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, we're getting an update because we have got to be able to pivot and move and do those things very judiciously. So I thank you for that, Ms. Lochner. I don't think there are any additional questions from the council of the whole at this time. And so I'll say thank you again for being with us. And we've still got a long agenda ahead of us. So I'll move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, can you tee that up for us, please?
I can, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would just like to note for the record, though this was a non-action item, we did receive online public comment from Bailey Watkins and Olivia Piccirilli. That has been distributed to council and is part of the record. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mayor and Council, you are on item D3.
Okay, item D3 is one which I'm not sure we'll need a staff presentation on, but I'll ask my colleagues before I do that. I don't believe there's public comment on this item.
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, and so I'll look to my colleagues and see if anyone has any desire for a brief staff presentation. If not, I'll look to Councilmember Dewar for a motion. Oh, it's in Ward 5, so I'll go to Councilmember
In
Jordan.
Neoma Jordan's ward.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just looked down kind of askance. Councilmember Jordan, can you give us a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmembers Dewar and Weber. I'll see if there are any other additional questions or comments at this turn. Councilmember Delgado, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Real quickly, I know that this project goes between both Councilwoman Jordan and myself. It's a wider project. I just wanted for clarity, I know it's part of the 1,000 homes in 100 days. Just for clarity points, I know they commence within the first 18 months. They're going to start on the north end. After that, they're going to go over to on the south end, which is across the street into my ward, that they're still good with the deferral. Is that right?
Who's available, Mr. Shipman?
The overall completion of the project. For the overall completion of the project, I think this is for staff, if we have somebody on.
Apologize, I missed the question again.
So I know when they commence the project, it's going to be on the north end of the north end in Ward 5. That's where we're going to start the project. The southern piece is going to be in my ward in Ward 3 across the street. So I mean, they're not, it's a whole entire project. I just want to make sure they're not viewed as separate. And the entire project is going to get the deferral. Is that correct?
That's what I believe, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that on the record. There was some confusion in the community as that there were two separate projects, but thank you for that clarity. That's it.
Okay, having had a motion and a second, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-1.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, moving on to item D4. This is preliminary discussion and review of a potential initiation of Reno Small Business Economic Relief Grant Program. It should be noted before we begin, we did receive online public comment from Bailey Watkins in favor of this item. That's been submitted to council and is part of the record. At this time, Mr. Vice Mayor, I believe we have a brief overview from Carlos Stockham, maybe?
Let's see who we get loaded up here as we transition from attendee to panelist.
I believe Eric Jensen is also a party to this, so we will
Okay,
move
Mr.
him
Stockham, I
over.
see that you are joining us. Let's give you a chance to get into the room. I think, is anyone joining you, Mr. Stockham, and making the presentation? Eric Jensen is
will
now
be
joined.
presenting.
And
Will
so
be Eric
take it over.
Jensen, and if you could promote Dylan Shaver, this will be Eric and Dylan handling this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, good evening. Glad to see everybody's still awake and alert. It's a good thing. I'm glad to be here with you. Very briefly, as you're aware, the city has received an allocation of CARES funds, approximately $46.6 million, in two disbursements, $23.3 million each. My role today is to talk to you about the $2.5 million of the first disbursement that council allocated a couple of weeks ago, specifically for the assistance or the relief of businesses. And so what you have before you is a proposal put together by staff and an advisory team of community leaders to on how to disperse that initial $2.5 million. And essentially, it's we are recommending $1.4 million be set aside specifically for small businesses, for businesses that have been shut down repeatedly by the governor's orders. So they're typically bars and pubs, small restaurants, potentially beauty salons, other small businesses. That would be administered by the city. Another $1 million allocation is being recommended for minority and women-owned businesses. We have since this staff report put out an RFQ and have at least two parties that are interested. Originally, we put in the staff report Audacity would be the administrator of this program. However, since then, we've done an RFQ, and we know at least two parties are interested in administering that particular sub-program. And then lastly, we're recommending that $100,000 be given simply as a block grant to the Sierra Arts for their existing artist support program. And again, that would be run wholly by them. The $1 million that we're talking about for the minority and women-owned businesses we're recommending that a third-party vendor, again, administer that, but that the actual final payments be done by city staff and with the approval of the city, so that all of those funds would be vetted through our own organization. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that is all I have for today.
Okay, let me ask a few questions, Mr. Jensen, because I think I've looked at the presentation, and I think it's actually outstanding, especially given how fast it's been created. So I thank you for the work that has gone into it. I want to focus on first the Audacity Fund, and I want you to speak to, this is the section of the fund which you've identified as $1 million for woman and minority-owned business relief. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then, so I think that is fantastic and absolutely should be a part of this. The second part I want to ask about is one of the sub-program grants that you've identified was $100,000 for Sierra Arts. How do we assure that our artist community, especially, let's just take musicians, for example, live music has been, essentially eliminated because of the nature of the virus and bars and restaurants being shut down in that regard. How do we make sure that those funds get to artists? There's a little bit of lack of detail on that specific one. What can we do to ensure that our friends in the arts community are be able to access these grants?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That's an excellent question. This is an existing grant program that has a track record and a history that we were able to review. And that is why we are recommending that the money simply be turned over to them, because we have confidence in their program. We reviewed who the money has been given to date and how it's dispersed and how the program is organized. And so we did not feel it necessary for the city to put any additional restrictions or caveats on how it is funded and operated.
Okay, and so I want to be clear, Sierra Arts will be the grant recipient. They will deal with how the grants are doled out to persons who might apply.
Correct. This is a supplement to their existing program, which they are already operating.
I think, too, that matches up with something this council asked about, which is making sure that we weren't duplicating the efforts of other organizations from an administrative process standpoint, so that when we had an organization that was capable of administering the funds, we weren't standing up our own. So I appreciate that. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have on my first pass. But again, I will say thank you for the quality work product and what you've put together. I'm excited to see it used and hope that it will be of benefit to our community in a major way. Councilmember Breckus, I think you have your hand up.
Thank you. So this Audacity Fund, is this an existing nonprofit?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Breckus. Audacity is an existing nonprofit. They are aligned with the Community Foundation of Western Nevada, and we were introduced to them as an organization that already has a program that assists with training and helping both minority and women-owned businesses in terms of startup and operating their business. And so we worked with them. They have helped us in framing the discussion and in how the program should be organized. In consultation with our in-house counsel, we have decided that having an RFQ or establishing an RFQ is the proper route for a grant of this size, a program of this size. And so we put out the RFQ earlier this week. And as I mentioned, we have received at least 2 parties, so Audacity and another, who are interested in pursuing this and administering it. As soon as the RFQ closes, we will look at their qualifications and determine which or if both are appropriate for administering this $1 million.
Yeah, I was looking on the finance department website and I saw that RFP, but that conflicted with saying that we were sole sourcing with this. Will the contract come to council, and can you tell me an administrative overhead number that you're going to allow for that?
Good question. So because we went RFQ instead of RFP, we will sit down with the firm that we think is the most qualified, and we will develop the work product, the program, using them, sort of like when you hire a contractor to help you design the project to streamline it and to reduce costs and to make it more efficient. So that is what we anticipate doing. So I will know those things as soon as we pick the firm. I will then be able to report back to council what we think the program will be, what those costs will be. Yes, I believe we will have to bring the contract back to council.
Okay, and then who will do the certification on minority and women-owned businesses? Will you just default to the, like the state, federal, USDOT certification, or will we do in-house certification?
We will rely on our contractor, on our contracted party to do that for us. And again, we anticipate selecting a firm that does this professionally, that has a track record and an existing program, so that we will not be reinventing the wheel here. It will be somebody who does this already.
How are we going to make sure that when we grant this to businesses that they will stay open, that it won't go to businesses that are just going to close anyway? Because you hear about so many business closures.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I've been asking my colleagues around the state and the country how they are doing it. And essentially, our current program, we're anticipating that the business has to be in Tier 1, in other words, to be a priority business. They'll have to be open for at least 1 year so that they have a track record. We can look and see how their operations are. And then in addition to that, we are relying on our third party to look at their business operations and to tell us if they look like a business that is struggling, one that is likely to succeed, and then to use that as part of our evaluation. So part of it is qualitative research, and part of it is quantitative research.
I would love to suggest that a Tier 1 business be childcare. School is not compulsory in the state of Nevada until age 7. That's actually kind of late, and while there's efforts to make it available, I think even during the most recent legislature, they rolled back some of those kindergarten programs, and 38% of our population is essential workers. And I would love to see childcare facilities that might be struggling because they have to do the social distancing eligible for this. I'm very concerned about the children and the families. And, we know there's going to be more children coming all along, and it's such an essential family need. So I would love to see this added to childcare facilities as a Tier 1. And I'm a little concerned about the Sierra Arts because we always hear about equity among our art groups, and if we put a grant for them to get some overhead to be the grant administrator, how do we know other groups won't come in and say, why'd you favor them? And, what I just took out of the budget discussion is that we might be, not granting out of our general room tax next year. And I don't know, did any of that come up?
Yes. So in our discussion with Sierra Arts, and Sierra Arts was recommended to us by Alexis Hill in Arts and Culture. She was the one who put them in contact with me. And when I met with their executive director, we had that frank discussion. And their program is set up essentially to give very small grants, like $500, $1,000 at a time, to artists, to, if the gig goes south. If whatever, they just need that much to keep the lights on. So they're a very grassroots organization, very small.
Yeah, and just because my time's going, I know them. I think they're good. I want those grant. I want to see when that contract comes to us, their grant procedures, so that we can say that we understand we have a fair process. But I just want to reiterate a desire to see childcare into the Tier.
Okay, let me also, because I don't want to miss the point that in preparing this program, you also involved our partners at the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. It looks like Assemblywoman Jill Tolles was involved, also the Downtown Reno Partnership. So I thank you for casting a broad net so that it's understood that we were looking at those things, and I would think that that could include childcare as an option. Do any other council colleagues have questions or comments at this time? It looks like first Councilmember Jordan, I'll come to you, and then Councilmember Dewar shortly thereafter.
Thank you very much, and I'll be quick. Just for the record, can you say what the min and max is of the $1 million and the $1.5 million grant award amounts, and then what defines small business? I don't want to get into a PPP. It got allocated to somebody who was a big fish and maybe shouldn't have gone to them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Those are great questions. So In the 1.4 million that the city is administering, the program floor would be 5,000 and the ceiling would be 20,000 as drafted. Maximum business size is determined by FTEs, and that's 20. So 20 or less is how we determine if it's a small business or not. In the program for the minority and women-owned businesses, we have not established those parameters yet. We would do those with our consultant, with whoever we pick as a third-party vendor, but we anticipate them to be very similar, that they will, the scope in terms of floor and ceiling, because again, we're trying to get as much money as we can out in the community and not just pick one or two winners and losers, but to pick a lot of winners if possible. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, real quick question. When we talk about the women and minority-owned business relief program, it says a new business, and I was just confused because you said it had to have a year track record, and yet the Audacity Fund is to help stand up new businesses. So, is it like it was new a year ago, or what? How does this work?
Correct. So thank you very much, Councilwoman Dewar. So the Audacity Fund, that is what they do typically day in and day out. The program that they would administer for us would be tailored to what we want to do. This would not go toward their existing programs. So we would work out with them a program that meets our needs, and they would administer it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any additional questions or comments at this time? Okay, hearing none, I'll look for a motion, please. Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah. Mayor, just quick, sorry to butt in. I believe, just clarification, I believe that Mr. Jensen said it is going to come back to the council, that contract. One of the things, like, just the checks and balances of, if a business already got existing PPP and things like that, there's kind of a lot of layers here, and it's going to be really challenging, again, picking winners and losers, and I think we also have to be extremely realistic with our businesses that, this is not going to save you. There are a lot of components that are going into that, and maybe some other, and also, I mean, we could even look at ways for some, business coaching. I mean, a lot of people are starting to renegotiate with their landlords. That seems to be like the biggest pain point, I can tell you, for a small business. It really is with those, the landlord relationships. And a lot of people, what I've learned, they don't really know how to negotiate. And there's a lot of different creative ways you can do that and put things on the back end. And so I would kind of like to see in some way some mentor training or some business training through, those kinds of things, because I think businesses are challenged with things they never thought they would be. Typically, you sign a lease, you're on your way. And today, that can make or break literally keeping your doors open. So things like that, that I think we can provide to them, that I've actually had guidance through that have been extremely helpful through the Conference of Mayors for businesses around the country. And so maybe we take some of those best practices and even, go through the chamber and have just some, workshops or something to help some of these businesses, because it's going to be very, very tough. But anyway, great job, Eric. I know you spent a lot of time on this, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, back to you, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to mention, I think my pup dropped in to see if we were up to the puppy mill thing yet. I'm telling her, not yet.
Well,
not
would
yet.
she like to make the motion?
Sure, you want to make a motion,
Perfect.
Daisy?
Great.
She says yes. We move
Daisy
forward
has
with this
moved,
small business.
And Councilmember Delgado, I didn't mean to cut you off. Was that a second first, or?
Yeah, second, and quick discussion really quick.
Motion and a second, and now discussion.
Yeah, sorry about that. Eric, if we get a chance, Mr. Jensen, I know we've talked before, but looking forward to, as part of that contract, that there's an outreach plan in terms of how we're going to reach out to a lot of these minority organizations that are, it's really foreign in many different ways. I've talked to many of them about application, working with government, to trust all opportunities to make sure that they know that there's funds related and available for them. And so that'd be part of my hope is once we see these contracts come back, that there's a sound outreach plan to get to some of these businesses. Thanks.
I think part of the thing too, Councilmember Delgado, you've raised in the past is that there are many different programs out there sprinkling little bits of relief, and it's hard to know which you can stack. I think we talked about as a body finding a way to get that information both in English and Spanish so that people knew, there are these 5 things that might help with your commercial business. There are these 7 things that could help with food. There are these 7 things that help with rental assistance. So your point is well taken that what we need to be able to do is have a way to share the good news of the program's existence that are available to people. So your point is absolutely the critical part. Without it, I don't think we have a successful program. So Mr. Jensen, you'll be tasked with making sure people have access to that. Okay, we've had a motion and a second. Oh, Councilmember Breckus, you're up.
Did the motion include the suggestion that we move the child care facilities into the first tier?
Yes, it did, and I think it was already stated by Mr. Jensen that the category included it, but just to be clear, yes.
Yeah, as a category, okay. And then I guess, it's a separate fund then to do what the mayor's talking about is the technical assistance, because I do think that's an important concept. But maybe that's a separate initiative then?
All right, thank you. And to clarify on both points, if I may, there's some discussion on whether childcare can be funded out of this simply because it's an essential business in the state of Nevada and was not closed down. So we are researching that right now.
Okay, I get that.
Okay.
I do think it's.
So that,
Can we go to Mr. Shaver? Because I do think it's worth pointing out that there is still some flexibility, and if we're giving council direction and you all believe it is important to have some thoughts about the coaching aspect to it. Mr. Shaver, welcome.
I wanted to point out that we've been talking about the coaching thing since the mayor initially suggested it, and the chamber does have a pretty robust program around that. I would discourage from including it in this particular motion because sort of the line items are married out, but if the council likes to see something broader, we'll continue those conversations with the Chamber of Commerce and potentially, if you are so interested, bring back something along those lines in the phase 2 discussion for this item, which will actually be on your next agenda.
Yeah, I think there is going to be that second phase of the CARES Act dollars, and you're hearing enough folks on this call that are saying we think that's a good idea, that you might take that as council direction offline. Councilmember Jordan, did you wish to add something?
Yes, thank you. And I know the Chamber does incredible work in our community and is educating as many businesses. I just wanted to make sure that reach goes beyond just their membership personnel, or whether it's them that does the education or other avenues of education. I think we can't just say, the chamber will do it to chamber clients, because not everybody's a member of the chamber, just like not everybody's a member of the Midtown Merchants Association. So that was my only cautionary comment. And
a disclosure, I was going to bring up, I am a member of the chamber, and so if it was being given to the chamber and only eligible members, that was I felt like I had to at least disclose, maybe even recuse them. That would be a question for Mr. Shipman, I think.
No, you're good.
Okay. Thank you.
I think also, Councilmember Dewar, as you've raised the issue, it goes without saying, I serve on the Sierra Arts Foundation board, right, as a member of this body who has been the liaison to it. I don't believe I have a conflict, and so I didn't flag it earlier. In any event, we've had a motion.
Right, but the other one's a private association.
Totally
and
get it.
I'm not a member in my capacity on city council, and so that's why I wanted to make sure.
No worries. Thank you so much. Always better to be sure than sorry. Okay, we've had a motion and a second. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, moving on to your next item. We've already heard item D5. D6 was pulled from this agenda. We're on item D7. Presentation, discussion, and potential appointment or direction to staff regarding the city manager recruitment.
Can I ask, Madam Mayor, is it your desire to take a brief break for a second? We've been seated for a very long time, and I don't mean to ask, but would you like to take a break?
I think that would be a very good idea. Everyone should get up and sort of walk around and maybe get something to eat. And we still have a lot to go over on this agenda. So let's do that for 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll be back at 6:30.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute. Hold on one second. Let us figure out what we got to do here.
She's connecting to her audio still.
Oh, yeah. You're still connecting. Your audio is not connected yet, Madam Mayor. I'm going to pretend that I'm lip reading and you're like singing a song or something just because I can. Now we've lost you. Sorry. Are we yet transmitting, broadcasting? Okay.
So at this point, we can call your meeting back to order if you would like.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you just situate us as to which item we're on the agenda? It looks like everyone's coming back.
Yes. You have everyone present for your meeting. As mentioned before, item D5 has been covered. D6 was withdrawn from this agenda. You're on item D7, presentation and direction regarding the city manager recruitment.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we first have any public comment? What I'd like to do is do public comment, staff presentation, which will be taken by Acting City Manager Soto and our consultant, and then we'll turn it over for discussions or questions from council. So let's start first with public comment on this item.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we did receive a voicemail on this item. We'll play that in chambers now.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Minaberry. That's ErikaMinaberry for the record. And I would just like to express my dismay at the choices that we have for city manager. The fact that there was $30,000 spent on a hiring firm to come up with this list of people that is absolute trash to run our city. And the fact that the most votes went to Doug Thornby, who is just another rich white man from Sparks. I can't even handle it. I can't believe that you guys would think that is a proper representation of our city. And while you guys might be the boss of the city manager, we are the boss of you, and we're paying attention. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, it should be noted that we also received online public comment from Jessica Ebby, Taylor Herrick, Ari Overly, Adam
Will you,
Harrison.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, will you send me those public comments? And what was the name of that last public commenter?
That public commenter was Erica Minaberry.
Okay, will you please send me all your public comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll make sure you have it.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay, Acting City Manager Soto.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So item D7 before you, you have, as requested, your list of candidates for your upcoming permanent manager. The only point I really wanted to make is that next Monday, which would be the 17th, I believe, there's a special meeting set up for this specific topic as well. I just want all of you to know that that is optional, depending on where you're at in the process. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our recruiter, Josh Jones, so he can give you a presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. If we could get the PowerPoint presentation loaded up, we'll begin going through that.
At this time, Josh, we are loading the PowerPoint and we will advance the slides for you. Please just let us know.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the first slide now. So on our agenda tonight, we need to select candidates to interview, determine the interview activities that we'd like to have take place, settle in on some dates for these activities, and finalize interview questions for the council. Next slide. So of all the resumes that were reviewed, 9 candidates received a mark of interest from 2 or more elected officials. And so we've since performed media checks and introductory interviews with those 9 candidates. We'll go to the next slide. And so our recommendation is to begin building the interview list. We would recommend that you include the 3 candidates who received marks of interest from 3 or more council members. And then among the remaining 6 candidates who received marks of interest from 2 council members, we would recommend consider adding at least one more of those to form a list of at least 4 finalists. Next slide. So this is the list of 9 candidates who received the most overall interest. We're going to come back to that. I'd like to quickly go over some logistics, and then we'll come back to this slide and dive into the candidate selection. So in terms of logistics, we know that we probably definitely want to have open session interviews directly with the council. Beyond that, it is certainly up to the council to decide what else they would like to include in the process. I know earlier on some council members expressed interest in doing one-on-one interviews, which we could facilitate. A staff panel was also mentioned. But I also know that the council is eager to find the right city manager and get them in place and busy at work. So our recommendation at this time would be to do the direct council interviews in open session, followed by any one-on-one interviews upon request if desired by certain council members. Next slide. We began looking at calendars and have some potential dates that could possibly work for the majority of council. Those would be next week, August 17th and 20th in the afternoon. This would allow you to interview with 1-hour time slots up to 4 candidates each day. But I do want to note that not all council members were available on these 2 days, just looking at your calendars. But if at all possible, of course, our recommendation would be that all of council be present for these interviews. And we'll go to the next slide. So these are our recommended interview questions. I think we can go through these final slides at the very end of our discussion tonight. So let's go back to that blue table on slide 5 and begin the process of selecting candidates. So if it would please council, what I would like to do is offer a brief introduction about each of these candidates and then turn it over to the council and ask you if you would like to hire, candidate A, and then we'll go on to B and C and so forth. So if that's okay, I'll go ahead and proceed. So our first,
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
When you say hire, do you mean interview?
No, go ahead. Let's let him finish the presentation first, and then we'll come back and ask the questions.
It's just
Okay,
he
go
said
ahead.
hire, but did he mean interview?
I meant interview, thank you.
And Madam Mayor? Yes. I have a question about what he just said, and that is, are we going to go down this list and you're going to ask us right now? Because I think the process should be different than asking each one of these. If you give an explanation of who these people are, and then afterwards that we can evaluate.
Right, that's it.
One-on-one, as we go down the list.
Right, I would offer an introduction of each one, and then the council could choose whether or not they would like to interview them.
Right now.
Good.
You want us to do each one of these separately?
Right.
Okay.
Unless you prefer it otherwise.
Madam
I
Mayor.
do think that I'm sorry. Yes. Can I just finish what I was asking?
Councilmember Weber, go ahead. I think we understood your question, but happy to have you comment.
Okay. And my comment is that it would be nice if he would give us that, and then we could rate them afterwards, or we could all do the same thing.
No problem. Part of the issue is my concern is that we've already seen the resumes, so I don't need an introduction.
Right.
Me personally am not looking for you to go through each human being on this list and you tell me the highlights of their resume. I spent, I would say conservatively 12 hours trying to look through the resumes. And so for me, that's not necessary, but our mayor is going to lead our discussion on this point. And so I will support whatever the mayor's wish is with regard to this process.
And I just have a quick question. Mr. Jones, could you turn off your fan? It's like oscillating in our Zoom to...
Oh, sure. Hang on just one moment.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Dewar. I had the same problem. I was just having vertigo from the fan.
Right, me too. Thank you, sorry.
And
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I wasn't trying to
No
truncate
problem.
Mr. Jones' presentation. I just was trying to figure out if it was a necessary component of how we are to move forward. And so that's why I was
Sure.
was asking.
No, thank you for the clarity. Okay, let's try to get through this and then let's ask him some questions because I've got questions too. So we'll just get through it and go from there. Sound good?
That sounds good to me. I certainly understand, the point though. If council feels like they've reviewed these resumes thoroughly and don't need introductions and you'd like to jump right into the discussion, we could do that as well.
That's fine. Okay, let's do that.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's pertinent to whether or not we proceed with him giving a summary of the resume. I guess my question is to Councilmember Reese's, Vice Mayor Reese's point. I too spent a tremendous amount of time looking through all of these. So have you met with them and you have something further to add, or were you just going to give a commentary on their resume? I guess I need to understand what going through each one, giving a highlight, is going to be different than us having done that.
Right. So I have spoken with each one, and so I was going to offer some brief highlights about their staff and budget sizes, their motivation for applying and interest in the position. So whatever the council's pleasure is okay with me.
That sounds good. New information.
Okay. If that's okay, I'll make it quick, and we'll get through this. So the first candidate is Nicole Brookshire. Nicole was the executive director for the Office of African American Affairs with the County of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County's population is almost 1 million. Nicole had a budget of $50 million and oversaw 100 staff with impact across the organization to 4,000 staff. She said that her motivation, she really liked in the brochure our mentioning of affordable housing and spurring economic development. She said that a lot of her experience has been in that area, and this would be a great opportunity to add value to Reno. So this time, I would turn it back over to the council to get your thoughts on interviewing Nicole Brookshire.
Okay,
You're not going to go over them all?
wait a minute. Hold on one second. First of all, is this because of the recommendation that you said that we should put a fourth candidate in there? Because she's a 2.
Right. Right.
So,
We would,
my thought. Then we're picking and choosing between all these 2s. How do you choose exactly which is the one based on the information you're giving us now? Because I don't think that's
right. Information now, thoughts from other council members, what they saw in that candidate, and they could describe what they think the potential is there and see if any council members are interested.
Yeah, I think to make it fair, you go with the top 3. You've got 3, 3, and 6. So that would be my recommendation.
That's certainly an option.
I agree with you, Mayor.
So,
Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we're having some technical difficulties on this end. And can I just ask, can we take down this slide for a moment and come back into the full screen view? Part of the issue is I want to make sure each of our colleagues can be heard by one another. And so I apologize because we've got some people who've had to call in. Technology is wonky. My computer screen's going in and out. So I just would say, because it is such an important issue, I would like to be able to see everyone. So thank you for taking that down. Madam Mayor, I agree with you and would like us to focus on the top 3 candidates and move our discussion from that point forward. So I'm in agreement with that, although it wasn't a motion. If it were, I would have been a seconder on it. I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor. I apologize.
I was just looking at the fairness. I mean, even my top candidates, some made it in, some didn't. So, I mean, otherwise, I just think it, the top 3 to really make it much easier or more fair, to be honest.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to mention, I know they told us to rank up to 10. I had a top 4 and a second 4, and that added to 8, so I shared them all. It was my, none of my top, only one of my top 4 made it in. The very top one, I will just say, was Mr. Halbert. And I really thought he brought a lot to the table. I mean, I think one way, and I understand what our recruiter's trying to do, is we have to be able to, at the end of the day, interview people, select them, and negotiate a contract. If there's moving expenses, if there's all of that, they may or may not accept our deal. I think a best practice is usually, even like when we did the council interviews, is to try for a 4. And in this case, one idea is just to, for us to each top 3 out of these, however many you said there were 9. I didn't get to write them all down before the screen went away. I was just writing. I mean, what if we just picked our top 2 or top 3 and just saw where we ended, and we might end up with the top 4, you know, already, just with a revote or reconsideration. So, now, I mean, what I'm considering is the fact that I noted that Ms. Weber and Mr. Delgado, most of their selections didn't get 2, but 1 did. And I want it to be fair. You know, I want everybody to have some people in the spot that, you know, they're interested in interviewing. And if they only have 1 person that they're interested in interviewing, I don't know that they have a big enough selection. So these was just an idea. And myself too. My top candidate is not there. My second candidate is not there. So.
Well, again, some of us, our candidates got in and some didn't. So again, to make it fair, that's what I would propose. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just quickly wanted to say, I didn't rate my candidates. I put them all down. And I think that involves that right now we can decide, we could all say what our top 3 are or top 4, and we could just rate them that way. You know, I don't know.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, we've all done our homework. We all have that. We all have seen it. It's been posted online so everyone can see who the applicants are and where we're at. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think for me, it's just about consistency. I don't want to change the rules mid-process. I understood the rules to be that we would just identify our between 1 to 10 candidates. I can't remember if I did 6 or 4. At the end of the day, if we change now, I think that the problem is that opens it up to being like sort of ranked choice voting or re-voting, which I think is not fair to the candidates who have applied. It's not fair to the colleagues who, everything has been blind at this point, right? So I don't know who voted for whom. I think only one of my candidates made it into the top, we'll say the 3. But again, I just think for fairness sakes, we've set out a process. It appears to me that we have 3 folks who are farther out ahead than the others, and I would take those 3, interview all 3 of them, and see if we get a candidate out of that.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan. Thank you very much. Why don't we do this in order to eat this elephant and not be here all night? Why don't we take an initial motion to move the top 3 forward, and then we can chew on the remainder on any process or no process to determine if we want anybody that got 2s to move forward in it. So can we chunk this up a little bit and move along? I mean, I'll make a motion that we move the top 3 candidates forward in one motion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then for the remainder of the process, I mean, we can now go to council members and get their input. At least we can kind of say, okay, we're going to move forward with that. We can now chew on the remainder. If we want to interview some, none, have Mr. Jones give a snapshot of the remaining 2s, which might narrow it down, ask council members. So, okay, thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Councilman Jordan, for helping. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, this fairness thing, we each get our own. I mean, we're not kids vying for pieces of candy. We're here making a very important decision about the stewardship of our city. We want the best person to agree to come do that job for us, because we just had someone leave after 36 months. So in that area, I liked the idea of going through the twos and inviting one, probably two of that list that we can agree upon to come forward, because, it's just a narrow distinction. We had such, we were all over the place. Usually in these, you see top 4 or 5 clear, people, here we had one way ahead. We had a lot of fallout after that. And I think that, we really do need to hear and have it resonate what, what's out there, what are the interests are, and throw people up against each other. It's brutal, but it needs to happen. And I think when we went through for Miss Newbie, we invited 5 and 1 dropped off and we had 4. I would argue for 5, and I'd argue for Mr. Jones just going through those other ones right now.
All right, who else wanted to speak?
I concur. I appreciate Ms. Darden's, motion, and it really focuses us. Do we want to interview any of the twos? That's just the key question. And to the point is that people drop out, there are issues, family issues drop in, COVID can play a role, it's just like a little bit. We started with 52 and we got it down to, 9. And let's see if we can narrow it further. So we're doing a good job.
My recommendation would be the top 3 and then an alternate in the 4th position that we interview if someone drops out, because we did see someone drop out last time. So that would be my recommendation.
Madam Mayor?
Councilman Weber.
Thank you. Is it that, do we have to do interviews? Could we not do something today? Could we not look through these names, and could we, if we wanted to, select someone today?
Without hearing them talk to us?
I think we know a lot about them by their resumes and what have you. I don't know if that's a question, or I think it's a question.
All right.
For discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Weber. Good thoughts. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I will say to that point, having reviewed hundreds and hundreds of resumes in my life, someone can present really beautifully on paper and then really not be so great when you see them in person. And there does need to be some level of, relatability and personality compatibility. So, to move forward on this, I would just ask council members if they have a really strong feeling about adding a 4th. I'm kind of inclined, because the top 3 kind of were heading above some of the others, that maybe we just keep it with the 3. And if there is going to be a 4th as an alternate, maybe we defer to a council member who feels really strongly about one of their candidates. I'm fine with the top 3, because I kind of feel like the fact that out of all of these candidates, we all kind of came down with those top 3. I actually thought that was comforting to me, that we all kind of,
I think you make some good points, Councilman Jordan. I think it actually was a really good process in the way that we, ranked them and were able to look at all the resumes. So I think that was pretty good. Okay, anyone else? Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of analogize this to, and it's not an entirely artful analogy, but it's like The Voice, right? The television show The Voice. You don't see the singers until you turn around, right? We have now looked at the resumes sort of blindly without, seeing anybody, and now to do something different just seems very strange. I like some of the people who were twos. I looked at several of them very carefully and very closely, but didn't rank them higher. And so I worry that changing course now makes it look like, just doesn't look like the transparency that we are all always talking about. That's the concern that I have, is
Right.
that we had a process, it yielded some results, and what are we saying to candidates out there, that if we don't like what the results were, we'll expand it? I just think we are challenged in Nevada with our open meeting law and having people candidate sort of in this public process. It already creates problems.
Right.
It eliminates some very good candidates who cannot go through that process publicly. I think we got a very decent pool of 60. I know one of the commenters said they thought that the pool was not good. I disagree with that. There were some very qualified individuals, some very impressive resumes. And again, only one of my top 5 or 6 made it, but that's not to say the process didn't work. I think the process did work. I'd like to go forward with just the 3.
Yeah. And I would say too, Bonnie made a great point, and I did the same thing. I didn't go, from my top pick was number 1, number 2, number 3. I didn't rank people like that. And I would imagine most of you didn't. And I think transparency and fairness actually were done. And I think that's the most important piece. Matter of fact, some of those resumes, I have to tell you, and I bet some of you felt the same way I did, that when I looked at some of them, I thought, wow, this would be an incredible HR manager. Mm-hmm. Or, wow, this person would be an incredible economic development director, right? So many of them had a lot of talents. City managers are complex. They have to know a lot in a lot of different areas, right? So, that's where you start to kind of, look much more closely at some of these resumes. So I would agree with you, Councilman Reese, to continue with that process. We had a process and stick with that process. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I don't think we had a process. We ranked, but we didn't say how many, how that we were going to cut, at the top. Today is the discussion, and I think Mr. Jones came forward with a reasonable one. If it's the body's desire to take it to a vote of just these 3 people, then that's the body's desire. I'd like to ask Mr. Jones, if we were to add one more of the people who got 2 rankings, who would you add to that interview list? And then if we were to add a second, who would you add? Because I want to understand that.
Sure, I'd be glad to offer my professional opinion on that. So go ahead.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, do we all want to hear we were asked to do a job, and I don't know that, I think it should come from us.
Excuse me, point of order. I am sitting here, and I believe that I have the right to ask questions and have them answered. I don't believe that someone should shut down my line of inquiry.
Okay, but Councilman Breckus, I just have to tell you, you kind of do that a lot to others. So try to be respectful if someone has a difference of opinion. That's all I'm asking.
I will respect others' opinions, and if you have an example of a case, an agenda item today when I did that, let me know, because I'll look at it, I'll try and change my behavior. I just wanted to ask Mr. Jones who he'd throw in the next 2 in ranking.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
okay.
Josh. He asked you a question.
Oh.
Okay. So just real quickly, based on their length of their experience, their tenures, scope and scale of the organizations, Gary Halbert is someone who I would put forward as a recommendation, as well as Joe Kirby.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I was just going to say, first of all, I just wanted to be clear, because very first thing I said was that it was a good process, and we didn't know where a break point was, and having a difference of 2 or 3 points is not very big. I'm very sensitized, having gone through a lot of interviews, that it's good to have just a slightly bigger pool, just like we did with Mr. Reese, or we did with Mr. Bobzian. So if Mr. we paid Mr. Jones some money to do a job. And, you know, if he's recommending Mr. Halbert or Mr. Kirby be on the list, I'm totally fine with that. I just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilman Reese, go ahead and then give me a motion, please.
Yeah, I just think that Councilmember Weber's point was not that she wanted to shut down any conversation on the topic. It's just that turning to our expert, Mr. Jones, and sort of putting him on the spot to come up with some rankings, it deprives the body of the ability to have made that decision. That's what I don't like about the line of inquiry. All of these candidates were qualified. They came through the initial screening. I actually thought Mr. Halbert was an excellent candidate. And so it's not anything to do with the candidate. It's about the process for me, which I think it is unfortunate that it went to that way, because I would not have necessarily, were I in Mr. Jones' position, wanted to put myself in the position of giving us advice in that regard. In any event, though, I'll make the motion that we advanced. I thought we already had a motion, so maybe I would ask Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman. The original motion by Councilmember Jordan, as I understood it, was to advance the top three. And that was moved, approved, seconded, and we were coming back for something else. My motion would simply be to carry that to fruition.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Discussion on that.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Brecka.
I don't think this is right. I think that we should have a bigger pool. I'm particularly concerned that at least one candidate has no city manager experience. And for me, I just want to express my views that I find it imperative that the Reno City be led by someone who's been in a city management seat before. It's a very difficult organization when you compound growth, you compound fiscal, you compound COVID, and you compound the bargaining agreement. And having to just choose between two people who have city manager experience leaves it a little tight for me, because I find it imperative that Reno have someone with city manager experience. So I will not support the motion. If it goes, it goes. I respect the body, but I would have made a subsequent motion to bring on those other two individuals.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, in that they're tied, I'm just going to advocate that we did hire Mr. Jones, and all he's done so far for us is to just say, do they meet minimum cues? You know, I'm cues. And then he went and interviewed them, but we haven't got the...
Wait a minute. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, I think you've spent a considerable amount of time on this. Am I correct?
I have.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, though, is he went, he did the process, he did a brochure, he did all of the stuff to get the people to apply, and he evaluated them. And I'm just saying, you know, maybe I would like to take his recommendation for adding Mr. Halbert, and not as like a backup candidate, but as one of the four, and compare them all even. If that's his top pick, I don't mind going 4 at all. But that's just my perspective. I mean, I get to have a perspective, and
right. Well, and remember,
it.
everyone's going to have difference of opinion. Jenny says she absolutely wants to have someone with city manager experience. I'm not always sure that that's a great thing, because you can get a lot of bureaucracy in people that have been in government for a very long time. I mean, sometimes entrepreneurs are fantastic. They think differently and out of the box. So I think that's a slippery slope. Anyway, okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. So we will go with the top 3 that everyone selected.
Madam Mayor, do we now know when we're bringing them in for interviews? I think there was a related part, because we've held a date.
Right. I think Dylan, do you want to weigh in here?
If I may, Madam Mayor, we had surveyed your calendars as staff just to see when we could get get enough people to have a special council meeting and came up with 2 dates. One would be Monday, the 17th, and I sent you a note yesterday to say, again, we agendized that meeting simply to hold the space for you should you wanted to proceed with that day. The other date was, I believe, Thursday, the 20th. My understanding is that while your calendars were marked available, that some of you may not be might not be free on that Monday, the 17th time frame, at least not right at noon. But at that point, those are literally the only 2 dates between now and your next meeting on the 26th, where we can get you into a virtual room like this together. Otherwise, you're looking at waiting until your regular meeting on the 26th.
Okay.
Madam
Councilman
Mayor?
Garden. And then I'll come back to you, Bonnie. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And the 17th works for me. And I mean, even if we have to do some odd hours or something, that is fine. I do think it's important though that we kind of back up to the top 3. There is oftentimes, and I want to make sure the candidates that ranked number 2 understand that on paper we have chosen the top 3, right? We could get into an interview process and find that we don't agree, we don't particularly like the 3, and we would like to select another 3 to look at. That is not unusual. That is not, it's happened many a time. I've, put someone in the top of the stack and then you interview them and go, woo, we kind of misstepped the paper part of it. And so I don't want the candidates. I'd like those that are ranked number 2 to understand there is a very real possibility that we could be pinging them. We're just trying to narrow things down and offer. We're going to go with the top 3, but I don't want them to think that they're completely out of it, because you could have these top 3 say, I'm out. I've decided something else. I don't want to do it. So anyway, to Mr. Jones' point, you don't want to be writing, I'm so sorry to inform you, letters just yet.
We'll keep them engaged.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I think I'm one of them that could not be at the meeting on Monday the 17th, but I can be there by 2 o'clock. And I have another appointment that I can't get out of. But if that's possible, if we could do it at 2 o'clock, and I don't know if that works for anybody else, but I just want to throw that out. I can be at that meeting on Monday, but not until 2. Thank you.
Yes, great. Okay. Tell me,
On that topic,
who can be there?
and what about the 20th? I mean, did we have a larger pool, or could you be there on the 20th?
Yeah, almost shaking your head. Okay, everyone raise your hand if you can be there on the 17th after 2. Okay. Okay, we all can do it. Perfect. So pencil that in, Dylan.
Yes, ma'am. If Mr. Shipman could come on, please, and if it pleases the council, we are posted for noon that day. Mr. Shipman, what's the procedure to actually do that at 2 p.m.?
If you could just have 4 council members start the meeting and then just adjourn until 2. That would be the request.
So a quick Zoom to bring everything in at 2 and then immediately.
At noon and then, yeah, you would.
Can I ask Mr. Jones, we haven't asked about the availability of candidates on Monday. I mean, what if one of them has a doctor's appointment or something they can't move? That's part of the issue too, right? It's not just the 7 of our calendars and our staff. And so I'm just concerned that we need to be, and it's not much notice. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm making an issue that's not an issue. How do we know they're available?
That's a good point. How about a backup date? I'll check with the candidates right away, and hopefully over Zoom it should be pretty easy to carve out an hour. But maybe just a backup date could be good to have in my back pocket.
And I think it is important that they all do it at the same time, right? Isn't that important? Because they can't get to see other people's interviews and that sort of thing.
Right, we'll keep them as a batch of 3 together.
Okay.
And what about the 19th, since Councilwoman Jordan can't do the 20th?
We have Tumwa that day, but I could do
Right.
the after the 19th. I'm okay
Right,
with
the
that.
afternoon, right.
I'm fine with that day.
I cannot.
At all, at any time, even an after 2 kind of thing? Or
After noon, I can't. Sorry. But
Okay. So am I correct, Dylan? 17th?
17th is the most apparent date, and Mr. Jones and I will huddle if if we have candidates that for whatever reason absolutely cannot do that. And if you see another hastily scheduled special meeting, that will be why. But we'll assess your calendars. There's no need for you to have to do that in this room.
Okay. All right. What else do you need from us? Anything else?
Interview questions. What would we like to ask these candidates on the 17th? I've provided some suggestions. I recommend for an hour time slot that we ask about 10 questions in order to get through them all. So if you'd like to view those suggestions, we can do that. Or if you have another process in mind for coming up with the questions, we can do that.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I think all of us should come up with one question each, and then somehow, figure out maybe a few more. I don't know. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, because she's really the HR expert here at the table.
Well, here's what I would say is all the candidates that are really interested in this job are watching right now. So I'm a little bit I'm going to formulate my answer if we sit here and nail down what the question is. So I don't agree with that at all. What I do agree with, and this is just for me personally, is we may each have a question or two. And my thing is you just ask the same question of each candidate. And maybe one question is consistent, maybe one is different based upon some responses that the candidate has given. So you can rank one against the other. But I don't think we nailed down what the questions are today, because then that gives a tremendous amount of time for someone to, we've given the question. I don't know, that doesn't seem right. But we do need to have a process. I don't think it's, I know in other bodies where we've done these interviews, we say, okay, each member has one consistent question of each candidate and then one sort of follow-up random question based upon the interview process. And that way we can rank one against the other on the same question. And then there's kind of a on-the-fly per candidate question. I just don't agree with nailing down the questions today.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
One thing that does work is if we all had our questions submitted to Josh, and at least we wouldn't have duplicates the first time around. And so I think that before that date, if we submitted so that we wouldn't waste it if there was another council member that was asking the same sort of question. So it's nice that somebody can see what our questions were.
I think that's a good idea. Everyone comes up with a question, and then you have others that kind of rotate that in case two of us have similar questions.
Right.
Right.
For that, we would ask a question based, as Councilwoman Jordan said, based on an answer to an earlier question. We might want to do a follow-up or whatever.
Right.
So I think we should be allowed, in all these interviews, we've as a body conducted a lot of interviews. We have, and we've done really well. And so, we've all been able to ask a question, and guess what? Councilwoman Weber, they really didn't overlap. Or you had a question too in your back pocket, Mm-hmm.
And you just have a number of prepared potential questions. And if we go in order and Oscar happens to ask the same question, I go to one of my other questions. You can do it on the fly. It doesn't have to be super formal. I don't think we need to submit them in advance.
Here. I agree 100%.
Okay. What else, Josh, would you like us to check off your list?
I think that should do it unless there's anything from Dylan or Mark that comes to mind, but we'll put together some resume packets, get the candidates scheduled, and have them lined up ready to go for Monday afternoon.
All right. Okay, so do we have to take any more action on this, Madam Clerk? Final motion, yes, no?
Madam Mayor, we are done with this item. We do not need to go over it anymore, and we can move on to item F1. This is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6568, ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Section 8.10.035, receiving, possessing, or withholding stolen goods prohibited of the Reno Municipal Code to raise the misdemeanor offense amount to $1,200 in compliance with Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
So moved.
Wait, really quickly before we move on, Carl, will you kind of just give me a little presentation or give me your
Sure.
thoughts here?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. Yes, by way of background, the Nevada legislature increased the amount of a theft-related charge from $650 to $1,200, and our code was not in compliance with that legislative mandate. So we're just updating our code to make sure
Okay.
that we're consistent with Nevada law.
Okay, and what was the reason for that? Just a harsher penalty or what?
No, the penalty didn't change. What it did is raise the amount of money that a person could steal, for example, and it would still be a misdemeanor. So instead of being a gross misdemeanor or a felony, if a person stole more than $650, now the amount is $1,200. So if a person steals anything under $1,200,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a misdemeanor.
Okay. I see what you're saying. It's just the amount raised.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item
Okay.
F2, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right, we're going to keep you here, Carl, keep you busy, so go right ahead.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6569, ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Section 8.10.040, petty larceny of the Reno Municipal Code to raise the misdemeanor offense amount to $1,200 in compliance with the Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
All right, may I get a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Weber?
I have a second by Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item F3, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right, I told you we were going to keep you busy, Carl. Go ahead.
Ordinance number 6570, ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Section 8.10.050, defrauding proprietors of hotels, inns, restaurants, motels, trailer parks, and taxi cab drivers of the Reno Municipal Code to raise the misdemeanor offense amount to $1,200 in compliance with Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Weber?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
F4, back to the city attorney
Item
for
F4.
adoption.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6571, ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Section 8.10.060, embezzlement of the Reno Municipal Code to raise the misdemeanor offense amount to $1,200 in compliance with the Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
So moved.
Second. Weber?
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
F5, city
Item
attorney.
F5, ordinance number 6572, ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Section 8.10.070, obtaining property services under false pretenses of the Reno Municipal Code to raise the misdemeanor offense amount to $1,200 in compliance with Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
Move to adopt.
All right. May I get a motion? I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
F6.
Item F6, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6573. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 11.24 acre site located on the east side of Mount Limbo Street, plus or minus 200 feet north of its intersection with Echo Avenue from industrial business to industrial commercial, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Move to adopt.
Second, Weber.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, we're on item F8, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance number 6573, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 11.23 acre site located on the west side of the canal, approximately 2,000 feet south of Policy Ranch Road from its intersection with South Verdi Road, from community commercial to large lot, 1 acre per dwelling unit, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right. Councilman Breckish.
Yes. So this is very environmentally sensitive lands along the river out in the Verdi area. There's also an at-grade railroad crossing to access this property. And there's also not served by water or sewer. And I couldn't understand when we did the introduction why we didn't have any comments from the Washoe County Board of Health, particularly as related to the sanitary waste disposal. So I sent them an email, and I got this email back today. And they said, as with Reno Police Department, Washoe County Health Department did not receive this application. This was in the beginning stages of COVID-19, and logistics between the City of Reno Planning Department and Washoe County Health had not been resolved for digital reviews. These issues did not get resolved until well into June. That said, Ms. Foose had sent this property owner to us to ask questions about the parcel well before March 2020. At that time, townhomes or condos were proposed. We informed the developer individual septic systems would not be approved by Washoe County Health Department, and their options were to drag City of Reno sewer infrastructure or go through NDEP for a small community batch sewer treatment plan design. Using the latter would potentially require a variance from Washoe County Health Department depending on final sewage disposal design. A review of the parcel and its creation determined it was created on December 2004, well after our date for the allowance of 1 acre parcels with individual on-site sewage disposal systems. This is addressed in the District Board of Health regulations governing sewage, wastewater, and sanitation, Section 430, which is included below. I won't read that, but I'll say the only way building to this zoning will be approved by the Washoe County Health Department is with the extension of a public sewer system. This would be addressed when the tentative map is received for review by the Health Department. Water service will also be an extremely difficult lift to on this property too. Based on setbacks to the neighboring properties, their infrastructure, the Truckee River, and the canal, this property has some real development hurdles. The parcel is much like APN, and I won't say Whispering Pines, which Washoe County Health Department fought hard to limit development on, but was forced to sign the parcel map by Reno and the DA's office. Since the date, development on the parcel has been cumbersome and difficult based upon parcel setbacks and sewage disposal. This parcel is having to become a public water system too. The placement of their infrastructure may also adversely impact the design of the Cordova project. So I'd like staff to respond to that because bringing it down to 1 acre parcels, I think create what minimum lot size of 1 acre parcels, which is what this zoning is LLR. I argued for a different less dense zoning. And I'd hate to see it be able to parcel map, which is not going through the tentative map process, creating up to 5 parcels, and then having Washoe County have to sign and allow these parcels to go down to size. It's a self-imposed hardship, that they will be creating these smaller lots that will exist as lots without any infrastructure, and there won't be the discretion of the tentative map approval. So if Ms. Foos could answer that. And I'd also like to note that it was expressed last time that the developer wanted to keep one 10-acre parcel and then a smaller other 1-acre parcel. But it seems like here the understanding is at one point they came through and wanted townhomes, a more intense density than what we heard the other day. So Ms. Foos, tell me about this. How would the parcel map scenario work out?
So let me step back and provide some information. They initially came in during one of our Monday morning drop-in meetings, and they said, I want to build a house. And I said, based on that community commercial zoning, you cannot build one house. I said, you can do condos, you can do a townhome. I said, but you first need to go talk to District Health. So they went and talked to District Health. They actually do have approval already for a well that has been approved by District Health, and so that's in place. It's my understanding that they intend to build at least one house. They have a grading permit, I believe, in for that single-family home. This zone change will give them, or any future owner, the ability to submit for a parcel map or a tentative map for 1 acre. At this point, none of that has come forward. All we're looking at is the zone change. From a staff review of this application, they are looking to downzone. So whether they build office, commercial, or residential, the least impactful development would be residential. There is no at-grade railroad crossing, just to clarify on that point as well. I don't know if there was confusion on where this site is located, but they don't have to cross a railroad. The railroad is actually to the east of them, so they're able to access this through existing roads and easements that do not have to cross a railroad.
Maybe I misunderstood that, but let me ask you this. I contest that it's a down zone, because in the community commercial, you could have something like a storage yard, and I've found those to be very less intensive than a residential. So I think that's a tough one, but I'm asking specifically about the parcel map. So that you say they come in for one lot right now, and they could parcel map that and make that up to one acre lot. Then how many acres would they have remaining after that?
So they have an 11-acre site. So technically, if they wanted to parcel it, they could, within a 5-year window, you can only submit one parcel map. So if they wanted to submit one parcel map, it would be 3 parcels plus a remainder parcel. If they wanted to come back in another 5 years, they could submit for another 3 parcels plus remainder. Ultimately, because it's an 11-acre parcel, they could submit for 11 parcels.
And tell me this, if they come through for the parcel map process, one parcel map up to 5 in 5 years, can Washoe County stand and say, we'll sign the parcel map, but it has to come with this community waste system? We're not approving septic tanks.
Washoe County has to agree, even District Health has to agree to sign the parcel map. If they are not comfortable signing the parcel map, they won't sign it. And that is their jurisdiction. We don't enforce their rules. So if they want to allow a parcel map on a 1-acre site, that doesn't limit future development 20 years from now or 5 years from now from bringing in sewer. So just because they can't bring in sewer, I would say financially it probably doesn't make sense to bring in sewer today. That's not to say that a couple years from now, as the rest of Verdi and future development to the east develops, that it won't be financially feasible to bring in sewer, and if they choose to, subdivide it into smaller acreages. So from just a zoning perspective, because we can't condition a zone change, we can either recommend approval or denial. They are meeting all of the requirements. Again, they're not asking for development at this point, they're just asking for a zone change. So that's what we're basing our decision on.
We're in a 20-year plan.
Councilwoman Breckes, hold on. Councilwoman Dewar, you're over your time, and I know you wanted to speak. So Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Breckes.
Okay, I'll just really quickly ask, you touched on part of my answer, but I didn't understand about the water provision. I didn't understand if they had a well or how they were going to get their water, especially since 3 of us sit on Tumwa wasn't so consistent about not wanting to expand the well system, and especially if it ended up being 11 parcels with 11 wells on the edge of the river, but can you just explain that too?
Yeah, so that the health district regulates when can and cannot put in wells, and they have limits on parcel size, where that well can go, if there's site constraints, all these limitations. And on this situation, or in this situation, because there is no access to a Tumwell line, and there's a distance. I don't remember if it's 400 feet or bigger than that. There's a limit on when they require that you tie into a public water system versus when they allow a well. So in this case, everything around them is on well and septic.
Okay.
That's consistent with everything else in this area, and all the residential zoning in this area is also on well and septic.
Okay. And then I didn't realize until very recently, I mean, I voted to support this, but I didn't realize that the district health requirements going back to 2001 are a 5-acre parcel for a septic tank. I thought they were 1. And so, you know, go ahead.
And they do have loopholes. I mean, everything in this area is on well and septic, and none of those parcels are 5 acres. Not none of them, but many of them are less than 5 acres. So district health has requirements and certain criteria. And if you're able to fit within that criteria, then they would allow you to have well and septic on a 1-acre parcel.
Okay. So it's up to them. I mean, we can do our thing, and they can decide whether they're going to approve multiple wells or like one community water system or a community sewage system or septic tanks. That's all up to them.
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
So, you know, I'll just say, you know, we have a brand new master plan, and it really ties development decisions to infrastructure. And we were going to connect those together, and right here, they're severed right down the middle. You know, the planning time frame, well, in some future time, they want to bring sewer, fine. We need to work within the planning time frame. The planning time frame right now is that they don't have the access to the infrastructure to justify the density. And this is the most anti-environmental decision that I've seen this council make in a long time to go this way. I really think it is, and it's rather a simple one because it's a small property. It's very clear to see what's going on. And the non-conforming situation of, well, there's wells and septics all around it on 1 acre, that's old time development that regulations have been enacted to catch up to and prevent. And this is upstream. This is upstream to where people swim. This is upstream to where we take in our water. We should not be going down to 1 acre here. I will continue my conversations with Washoe County Health Department and see how they can be better articulating in their comments. But if they're being put to the mat to work with these loopholes, because Reno did the zoning, we got some really poor environmental standards that we are doing at this table, approaches, environmental decisions.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
I just want to say too, I'm really concerned about it because it is archaic. They've had these regulations for 20 years, 19 anyway. And I think Mr. Delgado serves on the health board, and I don't know if these decisions come to the health board or they're left to staff, but I hate putting them in a difficult position, you know, for the health district to feel like they must approve something when we have it within us. And I guess my question for you, Angela, is just, they have 11 acres. I mean, is there something where we could end up with 2 parcels that are like 5 acres or something different? Is it just a yes or no on residential, and is it 1 acre or is it a LR 2.5 acre? I'm just a little confused about that. What is the proposal?
Yeah, so they are asking for the 1 acre zoning, and they're asking for that because, again, it's consistent with what is around them. When they came to the city and they said they wanted to do 1 house, we walked them through, if you want to do 1 house, here's the process. I said, you got to do a master plan amendment, you have to do a zone change, and then you have to submit for a building permit, go talk to district health and figure out how you're going to provide well and septic, you know, priority number 1. So they started down that road. Again, they have a well that is, it's done. It's already, I believe it's already in place right now, constructed now. So that was approved through district health. And so they are going through the process that we told them that if you want one house, this is what you're going to have to do. This site doesn't make sense for any kind of commercial development, right? There's no direct access that doesn't require going through 3 other parcels to get to this parcel. It's a unique area. We all know that. It's, you know, it's got a canal on one side, Truckee River on one side. It's a leftover from Washoe County that we have, and it's zoned part of Reno. So it's already been annexed, and now the question is, what makes sense here?
Okay, well, I would just love to hear from Councilmember Delgado and Jordan, because I think they both have a unique perspective on this.
Hey, hold on one second. Angela, were you finished? I felt like you got cut off.
I am done.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't cutting you off. Okay, I'm going to go to Councilman Delgado.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. A lot of those efforts are administrative. They don't necessarily come to us at that level, so that would be done by staff at the health district. So I wouldn't be able to give as much detail as maybe you would like, Councilman Dewar. Sounds like Councilman Breckes has been in conversations with staff there. But I could definitely circle back and get them to answer some of those questions in the immediate. But I defer to Councilwoman Jordan. She knows that ward really well, and she knows some of the difficulties there.
Okay, do you mind if I go to Councilman Reese before I get to you, Councilman Jordan? Perfect. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor Reese.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, thank you. Sorry, we have to get the IT working, and it's getting long in the tooth. Look, I think part
you're
of the...
still not. We
No?
still can't hear you.
Anyone, can you hear me? Sweet Caroline, da, da, da.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I have a terrible voice, so that's very embarrassing. Look, here is the concern that I raise. This is coming to us on a second reading. It was in front of us, and it passed on a 6-1 vote. And it is strange to me that this 11th hour attempt has been made to talk about some environmental catastrophe that we're wrecking upon the citizens of Verdi. There's just something that's not right. And I don't know what it is yet, but I will get to the bottom of it. At the end of the day, the concern is that the interests of this community were in the question about a down zone. It was taking this property into a less developable state. I totally understand and believe that Ms. Foose has given the explanation that I think is relevant, which is when the property owner came to our city and said, we have this dirt that we own, help us understand what we can put there. I think we have a choice as a city. We can either be an impediment to a person's ownership interest in their property, and we can throw up as many roadblocks as we can try to create and every Hail Mary that we can offer. But at the end of the day, our role as government is to help people get to yes. It's not to tell them what they cannot do with their property. It is anathema to me that some would argue that this is some environmentally dangerous decision when that is not true. That kind of rhetorical flourish and aplomb really does not get us to anywhere. It is more, it's sort of a pandering to the lowest base form of zoning and planning decisions. I think we need to be realistic about what's in front of us. We have to ask ourselves, what are the goals that we're trying to achieve? And again, it is strange to me that this has now blown up on a second reading when it was passed very easily the first time. The staff has recommended its passage, has reviewed this and understood it. That's what I question, is why at this 11th hour is this happening? And I surmise that there is something else going on, but I haven't yet been able to put my finger on it. But suffice to say, I will do that. I think Councilmember Delgado sort of raised a concern, and I didn't know if what you were asking for was additional time to my colleague from Ward 3 to answer some of these critical questions. I believe that we had the questions answered already, but it remains to be seen. So if the good colleague from Council or Ward 3 believes that we need to take some time to look at it, I'm certainly willing to do it on that basis, but not because I believe that there is some environmental calamity about to happen. I just think that is not where our focus should be this evening.
All right, Councilwoman, go ahead. Did you want to?
I was going to answer the Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor. Vice Mayor Reese, not to derail the subject, I believe Mrs. Foose knows exactly what needs to happen, and sounds like she's checked all the boxes and done all the processes. But for the sake of anyone here, if needed, I can definitely circle back and provide more information. But from the sounds of things, it looks like a lot of those questions have been answered, and we wouldn't be here today with making a decision if they weren't. But I also defer to Councilwoman Jordan with respect that it's her ward. She understands the environment really, really well. So again, I'm just here as to provide more info, to reach out to our staff at the health district if needed.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan.
So I'll just say this, I'm willing to, I voted for this the first time, but just to Councilwoman Reese, I just want to put a different spin on this. There's a reason there's two readings. And sometimes we start a process, we find more information, and I do object to the concept that if it was simple, we would just have one reading and be done with it. But there is a process that we inherited when we got elected, which is a two reading for an ordinance, and I think it's to gather more information. Sparks does it quite different. At their first reading, they just enter it, and the second reading is where they ask all their questions and debate. I want to honor the process. We have two readings, so I assume they want our input. But all that said, I just think it's just a note of caution to the applicant that they have a hill to climb in terms of getting this project serviced with water and sewer both. And we're here to tell them that. We've done our due diligence. We got the letter, and thank you, Councilwoman Breakfast, for reaching out. We've got the information, and we know that they have a hill to climb, and we all know it, and we have to recognize it, and, it's in their lap to deal with it. So.
Very, very good point, Councilmember Dewar. Thank you for some perspective.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And yes, to me, this, and with the understanding that that's the context of which my level of comfort in moving forward with this today is understanding that there is still approvals from the health district and things that need to be done. That is how the process works. That is how we move forward on these sorts of things. My understanding is there is no desire to put 11 lots in, and the well is already in place. So I too kind of wonder what, I don't understand with the down zoning why such tremendous pushback. So I'm supportive of this. I think this is actually an appropriate down zoning for this particular area, with the understanding there's some things that need to be cleared up and some provisions to ensure public health and safety, and that will go through its appropriate process with the appropriate entity.
Madam Mayor, just
So
I apologize to
Go ahead.
interject. I did just want to let council know that the applicant's representative, Mike Raley, is available and has his hand raised. I believe he may be able to answer some of the questions if council would so like to hear from him.
Okay. Hey, Mike, are you there?
We are unmuting him on our end.
Good
Mike?
evening. Yeah, good evening. For the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I just would like to make a couple clarifications in regards to Councilwoman Breakfast's comments related to the health department. This site was approved. It actually has a well in place. It was approved through district health when the Cordova family acquired the property nearly 2 years ago. That is in place, and the discussion that occurred related to townhomes is Mr. Cordova met with the health department and discussed whether, in order to avoid doing a rezone, if he did some sort of an attached guest house, could that be considered a townhome? That's all that discussion was. There was never any intention to build a townhome. It was, could we make it work under the current CC zoning? The health department has made it very clear that an engineered septic system will be required. Mr. Cordova is actually an environmental engineer who specializes in engineered septic systems, and he does them down in Southern California and in Mexico. This is where he wants to build his family home. He has preliminary plans submitted to NDEP for review of kind of a cutting-edge septic system on the site. There's no intention to further subdivide at this point. The health department's made it very clear that the regulations wouldn't allow for that. for them to sign a parcel map. So the LLR1 matches directly what is adjoining to the property. And should sewer be available sometime in the future, that might be a consideration, but it's definitely, right now, there are building plans submitted to the city of Reno for one single-family home. So I just would like to make those clarifications. And if there's any other questions, we're happy to address them.
No, I appreciate this. I think some people might think, oh, could I be recognized, Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
Oh, yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
I find this to be a very critically important issue, and I had contact with a child with birth defects from drinking well water in this region in a septic field area. And so I think that it is something to absolutely keep mindful of, because we're a suburban urban area, and having those things that are causing defects here, maybe still, this was about 15 years ago, is very, very serious business. And I'd refer anyone who doesn't think that this is a real concern. The Western Water Commission has documented all of the environmental deficiencies of having so many septic tanks. We have a lot of septic tanks for a region approaching 500,000. We really do. So it's not a light issue in my view. And the question I've always had, I appreciate what Mr. Raley says, is if this was just going to be one single family house, it could have gone to professional office zoning, which would be a down zoning in terms of the commercial activity that allows one residence, and it would not have involved a master plan. So we'll see what parcel map activity happens or not. And I'll circle also to the Environmental Health Division, because I want to know about these loopholes and what the DA tells them when we take our action on the zoning that this can be a 1 acre lot. I'm still not supporting. I think this is way too intense density, and the infrastructure isn't there for 1 acre lots. And I think as we're going to all learn when we talk about Lake Ridge next week in the appeal, when you do a zoning change, you need to go to the full range of the impacts of the uses that are allowed with the zoning and the parcel in question.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Jordan, back at you.
Move to adopt.
All right,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item F9. This is an ordinance to be read by the city attorney. I would like to note for the record that we did receive 8 letters in support of this item. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record. And with that, Mr. Hall will read you the introduction.
Is Daisy available before we begin? No, I mean, I hope.
She's asleep next to
Oh,
me, so
sweet
I'm not going
Daisy.
to wake her up.
Okay.
But she's cheering in her dreams.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6575, ordinance to repeal and replace Title IV entitled Business License Code, amending Chapter 4.04 entitled General Provisions, Section 4.04.067, memorandum on the acceptance of business license applications for pet stores intending to conduct sales of dogs, cats, or rabbits, to prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats in commercial establishments, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Madam Mayor, do you want to make the motion?
Well, this is, very near and dear to our hearts. Again, I want to thank all the incredible activists out there, Billy Howard and everyone that, really lent their voices to this very critical issue. So, and we will remain a very pet-friendly city and treat our animals with kindness and respect that we do with one another. So I want to say thank you so much, Councilwoman Doer, and all you do on the Animal Advisory Board, because it's incredibly helpful to have you over there. And of course, you're a huge advocate to our best friends, our furry pets. So thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
I was just going to offer that I will absolutely support this, but only if it's referred to as Grady's Law.
Oh, God. That's so sweet, Naoma.
We were gonna surprise you with this, so, but
Well, I'm glad I'm not on video, 'cause that is just so kind, and she would be like so honored, just so you know. Thank you so much, you guys. She would be like just over the moon. So she's watching over that rainbow bridge for all our babies. Oh, thank you so much, you guys. It means a lot. It means so much.
so with that, Madam Mayor, since you are okay with that, which we weren't sure, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with adoption of F9, which is to disallow sale of dogs and cats and pet commercial establishments in Reno, Nevada, if I've got that right, and to name the law Grady's Law.
This is the kindest thing you guys have ever done. Thank you so much. No, you do a lot of kind things, but you don't understand. Grady is jumping for joy. So thank you. All right, so I have a motion and a second for Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
And
you.
I have to give a huge shout out to Billy Howard. He actually texted me the idea about a week ago, and we've been vetting it around the city just to let you know, and wondering how to approach it. And so I appreciate Councilwoman Jordan just spitting it out.
Well, I'm so grateful. And like I said, she would just be so incredibly honored. So thank you so much for your kindness and remembering her true heart, because it was full of gold and lots of furry friends. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our next item of the evening is the Civil Service Commission appointment. Madam Mayor, per charter, this is mayor appointment with council ratification. You may appoint up to 3, as there are 3 vacancies at this time.
Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to appoint 1.
Okay.
And I want to just encourage anyone to apply. I think there was a public commenter earlier, expressing concern on how we go out and sort of recruit people to serve on these boards and commissions. Civil service is incredibly important. So I would like to appoint, hold on. Nicole Paul. So there's my motion. May I get a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. And Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to know if we can ever recommend someone for you to look into, and I would like to do that if I could. Not tonight's appointment.
Absolutely. No, I would love that. And I think Councilwoman Breckus sent me some names, and there's a lot of times, she sends me people like on our COVID committee. We have an incredible recommendation from Councilwoman Breckus. He is fantastic. So I would love that. If you guys have recommendations, please send them to me, and I'm happy to reach out to them.
Okay, well, this one is already on the list, so I'll just send it to you for a later appointment if possible.
All right, perfect. Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, I believe you did call for the question. Yes, great. Madam Mayor, with that, we will bring that item back to you in a few weeks after we've collected more applications. It should be noted to the public that we as staff do have internal deadlines that are typically 3 weeks prior to a council meeting to ensure that we have all of the departments signing off on this. So we encourage everyone to please submit your applications early and often, as council does request that we recruit for all boards at all times. Madam Mayor, with that, our next item is H1. This is updates from council members on boards and commissions.
All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just, I'm not really sure which board this relates to. I keep hoping that we will have an item that is council member request, but it says announcements, activities, upcoming events, and so on. So I think it fits under this agenda, but I brought it up earlier, and that is that I would like to see an agenda item where we could get the design review committee established so we can, have it standing by, and if they get new applications for 5 years, well, we'll come in with another round of people. But I'd love to see that come back to council.
All right. Okay, what else do we have to do, Madam Clerk?
If there are no further updates from council, we will move into your closing public comment period. These are reserved. Oh, I feel like you have other updates.
Oh, I had one more thing. I just wanted to just say on behalf of the Washoe County Animal Advisory Board, I'm already getting communications, texts, and everything. They're incredibly grateful to the whole council, but especially you, Mayor Sheevy, for your leadership on this issue related to taking care of our animals. And I wanted to tell you that we've also sent a request to Washoe County and Sparks from the Animal Advisory Board to do the same. And now that we've actually adopted this ordinance, which I believe is effective immediately, is that correct? I think we changed the effective date. Is that right, from Angela? Anyway, that was my understanding. Anyway, we will be reaching out to them, and I know that the animal advocacy groups already are and are scheduling meetings with some of those council members. And then there's a request that myself or another member of our board go and present. And so we'll do that, we'll follow up. And so it's possible that our entire Washoe County could become in the same status, and especially with support from all of our council members. So I would ask you to consider reaching out to colleagues on other boards, County Commission, Sparks Council, to see if we can make this a region-wide effort. Thank you.
Great comments. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to say Midtown is open for two-way traffic. While the project isn't completely finished, the northern end of it is still under construction, the Midtown portion is finished. So we encourage everybody to go down, enjoy this two-way traffic, enjoy the parking spots, the trees, the benches, and the artwork are forthcoming. They're to be installed in the coming months, but it looks amazing. If you've not been down there, I encourage you to go and check it out and walk the amazing crosswalks. And Madam Mayor, I know you were intimately involved with this when it started out, and I know Councilmember Delgado has been a huge champion of this all along the way, but truly it was the business owners. It was the community members that said, for safety reasons, for sidewalk width reasons, we really need to get this project going. I know Jessica Schneider was a huge influence, Casey Christensen. I know I'm going to leave people out, so I don't want to list. But they were really influential in seeing that this project on this most iconic street in our entire city get to a point where it could be used by all. And I appreciate everybody in their path to finding a way to yes. There was a lot of opportunities to say no along the way, but we got there. So go to Midtown, spend your money, support the businesses, and once COVID is over, we will have a proper party like no other.
Oh my gosh. I mean, okay, how many sleepless nights did we have over this project? It was incredibly painful, but we all knew in the end it would be absolutely beautiful. So I have major kudos for Councilwoman Jordan and Councilman Delgado, who really, I mean, you had to hear about all of us chirping in your ear, and then you had all the businesses, and you guys were so gracious and really did such a phenomenal job. I'm super excited. It's going to be fantastic. Do you have any idea, Councilwoman Jordan, when we might start to see the art and the benches? And that art has been chosen, correct?
Correct. And the benches, I understand, are complete. They're just working with the city of Reno, as I understand it, for the installation. So I understand in the coming months, it's going to be fairly soon that will be installed. I would be remiss if I didn't give a huge shout out to Councilwoman Dewar and Councilmember Reese on this project as well. I mean, talk about champions of business in the Midtown area. Devin Reese could not have been a stronger advocate in trying to keep business going through the construction and encourage everybody, even if there was a traffic cone or two or you had to walk a little bit further. He was down there lifting that all the way and did such a great job. And Naomi, you were at all those meetings where there was a lot of the community that was stuck on some decision points, and you came in and helped navigate through that. And you were such a champion of the trees. And I look down there now and I look at those trees and I'm like, I mean, they're beautiful now, but imagine 5 years from now, the canopy it's going to create.
Thank you for your comments, and trees can be very transformational of a space, and I just think we think about that going forward, and one of the things you worked with me on was getting lights into those trees or getting plugs so that they can change the look and feel of Midtown over time, holidays, special events, and that kind of thing. So the marriage of the trees and the possibility with artistic lighting, is terrific. So I just think we have to keep that in mind for other districts as well. So,
and Madam Mayor, the historical, I'm going to go on for a second because I feel like we kind of got robbed of the party and the celebration we really wanted to have because of COVID. But the historical markers that are going in, the stamps that say Midtown in the concrete, I mean, it is, when I think about that, I just think this street is owned by everybody that participated. I mean, everybody that came to those meetings and advocated for what they wanted and that we found our way to yes. I mean, it really is. This is something that the city and RTC and everybody and the contractor we couldn't have done it without FNC. They were phenomenal. And everybody involved, but really this is for the businesses. This one was on them. We just helped facilitate it.
Let me give you a little backstory because this is kind of interesting, and there's two people that I have to thank. And this is very, very surreal, and I'll tell you why. It was about 13 years ago that we had started the Midtown District, and they had said, Hillary, you're the one that has to go to the city council and plead for sidewalks and lighting. And, they had this very big vision. It took 13 years, you guys, and you guys got it done. But let me tell you, when I came to the city council, this actually was one of the reasons, along with my sign in Midtown, that I got involved in politics, was over this street. And it wasn't a very welcoming experience, but I will tell you this. The two that were so incredibly supportive, and probably the biggest reason we are here today, was because of Councilman Dave Ayazi and Councilwoman Jessica Speraza. They were the only two that really wanted to listen, because you have to think back 13 years ago what Midtown looked like. No one believed in it. It was a seedy street, and businesses, if you would have said, hey, open well, it wasn't called Midtown at that time, but if we would have said that, they thought we were crazy. So this is pretty special. And again, I just want to say thank you so much to so many people that worked on this, but certainly Councilman Ayazi and Councilwoman Jessica Speraza, because they believed in the vision that one day this street would have so much opportunity, and it truly, truly does. So, and Carrie Koski, because I was in your ear all the time, and Dan from SNC, and I even hope that David from Michaels and Sons is happy, and I mean, it just looks fantastic. But all of you did a phenomenal job, and Barry, who watched the project every step of the way, and just everyone. This really is for the people, by the people, and you did a phenomenal job, Naoma and Oscar. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It truly is amazing. It's amazing.
I've got to add Jessica Schneider to that list, because I'll tell you what, she was in my ear. She was in Councilman Jordan's ear. She would not let it go, especially about, I mentioned transformation with trees, but she was focused on transformation with art. And our whole Arts and Culture Commission ended up getting involved. I mean, they went through the whole Public Art Committee. They selected art. They made money available. Councilwoman Jordan, both of us pushed with RTC to get them to understand that a utilitarian thing like a bench can be artistic. You have useful it can look better than just a random bench or a light pole, or, there's so many ways to incorporate a more artistic vision. So I've got to give her a huge shout out too. I mean, she was relentless.
Well, we call her the mayor of Midtown. She truly is. So she's top of the list. I know that for sure. Absolutely. Because without the sort of Jessica touch, it just doesn't quite have that magic that it should. So it truly does. I would just say one more thing, Councilwoman Jordan, because we had talked about this early on, and I really, really would like to see it. And even Flansburgh had said that, he wanted to help do something in the artistic capacity, and that was doing some art through the crosswalks. Many cities are doing them, and they're finding them to be very beneficial because they stand out so much more than a typical crosswalk. So people tend to stop and look before they actually cross, because we're all so programmed to see the same old crosswalk, right? And some have incredible messages and colors, and I'm sure you've all seen the piano keys, and there's just some very cool things we can do. So I'm sure that's on your radar, Naoma, because I know that you've been a big proponent.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and that is true. I know Public Works sometimes gets a little twitchy when we want to move to different colored crosswalks due to, some of the maintenance issues and some of the safety issues. There are some federal regulations that define, but there is opportunities for that. And I know if I did not give the utmost of kudos to Lee Gibson, he may not be the RTC director anymore, but let me tell you what, Lee understood from the outset the importance of this as well, and he took a lot of bullets through many, many meetings, he and Michael Moreno, and they stuck with it too, and they presented facts and tried to find a way to yes as well. So with that, I'll
I got to add one more person as well, and that is when we were all getting exhausted, I mean, including Jessica Schneider, including all of us, Stacey Christensen came in, and she was able to pick up the ball and run with it and carry it over the line and make the touchdown. And that, when you put your heart and soul into something, and then you're just desperate. I mean, that was where she fit in this game. She was amazing, and I was so grateful because she was so calm, and she was so thoughtful. And I know we all appreciated her participating in those meetings too.
Right. And, we were hard on Lee. I was hard on Lee. So there you go, Lee. There's your legacy. And Michael Moreno. So fantastic job, you guys. Honestly, super, super awesome. It's incredible. So thank you for listening.
Madam Mayor, if I just may add.
Go right ahead,
We're
Councilman.
on hour 10 and a half, so I'm a little punchy. But I will say this, a street is more than a conveyance. It's also about place, and it's place making, it's community building. And from my perspective, because I came into this process pretty late in the game, there were so many folks, and you're obviously, Madam Mayor, very gracious. And sometimes you remind people that sometimes we don't say our thank yous because we always forget about the one person that we miss. And so we've been very good to keep cleanup. It really has been just an entire community effort. I think about some of the things that happened during the process in the end where we were trying to make sure there were lights. And Cynthia Albright, who was very gracious and brought to us pictures of communities where they had lighted streets.
Right.
And honestly, that is a small thing in some ways, but it always stood out to me that a community member was invested in us in such a way that it changed the outcome for our whole community. And I believe that we will look back on this over time and really think about the way in which community and placemaking played a role in this process. There's been lots of pain, a lot of heartache, a lot of table pounding and raised voices. But now that we're on the other side of it, it's something that we will be proud of as a community forever. And I think our Chamber of Commerce helped us to get there. Certainly, Ann Silver was very instrumental, I think. There were a lot of individual owners, and you mentioned David Lawrence, and I would say Kevin and Kaya Stanley. There were just some people who helped get us over the hump. And I hope that we haven't forgotten anybody. If we have, gracious apologies to those folks, because I think it will be something that we will all think about. And quite frankly, we're going to have stories written about it, because once the national news and some of the travel magazines pick up on how awesome it is, it's just a funky, cool place, and we'll keep it that way. Some of what we did today, I think, will also impact that, because we started grant and business opportunity programs that I think will affect businesses in that area. So it's just been a labor of love for everybody on this council for a long time. I got to play a very small part of it, but I really am honored to have been a part of it and very humbled by it. So thank you for all of the work that's gone into it.
I just wanted to say, when I said Barry Sullivan, he's also someone else who is the mayor of Midtown as well. And
Paul Doge.
And Paul, yes.
I know we're forgetting someone.
I know that's the hard part, because so many people really did have, such significance in this project. So,
and let's be honest, Madam Mayor, the fact that there was a misspelled sign just adds to the beauty of this project.
Right.
I mean, it really, really does. The funkiness has not been lost, and we still have that sign. So there'll be something neat coming out of that.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. You got to bring it to the ribbon cutting.
I will.
All right, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, with that, we are going to general public comment. This is closing comment reserved for items not specifically on your agenda or items received after 4 p.m. yesterday. These have all been distributed to council. We received public comment from Pam McNeil, Melinda Gustin, Mark Markell, Lori Ray, Dr. Cesar Manera, Carly Borchard, James English, Stacy, no last name, Jack Hawkins, Mary Zabel, Lena Tanner, and Trey Abney. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have voicemails. First public comment via voicemail is Anne Marie Grant.
Anne Marie Grant, sister of Thomas Purdy, hog-tied for 40 minutes by Reno PD and asphyxiated to death while hog-tied by Washoe County deputies 10/8/2015 at Washoe County Jail. I am not sure if you all are aware, but Washoe County has several George Floyds of their own, including my brother Thomas. Did you know 5 years ago today, Justin Thompson was the third man to be asphyxiated by deputies within a year up at Par? Nico Smith was the first community member killed by deputies in that manner. It's time for real change in your county. There are far too many of us who have had a loved one murdered by police in Washoe County, and there appears to be no end in sight. Is it incompetence or just law enforcement being fully aware in your city that they will be protected by District Attorney Chris Hicks' office? Every page of the Rip Hobble Restraint Manual states never use to hog tie a human being. So why was my brother, who was in crisis and asked for help, treated like an animal? 40 minutes is longer than some of your meetings. I would like to remind you all that Nicholas Sedano was shot and killed by Reno police March 31st, 2018. Where is DA Hicks' report justifying that murder? Or how about the body cam footage from Philip Serrano, who was shot by multiple Reno police on 9/23/2018? As someone who has had a loved one murdered by Reno PD, I am sickened for these families and the lack of transparency and accountability in your city. Those families are your constituents too. I urge you to act accordingly and start making some positive changes so no other family has to suffer like mine and so many other families.
Next public comment is received from Daniel.
Hi, this is Daniel Purdy, brother of Thomas Purdy, murdered in Washoe County Jail. I will be out there September 5th. I would like to invite any council member to come to the homeless with me and help register them to vote. I also see that a cop had tasered another cop, and then a gentleman was shot by the cop. My question is why does one cop have a taser out and another cop have a gun out? they're obviously not on the same page. The training is not sufficient. It just seems as though a community member gets killed and it's no big deal. The council would rather pay out millions of dollars a year for incompetent policing. I only hope that you can find it in your heart to care about the taxpayer more than your next election. Have a nice day.
Our next public comment is from Doralee Martinez.
Good morning. This is Doralee Martinez. I am a citizen of Reno, Ward 5. I would like to discuss or talk about C4 and F7, the Skyway by UNR, and I'm really hoping that people with disability would be included in discussion on creating that, because there are people with disability who are part of the community. We're not all being seen, but we're going to utilize that, and I believe in proactive rather than reactive. And we want to be part of the design team. We want to put our input, and its statistics shows that when we are in the beginning process, as a person with disability, I'm totally blind, and I have friends who have significant disabilities. They use walkers and motorized wheelchairs and manual wheelchairs, and we just want to be included in the design and the whole process. This year is the 30th anniversary of American with Disability Act, and we really would appreciate it if we are part of the process and the design of this. I would really appreciate that, and please feel free to call. I gave my contact to the awesome city of clerk when I submitted the Zoom link for today's meeting. And thank you so much, and I appreciate all that you all do. Be well, be safe, be happy. Thank you. God bless.
Our next public comment is from Lori Ray.
Hi, my name is Lori Ray, and I'm calling on behalf of Scenic Nevada. And this is for the Skyway item, the project for UNR. I hope you had a chance to read our email. We are opposed to UNR Skyway project and hope you deny the special use permit. We join with the Reno Planning Commission, which recommended denial, and many others in the community that includes design professionals. Aesthetics are important, and that's one reason we have building codes to follow and findings that you have to make to approve the project to prevent developers from building eyesores like the Skyway. It's not only the design that is wrong, the site is wrong too. This project is not compatible with the area. The 256-foot-long Skyway doesn't fit in with the green belt that includes 100-year-old trees, historic Morrill Hall, and the iconic stone stairway. These are all part of the original entrance to campus. It's a unique place that people cherish and don't want disturbed. Listen to what your constituents are saying about the Skyway. People are calling it a bad design, a utilitarian walkway that overshadows Morrill Hall, the lowest common denominator to meet the project timeline, not compatible, a jarring note near the most historic part of campus, and downright ugly architecture. Knowing this, we don't see how you can make finding A, the proposed use is compatible with existing surrounding land uses and development. It's certainly not compatible. Or finding B, the proposed site location and architectural and overall design of the development is appropriate. On the contrary, the Skyway is totally inappropriate for the area. We're at this juncture due to UNR's poor planning. When the university made the decision to expand south in 2014, no one thought about the change in elevation. Now they are in a tough spot. We understand that UNR has to provide access for the disabled, and we all want that. That's why an examination by the design review committee would have been so helpful. How do we know this is the only option? We don't. UNR hasn't even submitted a rendering of what the Skyway would look like barreling through 9th Street Hill. To us and many others, this permit application is incomplete. How can you approve this project not knowing exactly how it will look? Also, do you realize that this project would put up a fence in the middle of 9th Street to prevent pedestrians from crossing at 9th and Lake Street? No one coming from the south will be able to access the stone stairway, blocking this entrance that has been there for 100 years. If you insist on approving this permit, at least make UNR give something back to the community. Ask them to take out the parking lot in front of Morrill Hall and replace it with landscaping. They don't need it there with the new 7-story parking garage. It might help visually to minimize this place. The original entrance to campus is one of them. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Melinda Guston.
Hello, this is Melinda Guston. As a follow-up to the previous emails and letters I sent to the Planning Commission and Council, I'd appreciate reading this email into the public record. It's dated August 11th, 2020. Dear Honorable Mayor Sheevey, Council Members Jordan, Delgado, Reese, Weber, Breckus, and Dorr, regarding the August 12th meeting agenda items C4 and F7. I'm writing once again concerning the above-mentioned University Gateway Skywalk case numbers identified above for the text amendment following the university to move forward, allowing the university to move forward with the proposed skywalk without a review by the DRC item F7 and the special use permit item C4. My previous letters and those from the Nevada AIA and the Nevada ASLA did not support the proposed text amendment at the previous council meeting. It appears making finding B of the special use permits for Skyway, Skyrams, and Sky Buildings, item C4, would be problematic. However, should the council move to approve these two items, may I suggest two conditions of approval be considered. They are: condition number 1, the University of Nevada be required to document the existing historic landscapes which will be impacted by the proposed project following the ASLA Hall's American Landscape Survey guidelines. Short format Hall's documentation guidelines are provided on the National Park Service website at www.nps.government/HDP/standards/Hall's guidelines.htm. The short format is generally a 1 to 5 page document which includes information regarding the location, significance, description, and site history. Major drawings and large format photography are typically required. The Nevada State Historic Preservation will be most helpful with this process. And as the State Hall's liaison to the ASLA, I too offer my expertise. Condition number 2, in addition to impacts made to the historic landscape, the skywalk will ultimately terminate just south of Morrill Hall. Therefore, it would seem construction of the 7-story parking garage would eliminate the need for the unsightly parking lot currently located in front of Morrill Hall. Reclaiming and returning this area to the Arboretum as a landscape gathering area for students would help mitigate the loss of the Greenbelt area along 9th Street due to the proposed skywalk. I appreciate the opportunity to submit these recommendations, and am hopeful you will make these two mitigation measures conditions of approval for the special use permit. Sincerely, Melinda Guston, ASLA Halls, Nevada Liaison. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our last recorded public comment is from Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Brown, this is public record. I would like to make a comment on agenda item A, public comment also regarding the agenda item B, to the Kathy Woods case. Last year, I came to you, this committee, with a copy of the police report that I had filed on June 17th, 2019, pertaining to Carl Hall. Carl Hall was a former prosecuting attorney who received a perjury complaint against Shell O'Neill back in 1992. During the protest that we had July 17th last year, Carl Hall had testified. He acknowledged that he sat on perjury complaint of a statute of limitations ran out, asked about it. I filed that police report, and to this day, nothing has been done. No witnesses, including a federal employee who worked at the courthouse who overheard Carl Hall say this. And now you guys are discussing the Kathy Woods case. How many other people have been wrongfully convicted that Carl Hall and other DAs have sat on and totally ignored? This is wrong. Now, I filed a police report. And yes, I do realize it is a crime to file a false police report. Yet I have yet to be charged with filing a false report. Why? Because it's true. Carl Hall knows it's true. Luke Relly knows it's true as well. And I would like my report, police report, to be taken seriously. I want actions taken against Carl Hall. What he did back in 1993, right, sitting on that until the statute of limitations ran out, was wrong. An innocent man stayed in prison because of Shelley O'Neill's lies. And I can say that. I can absolutely say that because I have the evidence to back it up. I have Shelley O'Neill admitting to me in 1993 she had lied at that conviction hearing. She lied and committed the perjury. He did no investigation into the prime suspect with other areas in which he committed this perjury. It was placed in a non-fiction book to prove his innocence. She was contacted. She received the manuscript before it went to print. She had no comment. To this day, she cannot dispute it. And then why do you think she never done anything? I've gone after. The book has come out to prove his innocence. We have never been sued. Law enforcement was represented by counsel. Nothing. And an innocent man died because of their actions. I want you.
Madam Mayor, the recording cuts off at 3 minutes, as is consistent with public comment given for the Reno City Council. It should be noted quality of the the audio is based off of the caller's ability to call in. It is not our system, so the signal breakdown was on their end. With that, Madam Mayor, you have no further general public comment. You'll be looking for a motion to adjourn.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long meeting, and I just want to thank all of you for your kindness, your compassion, and everything you do. I know that, sometimes it's not easy on these long meetings, but thank you. And I'm glad to see Devin's got his mask going already. That's good. Wash your hands, social distance, everyone. Oh, there's Oscar's. He's got his too. Good. Good boy. Love it. And again, thank you so much for just all that you do, but for recognizing Grady, and that really meant a lot. It was incredibly, incredibly special. So go have a great night, everyone. And again, I'm super, super grateful. Good night, Carl. Thank you for hanging out. You did a good job. I know we kept you around, but we appreciate it. All right, you guys. Good night.